Hello, 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 good morning, and welcome. You are on the mountain with Rick, and it is time for World Building Wednesdays with Ben and Steve. But first, coffee. Oh, wait, no, that's not coffee, that's Bang. But first, coffee. Oh, wait, no, that's awesome sriracha spices that I was surprised with walking in the door. God damn it, where the fuck is my coffee? Here we go! Alright. How y'all doing tonight, gentlemen?
Not as confused about the number of beverages on my desk as you.
I know. I know, that was funny. It was great. But yeah, no,
I'm
I
just
don't know
heading
if
back with a cream soda.
you're drinking a cream soda.
Yeah.
What brand?
Uh, Cheap knockoff Walmart brand.
Fair enough.
It's. You know how I shop when I have to go buy groceries.
Yeah, pretty much. Kevin, are you watching the stream? This is what I found in my office when I walked in when I got home from work. It's
I'm not watching it.
oh, oh. It's a 4-in-1 seasoning thing. It's a hot honey sriracha, Bloody Mary sriracha, buttery sriracha, and mango sriracha. It's like my girl knows me or something.
You lost me at mango.
You don't like mango?
No.
Oh. I mean, I can kind of take or leave the fruit by itself, but when it comes to a fruit to mix with spicy, it's definitely up near the top.
I'd rather mix spicy with spicy.
Correct.
I mean, fair. Yes, Ben.
How powerful should I make this horror monster?
Um,
Is it something a player should have a chance at beating, or is it something they just need to try and escape from?
well, tell
That's
me
really the
more
two
about
kinds of
it.
horror monster. I don't know yet. Is it like a creature from the Aliens franchise where you can actually fight against it? Or is it more like Michael Myers, where it doesn't really matter if you win, he's just going to kill you anyways eventually?
I like the latter because it brings into vain psychological horror.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to either. I'm like, where are we gonna put it gives me more insight as to what we need there. Because we do have both. Like, both of those archetypes absolutely exist. And we do need more of each. But are we talking about like Tarrasque style horror? Like,
No, this is going to be more. This isn't like action movie slash horror thing where like the threat is very real because it's trying to kill you. This is going to be, yeah, it's probably going to try and kill you, but you're going to barely ever see the damn thing.
which is more like Tarrasque style, honestly. Um,
Well, no, it's going to be around, but if you see it, you're dead. Whereas the Tarrasque might be around, and if you see it, you might be dead, but you also might be like 12 miles away watching it go through a city.
true. Um,
The Tarrasque
okay,
is more of like a kaiju.
so if you see this thing, then you are within range to where it knows you are there, and that's
You're probably gonna have to do two of them. One's gonna probably be some sort of like exceptional aberration. And then the other is probably going to be some sort of undead supernatural threat. Probably going to just have to do 2 of them, yeah.
Okay. In that case, let's make the aberration the one that you can potentially fight and destroy, and the supernatural slash undead one be the one that is, you know what, just all your best option is try and escape.
Mm-hmm. Maybe seal it away, maybe, but doubtful. Your best option is to appease it. Sort of thing. Okay. So I can use the book I don't normally use.
Speaking of books, did you notice that I sent you a copy of Exemplars of Evil?
Kind of, yes. I did not download it. I did not download it yet, but I did notice you sent it to me.
Yeah, I figured all the books that you sent me, since I went ahead and bought a PDF copy of that one, I was like, I might as well actually add one to your collection for once. Because there really is some good stuff in there. Not just Amara, but a few other ones as well. And honestly, like, that entire fucking book exists in Galil. Like...
Well, basically, think of the type effect very much.
And I have found a really cool site called Wanderer's Guide that I think you would also enjoy. It allows you to build characters in many different rule sets and then just export an actual character sheet from them.
Okay.
And so Pathfinder 2, of course, is one of those things. So feel free to make whatever the fuck you want at any time for any reason in there, and send me the character sheets, and I'll actually give you the code for my campaign.
Does this look like a 3.5 book? It is 3.5 book.
Exemplars of Evil? Yeah, it's 3.5.
I can't say I've ever seen this book before. Interesting. Okay, well, interesting add to my collection. Thank you.
My pleasure. I'm also going to be ordering you a Pathfinder 2 core rulebook physical copy, just so that you have it for use for our projects together. And what I just posted in the type chat for the voice chat is the access code for the Aliara campaign at Wanderer's Guide. Which, here is the link to the site, and you can use that for building any fucking thing that you want to, and add it to the campaign.
So for the supernatural threat, I get to use a book I've maybe read once. I've maybe cracked open once.
Which book is this?
Ghost Walk.
Sounds cool. Sounds supernatural.
It's a pre-made setting book, and basically the idea is this. You know how in like Greek mythology, you can actually physically go to the underworld?
Yeah.
There's like paths you can go to Hades and see the dead?
Yeah.
What if that in a D&D setting? You can there are physical locations where you can go to the afterlife and literally meet your meet your ancestors, and they can be characters. We're all ghosts.
I don't think that this is something brand new. That's something that's a trope that exists in many D&D campaigns, but it's cool that there is a book specifically for that, because otherwise I feel like most people kind of run that just off of the Great Wheel cosmology and whatnot.
Well, the book has rules for having ghosts as characters, as player characters. Which is something I might be able, which is something I can use for this. Probably not all of it, but, I can take bits and pieces from that book to help.
Yeah, exactly. Just like, even though I'm running Pathfinder 2E, when we get this campaign going again, I'm still drawing much from 3.5. Speaking of which, are you interested in joining when we do start the Alayara campaign up?
Maybe depends on timing.
It'll probably be Thursday evening.
Thursday evening.
Yeah, so right now it's 12:16 a.m. my time. Figure about 19 hours from now, give or take.
Might be able to make that work.
About 5 or 6 p.m. your time. Could be 7 or 8 p.m. my time.
Right now I'm off on Thursdays.
That is part
right
of
now,
the reason why I choose
Hold up. Right this week I'm not off on Thursdays, but I'm supposed to be off on Thursdays, so I could probably make that work, yeah.
And that would also be a big part of the reason why I'm going to be sending you Pathfinder 2 rules, is because I need somebody else who knows them. Because we will be playing with people who are mostly somewhat familiar with tabletop, but are not familiar with Pathfinder in general, and specifically Pathfinder 2. And knowing the characters that I have for this campaign, who would you prefer to play? Or would you rather just make one?
I can play as anyone and any character you need. There's one character I could play that would help out because nobody wants to play that role.
What's that?
A dedicated healer.
Yeah, we do have one that is important lore-wise as well, Drusilla. Actually, out of the 2 characters that I have made, she is one of them. She is the elf handmaiden to Princess Sophia. She is a seer elf cleric, and I can actually send you the link. Boom. In the chat, and I can send you the full character sheet for her as well. I haven't done her spells memorized yet, but she is a follower of the sun god, and also, yeah, we have not developed the gods at all yet, aside from the NDGs and Kofio. Her god does not necessarily need to be the sun god, but that's kind of where I was leaning. But it's definitely healing is going to be her primary domain. But I don't know if you're watching the stream, but she's actually pretty fucking stacked. Like, I was surprised at how beefy this character turned out for being a level 1. +7 perception, +2 on dex, +1 int, +4 whiz. She's got fucking 18 whiz at level 1. 14 Ka, 12 int, 14 dex, 10 strength and con, +9 will, +5 reflex, +3 fort. She's got +7 medicine, +7 nature, +7 religion, +5 diplomacy. Like, fucking stacked. She's got 5 languages: arboreal, common, elven, gnomish, halfling. AC is 15 and she doesn't even have any armor on. And she's still got 11 gold to spend.
How crazy would you let me make the? Would you let me make the character to play?
This one does have a little bit of an outline to her, but pretty well.
If I decided to make my own character,
you fucking whatever the hell you want, man. Fucking whatever the hell you want.
As long as I can port it into to 2nd edition Pathfinder.
Yeah. And remember, like, I'm building level 1 characters for handing out, but they're all actually starting at level 2. I just want to give my players the ability to customize the characters a little bit at first, so I'm not making them as level 2.
Well, so if I want to play a dedicated healer, I already have a 3.5 character that is a dedicated healer. She literally has no offensive capabilities whatsoever. She is a dedicated healer. She is the healer class from the Miniatures Handbook.
I think we lost Ben. Oh no, that was Kevin joining.
Hello.
Howdy. I don't mind that idea at all, and if you were to do that, then we can just kind of take Drusilla in a different direction, because I do want her to be played, because although it's not actually necessary that she's in the party. It's kind of like, out of all of the characters, there's one that needs to be played, and then there's one that needs to be played if the first one isn't, but Kevin just joined us, and Kevin has already said that he's going to play Kevin. Kevin Anderson being the paladin, and that is the most important character to get played. So one of the two, either Drusilla or Kevin, must be in the party in order for the storyline to work.
Well,
Okay.
I'll be in the party.
But yeah, since Kevin's going to be playing Kevin, we don't really need Drusilla. It's just better if she's there.
Wonder if I could downgrade this character. So who on this has played Dark Souls? The first one.
Nay.
Regrettably.
You know exactly how much Dark Souls I have played because I played it with you.
So I tried to make crossbreed Priscilla in D&D.
Okay. I do not remember enough to know who that is, and we just lost Steve. Hopefully he will return.
Gotta vanish for a meeting.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Crossbreed. You can look her up. She's D&D wise, she's basically a half white dragon sorcerer character.
Half
Is how I
white
built
dragon
her.
sorcerer. Okay, all of that
Yeah.
fits.
Yeah, she's a half dragon.
Which is the only half race that is pretty much allowed. Half dragon human, half dragon elf, half dragon what?
In lore, half dragon, half goddess, but I built her as half dragon human, because I don't know how to do that other one.
Right? It's a little bit more difficult when you start talking about divine beings.
Yeah. Problem is, I don't think I could do. I don't think I could make this character a level 1. I think minimum level for her would be level 5.
Yeah, that, I mean, I don't necessarily have a problem with it except for the discrepancy in power with the rest of the party.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I don't want it to seem like I'm playing favorites just because you're my best friend. Like,
Yeah. I don't think I could. I don't think I could bring her down to level 2.
Bring her down to level. Oh.
oh
What was
yeah,
that?
Kevin, by the way, that the character sheet that I sent you, have you had a chance to look over it?
Not yet. I was actually going to do that right now.
All right. Well, you will be leveling it up to level 2 to begin the campaign, because all characters start at level 2. I just wrote them up at level 1 so that you have a chance to do some customization to it.
Oh, cool. Trying to find the thought rogue. Don't bark. Here's Kevin Anderson. Oh, because then the thing happened. Where's the sheet?
I'll just send you a new one because it has been updated since I sent it to you anyways.
Oh, okay. Because I'm finding Kevin Anderson in our chat. I'm not finding the character sheet. How many points would I get at the next level for leveling up?
You actually... I will also give you the link, and actually, it's already there.
Is it a roundtable voice?
Yeah, I just sent you... Yeah, I put the new character sheet there, and then...
Okay.
Characters... Edit... Control
This is a nice sheet. Okay.
Control V. And then the link that I put underneath it is to edit that character.
Oh, okay.
And hopefully it will allow you to just add another level.
See. Sign in with Google. So is Wanderer's Guide.app a free thing, or is it a pay to use? Or?
No, this is free, at least as far as I've seen so far.
Oh.
And I was planning to probably be running the campaign over Roll20, and then I realized that I have to pay for that, so I'm probably going to try and find a better, or at least freer.
Sorry, one second. Rogue. Fuck. Sorry about that. I don't know where she's finding this.
Let me guess, more sunflowers?
No,
Or sunflower seeds?
an old pudding container, like months old. I need the guide care format sheet. Do you have that?
The hoobity what now?
The format is guide care. I'll see if it'll let me import the PDF, but I don't think so. No, it wants like its own native format to import.
Let me see.
He's not exactly high on the strength, Kevin is.
No, strength is not his strength.
It's charisma.
Yes, he are paladin.
No, I know. I've always built my paladins with high strength and high charisma.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. Get this, Kevin. Oh, there we go. Okay. Downloaded. Perfect. Import it here.
And Ben, here is Drusilla.
It's something I could do, but I'm not entirely certain.
Edit?
I mean, just so you have it. Because I'm sure that you can probably make the character that you've already built fit into that. Or if not, then we can just scrap it, start over completely.
Yeah.
How many points ability scores do I add?
None. You'll get more ability scores at level 5. And you'll get 2 into 4 of them.
Okay. So right now, I'm just trying to figure out how this website works. Oh, so I'm choosing at
All
level
right,
2.
pull up the stream and I can show you.
No, I'm picking a class feat and a skill feat, right?
That's what I'm saying. Pull up the stream and I'll show you. All right, so
Yeah.
click
Wait,
over
just give
here
me-
on buy level
Yeah,
under the build. Go to level 2.
Yep.
And then click on next.
Done.
And then it's going to tell you exactly what you need to do. Yeah, choose a class feat.
Problem is, I don't know what these do. I can Google that. Can't.
No, you can just click on them and read it.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. And should I be choosing a dedication as well? Seems to be optional. All right, what is my feat?
Station.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't really read into level 2 on the classes, so I'm just kind of... But yeah, no, yeah, so add a class, or add champion class feat, add dedication, skill feat, yeah. And then from there, you'll go back to sheet, and then you can download the updated sheet, and then let me know when you're done so that I can download the updated sheet as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'll have to send it to you via the care thing, right?
No, once you get done with your edit, because I also have access to it.
Oh, I see. Okay. Now you made it clear that there's a dragon in this campaign.
There are many dragons in the world. There are none that are actually involved in this particular campaign as written currently.
So taking the Dragon Slayer oath would not be a necessity.
No. And honestly, like, as I was looking at it, the flavor wise, the champion, or the weight of guilt seems to be the one that would most fit the character as I have imagined it. But again, that's exactly why I'm not making it a level 2 character. I made it a level 1 so that you can customize it to yourself. The only one I would say do not take is ongoing selfishness, because that does not fit at all.
The problem is I'm not allowed to take Weight of Guilt. Because
you're not a redeemer. Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
I need to either pick Divine Grace, Dragon Slayer Oath, Esoteric Oath, Fiend's Bane Oath, Shining Oath, Vengeful Oath. That's it.
Or Desperate Prayer.
Yeah.
I don't think Desperate Prayer is what you want, but it is an option. Ranged Reprisal, not so much, because you're not using a ranged weapon. In fact, your weapon is your shield. You're kind of Captain America-ish as far as that. I would say...
I like Vengeful Oath.
Yes. That fits perfectly.
Yeah. And then a skill feat. Well... I don't really have any choices at level. I'll have to pick a level 1 but
yeah, that's fucking stupid. What the fuck?
I don't know.
Courtly Graces would fit the character very well, but probably wouldn't actually be very good in-game.
Mm-hmm.
Same for Hobnobber and Multilingual.
I kind of like read lip, because if he's at court, wouldn't he read lip?
That's actually probably a good one.
Also, No Cause for Alarm could be interesting. The diplomacy one. Doesn't seem that useful, though. I like the idea of reading lips.
Yeah, I'd say read lips is probably a good one for you.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with read lip. And now add a dedication.
And I can definitely write some things into where that'll actually matter.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
That the guide you put in for me, Drusilla?
Yeah.
What do I need to actually look at that?
Go to Kevin. How did you load up the character?
Import.
Yeah, so go to
On
characters,
to
go to wanderersguide.app, the link that's just above them. And then on the top right, where you see what looks like a DVR with an arrow, import character.
Wants me to sign in.
Yeah, you will have to sign in. I just use my Google. I don't fucking make passwords and shit like that. I just... blah.
Is there any sailing in the campaign?
Unlikely, but not impossible.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this. All right.
I now have a guest for off the cuff, so you don't have to worry about it today.
Oh,
and I think I'm actually set for next week too, possibly.
Nice. Who do you have?
Boba Fett for today, and then possibly Dwayne for next week.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. For the dedication, I'm kind of interested in dandy dedication.
Dandy dedication?
You're a consummate student of dignity, etiquette, and fashion. You can use the diplomacy skill to perform the special downtime activity, influence rumor. You become trained in deception in society. If you're already trained, you become an expert instead.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, dandy dedication. So now I'm trained in deception and society. I'm an expert in society. But wait, why do I have to choose a
Fucking
class feat?
pause, goddamn. Ah, god damn it.
She's a cleric.
And yeah, I mean, you can change the class. You can make her healer, whatever. Although I don't know if that actually exists in Pathfinder.
Probably not. The healer class is a meme class in 3.5 anyways. It is a terrible, terrible class because it over-specializes in something that you don't need as much as it gives.
Fair.
But the character that I made, it was based off, was a true pacifist. He would not hurt anything. So it made sense for that one character. But
My challenge here is that I have to choose a class feat or a dedication. I cannot choose both.
Oh, you're probably better going with the feat.
Really? Not the dedication?
I'm
The
guessing
dedication's-
again. Like I have read up through Druid in the book because I do read that shit cover to cover. I am weird like that, but like honestly, I can't say for certain whether you're better with a feat or a. Let me go grab the book. Actually, give me a sec. Because I had to go so far.
Because it seems like the oath would just give me lay on hands to damage a creature I witness harming an innocent, while the dedication would give me expertise in deception and society.
All right, champion advancement level 2, champion feat, skill feat. Okay, so Divine Grace, you attempt to save against the spell before you roll. I mean, Divine Grace would work. Dragon Slayer Oath, Fiend's Bane Oath, Shining Oath, Vengeful Oath. That's all it fucking says.
I think the dedication is better. Especially for the story aspect.
Yeah, fuck it, go with it. If you like it better, as I said, like it's your character now.
Woo, woo. Okay, so pick that.
So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How do you level up?
Go to or click on edit on your character.
I already did that.
And then on that very first page, there's going to be a buy level button in the top right. Under build. So click on
Buy level?
Yeah,
Okay.
buy level, and then the arrow to the right.
The one that's has a number. Oh, arrow to the right. Arrow to the right.
And then when it loads, it's gonna. I've already got the Seer Elf in there. Oh.
Okay.
Go back, change the level to 2, and then
On that.
click to the right.
And then it'll ask me some questions about setting up level 2.
Yeah, exactly. Because level 1's
Okay.
already done. The one thing that this site does not cover is spell list.
Okay.
Did not save it.
All right. So I get 2 feats, a cleric class feat, and a skill feat.
Yes. Or you can do a dedication instead of a feat. Instead of a class feat. So Drusilla is she's an emissary from the High Court, or the High Elven Court, and she is the handmaiden to Princess Sophia. Basically, that was a part of the Kingdom of Westmarch working with the elves to call an end to the war. And then Princess Sophia is now getting married to High King Tudor as a part of calling a truce between those two kingdoms due to the bad blood that was caused because Alaya started the war and Westmarch ended the war. And so there's just been a little bit of tension there. And High Prince Tudor is basically king in all but name of Alaya. He needs a queen in order to be king, which is why he is High Prince.
I'll lock that down.
Yeah. What is known to these 4 characters, but is not necessarily known, but should be obvious to anybody who's paying attention. High King Tudor is like late 30s, maybe even mid 40s, somewhere in that range, and Princess Sophia is early teens.
Okay.
I mean, not
So
that
if
that
I-
is completely out of the question as far as, you know, medieval times and whatnot, but it's just still kind of iffy. Also,
No.
Kevin, one of the things that
Back then, they didn't. Because that was fairly normal back then, they wouldn't have. Back then, they wouldn't have blinked an eye at it.
No, they wouldn't. But for us, we know that that's kind of weird, and therefore, yeah. But Kevin, one of the things about your character is that, as far as Tudor is concerned, he has a blind spot because Tudor is his, you know, best friend. They've been together through thick and thin. When Kevin Anderson, when Fairheart was training in his paladinly ways, Tudor was also training in the same convent at the same time, and so on and so forth. So, like, they have been together through thick and thin this entire time.
So they're bro.
Tudor is a fucking asshole. He is a world-class piece of shit. But Fairheart will not realize that. And I think this is, you take this your own way, but I think that this is a part of the reason why he struggles with self-doubt so much is because he can't seem to realize that his best friend is basically Satan.
But now that I've become an expert in society, it feels like I have an ability to figure that out based on the definition of society.
He can figure that out about most people. But he has that blind spot for Tudor specifically.
What are y'all talking about?
We are
Can't-
talking about Dragon Memories. We are talking about Galil and the actual tabletop campaign that we are going to be running. And are you interested in joining?
Sure. Is it D&D?
Kind of. It's Pathfinder, 2nd edition.
Oh.
Because I refuse to support Hasbro financially.
My character has been updated.
Where do you guys play this?
Not yet, but that's basically because I am rebuilding the campaign from what I remember because I no longer have access to most of my notes, and I'm updating it from D&D 3.5 into Pathfinder 2nd edition. So I have a lot of work to do before it's actually ready to run, but we're gearing up to do it, and I'm pretty fucking stoked.
Hmm.
So even trained in deception and expert in society, with those maxed out, I'll never figure out the tour as a prick.
I'm not saying never. I'm just saying like it's better if you play that as a blind spot.
Okay.
It'd be like, you know, if Ben was secretly a huge fucking douche nut, I'm not gonna realize it because that's my homie and we've been through so fucking much bullshit together, and he's always been there for me personally. So if he was, you know, a huge fucking asshole to everybody else, obviously not the fucking case. Just a very bad example. But
So
I am not
guess-
going to be the one who's going to realize that. If
So I guess
people
my
point it
training-
out to me, I'm going to be like, no, that's my boy. You know, if you eventually you reach that critical mass of people pointing the shit out to you, then maybe you reconsider. But you're going to be resistant to it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that makes sense. So, in a way, my expertise of society has been biased by by Tudor.
Exactly. It's like you're a Republican and everybody's telling you how big of a piece of shit Trump is, but you don't want to listen. It's exactly like that.
Okay. That makes sense. I think that was another poor analogy, but I think I get it. Is it kind of like you're a Splinterlands player and everyone's telling you
how big of a piece of shit Aggie is, and you're just like, I don't care. Uncle Aggie will make you rich. Oh my god, that was perfect fucking timing. Somebody just put that in Splinterlands TV chat.
They put what in?
Uncle Aggie will make you rich.
Are you still participating in giveaways?
No, because there are no giveaways left that matter. No, I'm still there because people are continuously talking about me, and I'm picking off so many Splinterlands TV viewers right now. Like,
What do you mean
Walk the
picking
Grid.
off?
I don't participate in it until someone brings me up. But like earlier, Walk the Grid brought me up before I went to work, and so I started engaging and whatnot, and I ended up gaining almost 30 followers in like 10 minutes. Because they were like, wait a minute, you're not streaming anymore? And I was like, no, but I will be streaming on my own channel at exactly the same times that I would have been streaming here. And they were like, well, why are you not streaming on, or why are you not on Splinterlands TV anymore? And I was like, because I refuse to abide by the censorship rules that they have in place. And they're like, well, are you okay? And I was like, I am so much happier now that I don't have to try and censor myself.
What type of censorship?
Can't say Aggie is a fucking cocksucker. Or anything along those lines. But by the way, Aggie is a fucking cocksucker.
Yeah, not inaccurate. And also, breaking news, Splinterlands Sea Monsters is about to be referred to the SEC.
No, wrong fucking tab, Rick. God damn it, why you gotta click the wrong shit? Aggie's
He
level of
wears special boots
incompetence
that don't have any metals,
is over
so they're
9,000.
safe around electricity. And leather gloves that
Was the
won't
kitty
burn
given
if he
away, by
needs
the
to
way?
quickly
In that
Yes.
case, if you're not...
Yeah,
Oh,
Sean
wow.
NFT won the gold foil kitty, and my, I'm gonna say fourth least favorite streamer is the one that gave it away.
Fourth least favorite.
Yeah. The G.
Oh, yeah. I have a new least favorite.
Who's that? Bootops?
Yeah.
Well, I saw that mentioned in Whisker Whispers. What happened? What did I miss?
I can't say it on air.
It's my channel, so yes, you can.
It doesn't matter if it's your channel in this particular case.
Oh, okay. Well, put it in the voice chat.
No, I can't put it there either. I'll put it in our DM.
Oh, damn. It's serious then.
No, it's just confidentiality.
Makes sense. You'll be able to tell us eventually.
Not. I mean, maybe you can tell them. I just don't know if I can say this.
I just don't see how anything related to SPL TV could be involving confidentiality with you.
Here, I just wrote it in our private DM.
Okay, gotcha. I'm on my way. Oh, okay, yeah.
That is indeed something I cannot talk about, I think.
Yeah, fair. I didn't even notice him in it though.
If it's me, I would talk. I have no censorship.
No, I don't either, but I'm this is me protecting
Yeah,
someone
it's
else.
technically something that neither of us have access to. But yeah, I saw... Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, no, I had totally forgotten that he was even involved in that conversation, because I saw the other one, the red one,
Yeah.
who was like, wait a minute, aren't those Rick's shifts? Like,
Yeah,
and honestly, like, that warmed my heart, that he immediately, like, saw the time frames and was like, wait a minute. Like,
Yeah,
and knew, just immediately knew, like, that's Rick's shit. And I was like, that's fucking awesome. Like,
Yeah.
Props to Newen.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, fuck Bootops. And I've never not said fuck Bootops. I just didn't say it, like, on air because, out of respect for the team that we were both on. But, no, you want to talk about an unprofessional, shitty fucking piece of shit streamer? Fucking no shirt sitting in a goddamn garage while his mom is doing the fucking laundry in the background. Piece of fucking shit. Fuck that fat fuck.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Making a character, all stats start at 10, right?
Yeah, and then, I mean,
And then-
you get a lot of fucking customization from there.
And then boosts for race are you get are based off of race. So what if they when it says free? Do I just assign that wherever?
Yes, so basically, most races have 1 + 2, 1 - 2 that are assigned, and then 1 free, which can go to any of the remaining 4. Or you can just do +2 and +2 wherever you want, except they can't go both to the same.
Okay, so this one has plus dex plus charisma free minus wisdom.
Yep. If
makes
that's what it
sense?
gives you, then that's what you get.
Okay.
What race is that?
Then what? Goblin.
Goblins get plus charisma? What the fuck? I mean, I'm not complaining and I'm not denying, but I am surprised.
And that's a +2, right?
Yeah, all of the bonuses and penalties are +2. And until you hit 18. Because, like, when you get to level 5, then you get 4 boosts that you can apply wherever, except you can't put them in the same thing. And it's a +2 up to 18. It's a +1 once you are at or over 18.
Can I put the free into one that's already gotten a boost?
Not from a boost that it's at the same time.
Okay, so I can't put the free into dexterity on a goblin.
No. However, you will also get a boost for level 1 from your class, and you can put that into dex.
Okay.
Which is how Drusilla got 18 whiz at level 1. Because every time there's a set of boosts, wisdom is an option. And so, boom, they all go there, and then wherever else. You also, no matter what, cannot take anything above 18 at level 1.
Okay. So, is 6 hit points normal?
Basically, you're gonna start off with X number of hit points for your race. You're gonna add X number of hit points for your class, and there's no rolling involved. It is whatever your hit die would have been maxed out.
Okay.
And so, yeah, like, even at level 1, you technically have 2 hit die, because you get 1 for your race and then 1 for your class.
Okay.
And I think JT left us. Maybe he'll be back. Maybe he just disconnected. Or not. I don't know.
We shall see.
We shall see. And the cool thing about both of you guys is for your characters, you don't have to figure out how they're there at all because, well, you're the right-hand man and right-hand woman of the groom and the bride. So y'all are actually on the stage. You're also the closest ones to the things that are going on, and you both have good fucking perception, which is also important because y'all are gonna have to figure out what the fuck is going on. So,
do we like each other?
What?
Do we get along or do we dislike each other?
That is something that y'all two can figure out. I had been playing around with the idea because Drusilla is a worshiper of the sun goddess or god. I have, that's for Ben and I to figure out.
I might be playing Drusilla.
Huh?
I might not be playing Drusilla.
Okay. Well, if not,
We'll
that's
see
fine.
how this character building goes, but
But yeah, Drusilla and Kevin may or may not have ever actually met before. And Drusilla is definitely a worshiper of the sun goddess or god. Kevin may or may not be a worshiper of the moon god or goddess. By the way, Kevin, you and I have to figure out who you actually worship.
Okay.
I know your god's domains are truth, freedom, and protection. And that is literally all I have defined about your god, other than the fact that their favored weapon is shield.
I wonder if we can make one addition to my character or not.
What's that?
Since my character spent so much time at court, I feel like my character would know how to fish and hunt. But that's tied to survival, and I have a very low survival score of 2.
That is something that can definitely be added in later, or if there is a skill that you have that you would like to swap out for survival, I'm not opposed to it.
Okay.
Because I think I gave you both athletics and acrobatics.
You did.
If you want to swap one of those out for survival, I'm not opposed to that.
I think I do. Let me just think on which one, if that's okay.
Yeah,
I
no
just
problem.
I think the character would be better reflective of his context, because I mean I'm sure they hunt and fish at court.
What I was honestly thinking is, when I think of survival, I typically think of, wilderness and whatnot, which is something that he would have had less experience to.
Yeah,
and because
I know.
of his natural predilection of always feeling like he's not good enough, I leaned into athletics and acrobatics because of physical training to try and make sure that he can deal with any situation. But again, like, those are the least important parts of his character. They're very easily changed out.
What happens though if I focus on the social dynamics of the character more than his actual fighting shit?
Good question. I mean, he was never really meant to be a superior combat character. He is absolutely a support character. I mean, his favored weapon is a fucking... he does not have a weapon.
Well, he has a mace.
No, he doesn't.
It says he does in the character sheet.
Then that is not... Because when I first set it up, I put mace... And then I realized that is not actually... Drusilla has the mace. His weapon is shield.
Oh. So I basically don't fight?
No, you fight. You fight with a shield. Captain America style.
Shield bash.
Shield bash is your primary weapon, yeah.
Can I buy a weapon?
I mean, you can, but in all honesty, you're probably going to be better off just using your shield because that is your god's favored weapon, and therefore you do more damage with a shield than you would with similar weapons.
I feel like I should have some kind of blade.
Definitely probably a dagger at the very least.
Yeah, exactly, just for emergencies.
But I mean, your shield bash does D8. A dagger is D4.
Right, but I'm not talking about using the dagger in combat.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying you can't have a dagger. Although you're... Oh, no, you're not out of money, actually. Because
I have 10 silver pieces.
You have 10 silver and 1 gold.
How much is the dagger?
Cheap.
That's what I thought.
So I have a question, Rick. Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Are archetypes and backgrounds required?
I'm not 100% on that. If you don't want a background, I think you'd be fine without, but it does seem like that would hurt you overall.
I'm trying to think about where, what one would fit this character. Because I'm making a mage-ish character for the goblin. Ooh, that might be a good one.
All right, Kevin.
Yes.
Pull up the stream.
I can see it from here.
Okay. Do you see the top of the character sheet?
I see your scrap terracore.
Oh, that's right. Let me... Oh, fuck. Okay. No, it's... God damn it. Okay. Let me just do this then. Boom, boom. Okay. All right. I just put a PDF in the Roundtable Voice chat.
Okay.
That is the most updated version that I have of the proper character sheet for Fairheart. Look through that, because there's going to be some things on there that were not reflected in the Wanderer app thing.
Okay.
And that'll help you to kind of mesh where things are and get an idea of what I was going for. And again, I mean, it's your character, so feel free to change most anything.
Sure. Let me just open this up.
And most of the differences are not going to be on the first page. It's going to be like starting on page 2, a lot on page 3, and a little bit on page 4.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of shit that I had to add in manually because it wasn't covered within the app of the character creation process.
See, the thing is, there's a lot of differences here because you sent me an empty character sheet.
I sent you an empty character... What?
A blank one. So yeah, it's pretty different.
What the flying French fuck? And sending you that's not going to work because that's where it exists on my hard drive. Let's see, can I open this here? There we go. All right. Now I have it up on the screen share. I think. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So all of this shit should be accurate to what you already have, right?
Looks like it, yeah.
All right, how about down here? You got shield block, cooperative nature, retributive strike, student of the cannon.
I don't remember Student of the Cannon. But it might be there, yeah.
That's your background skill feat.
Okay. Oh,
And
yeah, I did have that. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, in your inventory, I got rid of the mace.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why you got 1 GP back.
Ooh.
And then you probably don't have anything under personality, right?
Not really, no.
All right, so attitude, self-doubt, beliefs, protect and serve, parentheses, but literally not like a cop. Campaign notes, Kevin is always unsure of himself, constantly worried about displeasing his deity or High Prince Tudor, and because of this he goes the extra mile in all tasks and berates himself over any perceived failure. Allies, High Prince Tudor, organizations, Alayar and Crown.
I can guarantee you the thing, man. If I will be playing this character. I can guarantee you that my playthrough, if I get far enough, is going to involve a crisis of faith.
And that's fine. That is part of the character.
Like, he might not be a paladin anymore by mid-campaign.
And that is exactly what I'm going for. When you realize eventually that Tudor is indeed a world-class piece of shit, it is going to shake you to the very core of your being. That is...
No, I think it's going to be the opposite way. But he's going to lose faith in his deity first, and that's going to be what makes him lose faith in Tudor.
Oh, okay. That's perfectly fine, too. Like, I don't care which way it happens, but yeah, that is part of the character arc that I have envisioned for him.
Yeah, it has to be. Because he has to become something else. Like, he cannot stay, in my mind, a support character. Like, he can stay a support character, but he has to it's like
It, it's
It's like
a
a
minor
ribbon
part
count,
of the campaign because none of this is actually focused on Tudor except for the relationship between Fairheart and Tudor. Like, Tudor is a minor character in the campaign for everyone except Fairheart.
what I'm saying is Fairheart needs to find himself.
Exactly. And that
by
is
finding
why I
by
have
fi-
written him the way that I have, is because that is the character arc that I want. Adding in the crisis of faith to it is an interesting aside that I hadn't really necessarily intended on, but I like it. But yeah, no, the whole Fairheart realizing that Tudor is a piece of shit, that is exactly what I have always wanted for the character.
Okay.
And honestly, I want Tudor to die, and I want Tudor to die by Fairheart's hand.
And see, that's the point at which he can't be lawful good anymore.
He could, depending on how much he realizes that Tudor is a piece of shit.
No, I think he'd have to become a true neutral.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that either. Like, again, once you start playing him, he's your character.
Yeah, but you can't be lawful and kill a monarch.
Yes, you can.
What?
Yes,
Depends
you
on
can.
how big of a tyrant the monarch is.
Exactly. And,
Okay.
and Tudor, his character arc gets worse. Like, he's already a piece of shit when we launch. He's just a very hidden piece of shit who still looks good to the masses.
Mm-hmm.
But then things start to come out over the course of the campaign.
Is Tudor, Fairheart, I have to be honest with you, I tend to play my characters quite eccentric. It sounds like he will work that way.
Yeah, I mean, he is very eccentric. He is continuously unsure of himself and, like, he's very, very eccentric.
No, but, like, I'm the kind of guy who's gonna, like, be like, I'm going fishing for the day.
I don't picture him as the kind of guy who would leave the party to go
Okay.
fishing. I could absolutely see him saying, you know
"Hey-
what,
hey,
that's too
guys."
dangerous, let's just go fishing.
Hey guys, you want to go fishing instead of fighting? Yeah.
But also, depending on, you know, what the alternate tasks are, because if it's something that is even remotely important, he's going to want to get it done, because he only feels good about himself when he is making active progress. And yet, he always doubts that he can make effective progress. And so that is his battle.
The thing is, though, like, in terms of his skill set, he's built to be a spy. Like, he has all the character attributes you'd want for a spy. Maybe the intelligence is a bit low, but everything else is there.
I never even thought about him from that point of view, but I don't hate it. I mean, he is the kind of the be all and end all is he is Tudor's right hand man. So
Wait,
he
but
could
now
be the
that-
one that Tudor sends out among the populace in less than stellar clothes to learn what's going on and ferret out any potential threats to the throne. I could
Right.
absolutely see that being the case.
Because I'm just saying that because now that I have expert level deception, I mean...
Wait, you have expert level deception? I didn't even give him deception.
Either that or society. I'm trained in one and I have expert in the other now.
I have a question about skills.
Yeah?
So, going through, I've got, I apparently gained guild lore and society, and I'm trained in society.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
It also says I'm trained in perception, trained in fortitude, reflex, and an expert in will.
Yep.
Those aren't skills.
Well, fortitude, reflex, and will are saves.
So what would those numbers be, or?
Trained is 2+ level, expert is 4+ level, master is 6+ level.
Okay, so expert is 4+ level.
Yeah, but again, if you're doing this on the Wanderer's Guide app, just go through all of it, and then once you're done creating the character, you can export character sheet, and it will auto-populate the proper character sheet for you.
Okay.
As far as Fairheart is concerned, honestly, like, I don't see deception as part of him at all. That is why his name is Fairheart. Like, he is honest to a fault. He's got a +3 deception because he has a 16 charisma, but he has no training, no experience, no actual abilities as far as deception is concerned. So I don't know where you got the trained in deception from. I did not give that to him. The expert would absolutely be in society.
It's from my dedication, the training in deception.
Oh. I would say, I'm not going to say you can't have that, but I would say there's probably another one that fits better, because deception is not what he does. Like, he is...
But if you're saying that he's an expert in society, but can't understand tutor, it's also very easy to say that he's trained in deception, but only for tutor's needs.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'll give it to you. Again, I'm not saying that you can't have it. Like, it's your level. Do with it what you will. I'm just saying, like, when I envision Tudor, I never pictured deception as part of it. But no, go for it.
I mean, it seems interesting, especially if the character is going to do a turn later.
Yeah, and honestly, like, it would become useful when you do realize what a piece of shit Tudor is, to be able to deceive him into thinking that you are still a loyal ally. Like, I don't hate the idea at all. It's just, really, like, it caught me by surprise. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, all good, homie.
And Ben, did you... Here, I'll repost it.
Oh.
Do you see in the beginning of the character select where there's a campaign thing?
I left that page. I'm now going through a different website that I to try and learn the system from the start.
Oh, okay.
So currently the character I'm making, so he's a goblin. His background is a highborn snoop. And his class is going to be witch.
Okay. And this is all Pathfinder 2 stuff?
Yes.
Alright, because witch is not in the core rulebook, which I'm, again, not saying you can't use it, just saying I don't know it. Haven't gotten there yet.
Advanced Player's Guide, page 94.
Okay. I have ordered Advanced the Ancestry Handbook, or whatever the fuck it's called. I should be receiving that within the next couple of days. I have not ordered Advanced Player's Guide yet.
Yeah. Archives of Nethys is what I'm working through.
All right. Yeah, I mean, and nothing is off limits for you. Build whatever the fuck you want, and then that will actually help me know what I need to order next.
Here's the thing. The NDGs.
Mm-hmm.
They left this guy behind as a spy / informant to basically keep an eye on things for when shit goes down.
That works. That also fits in with our currently extant storyline, and I dig it. So he's the one that they sent to the royal wedding.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because we already knew that they were sending someone. I have no problem with that at all.
Yeah. He has courtly graces as a skill feat that he gained from taking Highborn Snoop. And he has Guild War and Society training, so I don't think he'll be too bad in the court in being in the court.
Yeah. The only thing that you need to figure out for a new character is where he is going to be, because you already know how and why he's at the royal wedding, but where will he be in the crowd?
True. I also have to figure out his spellcasting, because which is interesting. It gives me a lot of parallels with 5th edition Warlock. Mostly because it has a patron. Which you can guess who the patron of this character is going to be.
Well, I if I have 5 yeses.
I was just doing them in general. I mean, they're basically their own little pantheon.
Yeah.
He also gets a familiar that's the one who teaches and facilitates their spellcasting. So I'll have to do some stuff with that as well. Alright. So I gain 5 and 3. Okay. Bells. Bells. Okay. So, question.
Yeah.
So my patron, I have to choose a spell list for the patron. since I'm not using a patron that's, you're going to be using a patron in the book, I have to choose a patron, a spell list to work off of. There
Pick
are
whatever the fuck you
5.
want. You know the NDGs far better than I do.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess because of the unique way they're doing it, I just go with any of them. Probably a cult.
Oh yeah, as far as what type, I would say they're probably a cult, maybe primal, maybe arcane. I guess they could also be divine because they are gods. So, I mean, really, whatever spell list you want, you can go with.
Mm-hmm.
I can make an argument for any of them.
I don't see primal because none of them are really druids. None of them really have a tie to nature, as far as primal goes.
Fair. That is, I will say
arcane.
though, that is one of the things that I first popped out to me about PF2 that I really enjoy, is the fact that it's not arcane divine, it's arcane divine occult primal.
Mm-hmm.
Like that seems much more realistic to me.
I have a question, one more question for you. How are undead considered in this world?
Elaborate.
Is animate undead an evil spell? I don't think I'm going to take it anyways, but it's something I want to know.
By some, yes. By some, no. That is really going to depend more on use and situation and the observer. Like, some people are going to be, just a straight up, no, that's wrong and is not acceptable. Some people are going to be more likely to understand it, and some people are going to be kind of ambivalent.
Okay.
And then there's going to be a bunch of people that just don't even understand it or know that it's a thing. Low-level magic is extremely common. Even the most untrained commoner has access to a cantrip.
So, currently the goblin's intelligence is 16.
Smart fucking goblin.
I haven't taken the, what's it, I haven't taken an archetype yet. I needed to pick a class before I did so I knew exactly what I needed to do. Or what I qualify for. Okay. All right, hey Rick.
Yeah.
I'll mess around with this a little more, on my own time. But I'm gonna have to head to bed. I have to work tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I figured that was coming soon. You have yourself a great night, get some rest, and I look forward to talking to you again next week and seeing what you've come up with.
No problem. I figure this character will be pretty easy to slot in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take it easy, dude.
All right. I'll see you guys later.
Cheers.
Have a good
Bye.
All right. I'm going to go piss real quick. I'll be right back.
I will animate this stream.
Yeah, also, feel free to take a look at what's going on the screen, and I've got 14 more spots on this bingo board to fill. You can tell what's going on with it, so think of ideas.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
You like it?
Yeah. One of them would be gives financial advice, like, just can't help himself, saying how bullish he is about something or whatever. Which I'd also call securities manipulation. I mean, is this pure Aggie bingo?
Yes.
Uses a metaphor or imagery involving his children or baby delivery. Do we want to put some ones that are hard to get or only ones that are easy?
Doesn't matter.
It'd be funny to put is not wearing his stupid blue polo shirt. Calls Rondon the clown, because when he calls Rondon the clown, I get a feeling that, like, he doesn't like Rondon.
No, Rondon, he calls Rondon the clown because Rondon's image is Ronald McDonald.
No, I 100% get that, but it doesn't sound like he's saying it in an endearing manner.
True.
That's what I mean. He doesn't seem to really like anybody.
How about that? Derision to own staff.
Yes. Derision to own staff is very good.
And instead of not blue polo shirt, we'll put blue polo shirt. Because in all honesty, I do kind of want people to look at this and say, I've got 25.
Yeah. I mean, an obvious one is ask questions he knows the answers to. Like, if we're talking about being condescending to players, an interesting, like, addendum to that would be complaining about players complaining, which he does all the time. Like, oh, I'm gonna get all these messages, blah blah blah. Why don't you have just delivered this or that? I mean, another one is flat out just tells a lie. But that's subjective. Hey, by the way, Were we supposed to record Whisker Whispers after?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
I'll
that
be
was up
honest.
to you because you have been the one that's had a week. So,
Yeah, no, it's actually not that. It's that it's so hot, I genuinely feel ill.
okay. If you're not up to it, then the answer is no.
Unless I feel better in the next like hour. I'm trying to stay up for Hollow's stream because, it's
Oh, and you missed it earlier, but this is actually part of our conversation. During his stream, I am going to change my name, and I am going to redeem 6 Town Hall shoutouts. What do you think I should change my name to? My best idea was... fuck, I don't even remember. It was,
Aggie Beta Cuck.
No, it was, oh, Aggie has wronged us. Or Aggie should apologize, or something like that. Steve said that they probably wouldn't actually read that, and that what I might be best off trying to get away with is when new CEO.
I don't know if they'd read that. Although Steve would know better than I would. When SEC. What could it be though?
Because, like, what I really want is I want some admission that he is a piece of shit, or that he is responsible. Like, I want some kind of account of fucking ability. Like, that's what I'm shooting for.
His real name is Jesse Reich, right?
Yes.
JR lied. Like JR.
People aren't going to get that, though. Because they would think I was talking about J.R. Smith.
Yeah. And you can only change your name once during the thing, right?
Once for 60 days.
And you can't obviously you can't multi-account it. Okay.
I kind of can. I do have something like 100K on another account.
Okay. So you have 2 shots. Promises were made.
That's a pretty good one. All right, what do you think about this one? Or pull up or look at the stream.
I am, but I can't remake it out.
All right, it says Jesse aggroed Reich. Condescension to players. Failure to deliver on promises. Overhyped developments. Cross promotion with irrelevant outsiders. Push and shove. Lack of accountability. Irresponsibility. Land. Burn more of your own assets. Let's kill off rewards. Boss monsters. Inappropriate financial advice. Free square. Securities manipulation. Childish imagery. Blue polo shirt. Derision to own staff. Whale food. Ask questions to which he knows the answer. Please pay for our mistakes. Complain about players complaining. Complain about players praising. Lies on top of lies on top of lies. No apologies. No remorse. When SEC?
Flywheel's missing.
Yeah, it is. What should I replace with flywheel? No, you know what? We can just do that here.
Flywheel go.
No, that would be too much. People wouldn't get that.
People will be able to RNG the bingo sheet, right?
No, this is just me posting it into the meme community.
Oh, that's funny. I wonder if Steve's gonna check the meme community on stream.
I hope so. And I've already told him, like, no, I'm perfectly fine with him not allowing me to be in voice, and y'all are still welcome to use my voice channel. Oh, welcome back, Steve.
I told him I wouldn't go on either.
But I will be in the audience, and I will not be in the audience for any shows except his.
Ooh. Have you made a decision regarding your assets?
Yeah, they're mostly already listed.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I have more assets than I thought. Like, not counting the land, market values like $1,000.
I think that's an overambitious valuation of your land.
Holy shit, you're back.
I said he is back.
I didn't hear things because I'm not feeling good. Ugh.
That's what happens when you eat a whole pizza.
Your voice is so ASMR, I can't hear you over the fan.
Honestly, like, I'm thinking I should order a fucking pizza, but it's 1:46 a.m., so I probably can't.
You don't want to put the delivery driver through that.
No, I
You don't
don't
have,
think
like-
that there's actually anything within delivery range that would still be open.
You don't have 24-hour pizza?
Not in fucking Podunk-ass Florida, no.
No.
If I was in Real City-ass Florida, maybe, but...
I would think you'd be especially likely to have it in Podunk-ass Florida.
Alright, posted the bingo sheet.
Do I even want to look at the community anymore?
Yeah, Steve, I think we're gonna need to not do Whisker Whispers tonight
Okay. Well,
because I feel like shit, like physically.
isn't
like-
the land to brace myself on? Jesus.
And I'm evidently staying up for what promises to be a most epic of streams tonight. But yeah, like the heat is so intense that I think it's made me physically ill. Like I have a 2-liter flask of water here, and I'm like almost halfway through it. I think I'm super dehydrated.
Nursing yourself on water.
Come again?
Nursing yourself away on water.
Yeah. I'm literally drinking it from a nipple.
I knew that. Be back again in a second.
When your body's like craving water and just wants to keep drinking it, if you're certain you don't have rabies, wait, or are you afraid of water when you have rabies?
Yeah, if you got rabies, then you cannot drink water without extreme troubles.
Oh, okay. Well, if I'm like halfway through 2 liters of water in 20 minutes, and still want to drink more. That probably means I'm dehydrated, right?
Probably, yeah.
And if my skin feels very warm to the touch, I probably have heat exhaustion, don't I?
Maybe. Or you could just have a fever.
No. I mean, it's like 35 degrees here.
But what is your temperature?
Feels pretty normal. Heat is so unpleasant. I had to call my insurance company earlier, and I was spelling my last name. And, you know, I try to use the native phonetic. Sometimes I forget them and use random ones. I swear to God, like, I was so out of it on the phone, so my filter was even less than usual. The first weird thing I said was "you" as in unicorn, and then I'm like, wait, I mean uniform, and she like laughed, and then I was saying, sorry, it's really hot, I'm out of it, and she was like, oh, I like the heat, blah blah blah, and I'm like, oh man, I'm like a big guy with a giant beard, and she's like, well, if I had a beard, I might not like the heat. And then I go, yeah, my beard is like down to, and then I like think, I'm like, yeah, it's nipple length. And then like the conversation, like she just started giggling. And she, at the end, she thanked me for a fun call.
Sounds like a perfectly reasonable phone call, to be honest.
And no, I mean, yeah, because she obviously had a sense of humor, but some people don't.
And you know what? Fuck those people. You're the customer, so...
You know who I really want to say fuck you to is that bitch at the BMO, Bank of Montreal, today at Westbrook Mall here in Calgary, whom I had a pleasant interaction with. I was even speaking Slovak and she was speaking Ukrainian back to me. And then it comes time for me to discuss my Bravo 98 status. And she's like, she's trying to like, she goes in the back. Bravo 98 basically means that I can't use the ATM to deposit a check, which makes no sense. Like, it just rejects my check, and I don't have the, like, check deposit app on my phone anymore. And the online banking center tells me there's no reason. Okay. Just last time. So I'm like, online banking, call them. They're like, you need to go to the branch and say you need to get standard 101 at a minimum, because you're eligible for more than that, but you need standard 101 at least. They might not want to give you more because you're new to Calgary and they don't know you. I'm like, that's fine. I'll go to the bank. She goes to the back, talks to her manager, and she had like a thick European accent, Eastern European accent. I could barely make it out. That's why I started talking to her in Slovak. She comes back and she's like, just like, yes, come back and talk about this in maybe 6 months or a year, okay? I'm like, excuse me? She's like, yes, you've only been client since December 2022.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the fucking thing. Like, okay, so just in case there's anyone who cares listening, I'm like, no, I've been client since 2012. I pull out my fucking brokerage statement, like literally show an email from 2016 for my like broker at the bank. And she goes to see a guy in the back, and this is where it really fucking pisses me off. She goes to see this dude who's obviously the fucking manager or a financial advisor, either one, but he clearly has power. And he's wearing a fucking name tag and a suit. She goes to see this motherfucker, talks to him outside in an office, and then comes back to me and it's like, yeah, nothing we can do. Call online banking, come back in 6 months or a year. I'm like, well, can I speak to a manager? I would really just like to understand what's going on. And she's like, no. Okay, well, I'm like, is that your manager? And she's like, she looks at the guy, and I'm literally pointing at it, and she goes, no. And then I basically become very insistent. This dude, she goes to see him again. He finally comes to the desk. So the guy she just literally lied to my face about not being the manager fucking comes. Like, what kind of customer service is that? It's almost like Aggie's giving customer service.
Yep.
You should have just said that I'm going to take my business elsewhere.
They don't give a fuck. And the thing is, Steve, to be honest with you, the reason they didn't give a fuck was that he's being really condescending till I made it clear to him that I wasn't a dumbass. And then he became much more serious. Like, because my profile was only showing a checking account with, like, it might have had $0 in it before I deposited these checks today. and then a USD account with, like, maybe a few $100s in it. It wasn't showing all my banking stuff. And it's almost as if he didn't believe me that I had been a client since 2012 and that I was trying to scam him. And he starts telling me that a profile is like a snapshot of a person, and he's like saying, like, you know, your name is Kevin Dushka. Is that okay to say it like that? I'm like, yeah, dude, you can say it however you want. So apparently, like, the system takes these snapshots of people, but sometimes there can be multiple snapshots of the same person. So I pull out my fucking phone and I go to my brokerage account and I just show him my brokerage screen and the value of my brokerage account, and his attitude shifts entirely. It's like, what kind of fucking douchebaggery do we have to put up with?
You know what you should do? You should take a screenshot of the brokerage account, and whatever your balance is, then also Photoshop in like a negative 90% over the last year, so it makes it look like it was even bigger at some point. So you're just showing him lost porn?
I'm too proud to do that. I get I get better returns than Bernie Madoff. So it's like Bernie Madoff was giving 11% a year to his clients. Like, I've historically averaged 12 to 15. But I am very high risk.
Yeah, it's 12 to 15% because one investment went 1,000x and all the 300 others went negative 90.
Yep.
It's funny because you're not entirely wrong. It's not to that point, but I mean, when you're playing with biotech startups, yeah, there's a lot of volatility. I mean, my greatest play this year was buying a fucking stock called Cosmos Holding when it was a penny stock, watching it go up to $18 because of like fake hype, selling it at like 15 something, and then shorting it all the way back down. I shorted it back to $4.20.
Nice.
Well, it was actually $4.27, but and now it's in the dollar range, so I should have kept shorting it. God, I feel horrendous. Like, I think the trip to get the
Set
ice cream...
7 alarms and go take a nap.
No,
that way you can
that's
feel better for Holozor's stream and actually fucking wake up for it, unlike last night.
Well, no, the thing is, I if I go to bed, I'm not gonna wake up for it. Like, I took a brief nap earlier and told Meredith like to wake me up if I didn't get up, and like I had Reveille on, Reveille as you call it or whatever, and yeah, it didn't wake me up. I'm at the point where I just need to stay up. It's just like I'm non-functional. I'm neck beard on the floor mode because it's even fucking hotter upstairs. It's so fucking hot. Meredith had to take a sleeping pill last night. Oh, Rick, we spoke about you today. She goes, I'm speaking to her in the fucking car, and she goes to me, "Wait, you have a podcast?" and like she knows of you gentlemen, but like it's kind of like a thing where like, you know, like every time I discuss you guys, a new element of background is added. And in your case, Rick, like she didn't know that you were a Marine. and two things stood out to me. And again, she's she was quite tired and heat exhausted too, and still not feeling ideal. But the first weird thing was she's like she didn't believe me at first that there were officers in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, I got that in the chat.
Okay, I already brought that up. Okay,
but
and she was then very insistent on why were you never at Langley? Or no, sorry, it was Quantico. She said Quantico duty station, and I'm like, because he was on the West Coast and then he went to fucking Okinawa.
Vice versa. And no, I was never West Coast.
Oh, well, I know you went to boot camp where, in Michigan?
Parris Island, South Carolina.
Parris Island isn't. I thought Parris Island was in California.
No.
And then I know you were at Camp Lejeune, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is North Carolina.
Yeah. You were in Okinawa.
Is it
Yes.
North Carolina Reaper?
That was the sad horn turned into a didgeridoo just for you, sir.
But she was clearly out of it because she, we were having this conversation on my deck, and she goes she's like basically
underneath?
Sorry?
With the bobcat underneath?
No, it's nowhere to be seen today. Maybe it's because it's so fucking hot. Maybe it's in a hole.
Or maybe it died of heat exhaustion.
No, I'm pretty sure they know what to do. I'm sure it's gonna be bad.
Just because you know what to do doesn't mean that you actually did it. I mean, look at Aggie.
Oh wait, don't you need to change your is your time slot started yet?
No, that's in an hour.
Because
I was never Splinterlands TV tonight.
No, but don't you need to at when that time comes to switch to the Splinterlands category and call the stream?
That's not tonight. That's Monday night.
Oh right, God, yeah, and then you call the stream Splinter Not Land TV.
No, just Splinter TV because there is no land.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait. You're not going to do it on Saturday morning, are you?
Yeah.
You're going to get up and do it?
Yep.
Dude, if I'm still up, I'll join you. But I don't know if, it depends what my sleep schedule is.
Yeah, no, and I get that. I never expect y'all to join on Saturday morning. I know it's a fucking rough schedule.
Well, I mean,
I have to deal with it.
5 a.m. my time, so I'm still up sometimes.
No, it's 7 a.m. your time.
Oh, it's 9 your time?
Yeah, 9 to 11.
Oh. Yeah, then that's why I'm often falling asleep to it. Steven, have you made any edits to your thing, or
What thing?
the thing you're doing on your show tonight?
No, I'm going to be turning off my web computer now, though.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Fancy dancy.
It's what time is it where you are, Rick?
2:03 a.m.
So it's 12. It's
2:30 for him.
It's 3:30 for Holazar.
3:30.
3:30.
Yeah, I know how to do Holazar time zone.
I thought you were 12 and a half hours off, not 13 and a half.
3:30.
1.5 hours plus 12 hours off my computer if it's not set to the right time zone.
What a way for you to tell time. Jesus.
Right?
It works though. I always know what time it is where Holazar is.
If only you knew what time it was anywhere else.
Exactly. Oh man. Oh, by the way, I guess you also read that I acquired web3gamer.com today?
Yeah. Although you
Did
spelled
you
3 wrong.
Don't fuck with me.
I mean, it should just be 3.
Yeah, that was unavailable. I figured that this was good enough.
Yeah.
What about goodenough.com?
And
That's
and
probably worth
like
it.
I thought you said
And-
like 3.5 months ago, I'm gonna get dragonmemories.io tomorrow.
I forgot. I need to do that. And the .com and the thing, because now I can also host it too. I can host. My plan. I can host 100 websites. Like literally 100. And I'm probably gonna be setting up my own server in the next couple of days. So. You could always use my tiny little server for testing purposes if you want. I still like Holzor's idea that I put all my computers on racks.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh. I am in. How was work today, Rick?
Kind of crazy. Like,
Why?
it wasn't super busy, but it was like every single fucking order that came in was like the most involved and intricate shit. So I didn't finish with my fucking like pre-work prep list until 8:45.
God damn. So you were doing prep as you were cooking?
Yeah, in between orders and shit. Like it was just fucking ridiculous.
Like that's bad. Like not your fault bad, but like bad.
Yeah,
And stressful.
very.
Like, did you have all your Mii's ready? Like, and were you just adding to it, or did you have to do some of your Mii's on blast like live?
Some of it was live.
Oh fuck!
Yeah,
do
it
you
was a kind of ridiculous day.
Do you do chef's Mii's too?
Yes and no.
You do some of his Mii's, basically.
I
Yeah.
like how in the kitchen, chef never has a name. It's just chef.
It is, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, at least for me, because I do things properly.
So do you say yes, chef, or we chef?
I say yes, chef, because we're not fucking frogs.
Yeah, but there are fucking kitchens in America, in English places, where they say we chef.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But
that's when it's a tiny, short chef with no stature.
Let's get the horn going.
I mean, relative to Rick, you could probably say that to most chefs.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Because can you imagine how obnoxious it would be him looming over you saying, "We chef"?
I wouldn't mind being a chef if I didn't have to be in the kitchen cooking.
Yeah, that's where he's trying to go. That's why, like, I had yesterday off because he's training somebody new, so that he doesn't have to be on the line cooking.
And who would be in charge of the kitchen?
Well, him still. He's going to be the manager of the entire place, because also remember that the owner is pregnant with his child, and so is about to be out of commission.
But I mean, if he's not in the kitchen all the time, doesn't someone need to be like the executive chef?
No, he
Or
would
was
be
he-
the executive chef, and it would basically be a sous chef role. That
Yeah,
would be.
you know how when you buy international beer and it's like bottled under the supervision of XYZ company,
Yeah.
XYZ company, that's what would happen.
But my question is, would Rick be the supervisor?
Remains to be seen. That is kind of like what I was getting at when I was asking him questions today about how things were going to work, and he did not really answer. So.
Maybe he wants to, like, you're obviously more experienced than the other person's going to be. Maybe he wants to do that and not pay you more.
Not really. I'm actually, not only am I less experienced than the other guy, he is less experienced than the other guy. He When he got his first job in a kitchen as a dishwasher, the other guy that just got hired was a line cook in that kitchen.
Are you kidding me? That's insane.
Not at all.
So the only difference is that chef went to culinary school?
No, he did not.
Then why the fuck he's chef?
Because
he
he's been
owns
in
the
a
place.
kitchen for 20 plus fucking years.
And he owns the place, so he can do what he wants.
He does not own the place.
You said co-owns or co-runs.
No, he does not co-own the place.
He knocked up the co-owner.
He knocked up the owner. But he was the chef under the previous owner and is just still there.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But he's been the chef there for a good while, and he worked his way up to being the chef. Not culinary school or anything, just through learning and being awesome. And, I mean, he's a great fucking chef. Like,
what was the relationship between the current owner and the previous co-owner?
they can't stand each other.
Oh, okay.
And it's not previous co-owner, it's previous owner.
Right.
Like, there's no co-ownership at all. It's one owner, one owner, one owner.
Okay.
And he
What
is
if you were
the
to-
chef.
What if you were to tokenize the restaurant and distribute the ownership on, say, a blockchain mechanism?
Then it would probably be a fucking scam.
And then the SEC came in to dine one evening, and you served them up a plate that was called land, and it had nothing on it.
Sounds like something
Then-
Aggie would do.
Yeah, I was gonna say then the chef was probably Jesse Wright. Right. And you know what? It might have even been the fourth one. I'm trying to figure out the meme to make that joke with.
I need to stop treating this Allen key as a fidget spinner. I'm going to break something.
Yeah.
As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters.
I mean, it's not one of those shitty little Allen keys that's like comes with a piece of IKEA furniture. It's, I don't know, it feels like it could be an automotive tool.
Oh, so it's like one of those heavy duty Allen keys you could probably kill someone with?
Yeah, it's milled, not stamped.
Ooh. How much is this Allen key worth?
I don't know. It came with something I got at some point in the past, but you can very clearly tell it's milled, not stamped.
More than a land plot?
Yes. Wait, what does that say on the box?
Hey, maybe you got it with a building in a box.
No,
Oh no, it would be stamped.
it wouldn't even be
It
stamped.
would be tramp stamped.
It would be like those cardboard models that are flat packed inside a box.
Yes.
God damn, I fucking love you guys.
Oh, we love you too. I still have 2 fucking bar stool. Well, really overpriced kitchen island stools. That I did not assemble yet because I only assembled one of the 3 that we bought. And yes, we only bought 3 for some reason.
It's so you can sit one bar stool away from the people that you love most in your own house.
Well,
That's why
Meredith
they
was
come in packs of 3.
the weird thing about this is that they literally come in packs of 2. And when we went to we had to go pick it up at a random warehouse out of town. And when we got there, I'm like, the guy had to literally take the other stool out of the box and just put it in another box. I'm like, what are you gonna do with that one? Since it's not in the box. He's like, this is the place where we sell the stuff that's the surplus and the stuff that's been returned. Since this is now an unboxed item because you didn't buy it, we're just gonna assemble it and probably sell it for $20. And we're talking about fucking bar stools that were $249.99.
You should have been like, hello, I'd like to return this bar stool and purchase that one. I'm also happy to wait for you to assemble it.
I really wonder if I would have slipped him a 50 if he would have just let me take it. Part of me thinks who wouldn't?
I mean, having island bench stools is just pretentious.
It's just what? Pretentious?
Yeah.
That's one way of seeing it. When we bought them, we had no furniture because our moving truck was over a month late. And they charged us like $3,000. Fuck Meldrum. Fuck Aggie. Fuck Splinterlands. I'm angry, boy. I will not say things in the chat.
Oh, speaking of the chat, do you notice the last thing in the chat on my stream?
Are you asking Halzor or me?
You.
No, let me see.
Not in the actual chat, but like in the window of the chat that I have up on my stream.
The rogue play thing?
Yeah.
I saw that.
Wait, what?
Somebody
Someone's
hit
like
rogue
rogue.
fetch in my chat after I finished streaming.
That's fucking hilarious.
That is fucking hilarious. Like, I was not even streaming at that point.
So
Like, you can see where
Splinterlands-
Walk the Grid said night-night, only he
Yep.
put 9-9 instead. Like, that was where I actually cut it. And then after I hit stop streaming, for some reason Nightbot kept going, and then Naznora hit rogue fetch, and I saw it come in, and I just laughed.
Well, Naznora is playing with Rogue like 24/7.
Splinterlands TV has only 48 viewers.
Damn.
Yeah, it's about what we expected.
Yeah.
People like, and presuming like I do that half of those are bots. Like,
I don't
That's
think so
quite a-
anymore. There's no giveaways, so there's no reason to bot.
oh, but wait, no. I saw when I briefly watched earlier to look at the chat after we spoke about the chat there. I saw that someone was doing a giveaway.
I mean, there are still some commons being given away, but it's only commons now. And I could be wrong about this. I'm no longer part of the team, but the Summoner Summer ended when the Gold Foil Kitty was won. And then they basically they have allowed it to go for a few hours or days beyond that, but only with commons. And now I think it's actually completely done.
Oh wow!
But again, I don't know. I don't know nothing.
And I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
It's like one less window.
It's like the only thing I'm sad about is that I don't get to stream without giveaways. Like, I was actually looking forward to my first stream after Summoner Summer was done, where I wouldn't have to deal with people bitching about giveaways.
But I presume people are still bitching about giveaways.
Of course.
And don't some streamers give away their own shit anyway?
Yeah.
A few. Not many.
Axel does, right? I think.
Lots of people do. I did for a little bit when I used to stream on my personal channel. I could give half the DEC that I'd win.
Really?
But
Yeah.
that was back when you would win DEC.
Yeah, you
Oh.
win like
That was a while ago.
17 DEC per game. Or something like that.
I mean, was it at Peg?
It probably was above.
Yeah, it was above.
Really?
When DEC was what you got, yeah, it was above. And you were getting shit tons because it was above, because it was an algorithmic issuance, which is why we got such overproduction and why we ended up having fucking 7 billion in circulation, is because in order to drive the price down when it was overvalued for the SPS airdrop, so everyone was buying it, they were producing more of it per win and then that
Oh,
was why.
God.
Yeah, it got crazy.
You know who I blame for this?
It's
Aggie.
self-inflated.
Aggie. Blame Aggie.
All right, so what are we gonna? So I have actually. Let me pull this account up real quick.
Oh, hang on. So I was talking to Kevin about this last night. That my stream tonight is going to be my 15-step plan to saving Splinterlands.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to know what the 15th step is?
Yes.
Following marketing campaigns, if Splinterlands TV has less than 250 concurrent viewers on Twitch, close down Splinterlands TV.
Okay.
That's
And-
after 14 other steps have been completed.
And when we're measuring concurrent viewers, is this like a rolling average or?
Constant minimum.
So you're basically saying close Splinterlands TV.
Because we've never had 250 viewers.
Yeah. But if my battle plan, which won't be executed, were to be executed, and Splinterlands couldn't support 250 concurrent viewers on Twitch, then there'd be no point in it because it wouldn't be able to support anything.
But no one would ever want to watch Splinterlands content for that long.
I mean, I'm going to go look at the competition right now. Let's see, Hearthstone.
Like I mean, basically
Hearthstone
when I
isn't
hear
really
you saying this,
competition,
it's like
but,
you might as well just shut it down now.
how many things does Hearthstone have? Wow. Hearthstone has 4,000 concurrent viewers. Magic the Gathering has 1.3k concurrent viewers.
Magic the Gathering has a channel?
No, but as a
Category.
yeah.
Pokemon trading card game, 19
That-
viewers.
Like
Get
that could
wrecked.
be over 10,000.
No, 19 viewers. Get wrecked.
Oh, Pokemon Go. Oh, whatever the Pokemon game where you throw the balls and capture the creatures in like the real world.
That's Pogo.
Oh, it had like 7,000 viewers for the World Championships last week.
There's a World Championships for Pogo?
Yeah, in Japan.
Some Yu-Gi-Oh game, 2 viewers.
Damn, seems like Twitch as a whole is going down. Like, I would expect all of those categories to have, as
so
categories, to have significantly more.
But based on that, you'd want Splinterlands to have at least 10% of the audience size of Hearthstone. So
That seems like a very arbitrary number.
1% of the audience of Hearthstone. So if it has less than 60 concurrent viewers, I'd shutter it.
Why 1%? That also seems arbitrary.
Because if you capture 1% of the digital trading card marketplace, that's still an enormous amount of money. Right now, I'd say Splinterlands has less than 1% of the digital trading card place. I'd say it has less than 1/10 of a percent.
Really? Well, that's good to hear.
In terms of audience and daily active users compared to something like a Hearthstone or a Magic the Gathering. There's also probably not an enormous overlap of people who play Hearthstone and who want to watch Hearthstone content.
There's also that other game on ETH or Immutable X. What's it called?
Gods Unchained.
Yeah, that one. That normally has quite a few viewers. I'd be curious to see how many concurrent viewers Warsaken has compared to Splinterlands.
Does anyone even stream it?
But the metric I would be using, Steve, is the number of new users that are onboarded as a result of Splinterlands TV. And that number is likely to be nil.
There was a couple of referrals I had thought.
Really?
Hmm.
Well, when Web3 Gamer writes articles about Splinterlands, believe you me, it's going to post them with a referral code.
Look at dashboard. I wanted to look at the active daily player counts.
So I have, on my alt account, I have 3 Town Hall shoutouts. On my main, I have 6.
Damn. I mean, you know,
on average, each day, there's about 6 spell books purchased.
That's pathetic.
That's far more than I would have thought by
Really?
about 800%.
But it is an enormous far cry from what it once was.
What was it like in December 2022 when I got mine?
Well, in the last 6 months, 2,192 spell books have been purchased. So 6 times by 30 divided by 2,192, so 2,192. Oh God, I'm bad at maths. Average of 12 a day.
Yeah.
So that's what, $120 a day?
Yeah.
It's by 180. That's still 22 grand.
22 grand in total revenue over 6 months.
In spellbook sales.
Yeah. That's actually terrible. Like, that's not even... I mean, Splinterlands probably pay their employees like shit, but, I mean, like, that's like 1/5 of a full stack dev's, if that.
Sign-ups are 210 daily average if you're selling 12 spellbooks.
Your conversion rate is basically, shit, 5%?
4 point something.
God damn. That's terrible. That is much worse than I would have ever thought.
This is publicly available data.
No, I'm sure it is. It's on chain. Spellbooks are non-transferable too, right?
Activate marketing campaigns with a view to double conversion rates from sign-ups to spellbooks to in excess of 15%.
Your goal is 15%?
I don't know what a good conversion rate is.
A good conversion rate is above 40.
Yeah, well, 15%'s A good start, because you have to get through 15 on the way to 40.
So basically, this is like how to make Splinterlands mediocre rather than just terrible.
Mm. Oh, these people are like, yeah, I want these cards. And it's like a few of my gold foil summoners.
Oh. Are these people in Mav chat or outside of it?
DMing me now.
Hmm. These people don't really sound serious.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize that someone's not going to have 50,000 US dollars lying around.
Some people might.
But he just sent me a screenshot of my collection with 4 cards selected. It was worth like $300. I don't want to go to the effort of selling shit piecemeal.
Yeah. It's a bit of a pain in the tit.
Yeah, I mean, if I was selling my entire Rift Watchers set,
If you're what?
if I was selling every one of my Rift Watchers cards as a batch, it would be a different story.
Yeah.
Because entire Rift Watchers is $5,000.
That's it?
Yeah.
Maxed out.
And
Yeah.
you spent what,
And
10
loose
on it,
ones.
right?
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
it was 2,000 packs at $5 plus a voucher each.
Yeah. But that was all free SPS.
But still,
Yeah.
like just thinking about the actual numbers involved here, like
That Chaos Legion is worth 4.2. My dice set's worth 2.7. Untamed, I have 19 grand worth of untamed cards.
Damn.
Reward
Which-
cards, 9 grand. Promo, just under 6. Beta, just under 4. And alphas, 2.4.
Wow.
Fire data inspect.
actually, let's fucking just pull that off of there and put it there. That way I don't. Keep
I feel like I want
fucking-
I feel like I want to hire someone as my seller's agent where they can just sell it for me and try to achieve the highest price and they can have like 3% of the proceeds.
Dibs.
I was about to say, I think you're underestimating a seller's agent fee.
What, real estate agents operate on 1.5%?
I would be fucking thrilled to sell your shit for 3%.
In Canada, in Quebec, real estate agents operate normally on 5 to 6%, splitting that two
I'm
ways.
just calculating what that would be worth, Rick. It'd be $1.5 if you got 48 grand for my cards.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
I'll do it. Because honestly, like, this is something that like Kevin and I have been talking about. Like he kept asking about like what my shit is worth and if I really want to sell it. And I've been thinking more about it. It's like the quicker I sell it, the quicker I can actually put that towards paying a dev for Dragon Memories.
oh.
Like if I think that's exactly what I want to do. Is like every penny that I pull out of Splinterlands is going into Dragon Memories. Like I'm not
Front end or back end?
I'm not wanting to pull it out to fiat.
Okay. But are you trying to get a front end or back end dev?
I don't know the difference, sir.
The front end dev designs the user interface. The back end dev, in your case, would be designing like the game logic and the smart contracts.
I would imagine that the back-end dev is what I need first, right? There's no point in developing a user interface for a game that doesn't exist.
Well, it depends if you're prototyping or not. The problem with back end or full stack devs is that there's a shortage of them and they're like $200 an hour. Front end devs are quite a bit cheaper. Also, there's another rug today.
The other problem is that front end devs and back end devs don't always talk to each other.
No. That's why I think everyone should be a full stack dev.
That's what that way they get on the skateboard and hurt themselves every single time.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I don't want to be a dev. I don't want to do that as work. Well, I don't think I do, but like I don't see the point in learning front end stuff if I don't learn back end stuff.
Yeah, because you need to know how to connect the dots.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to be like just a front end dev. But I've barely done any back end stuff. I mean, can Java ever really be back end?
It's both.
It is, but it feels like front end. Even though I guess the procedural world generation I've done, for example, would be back end theoretically. I was thinking of coding a tool for fucking Pathfinder or D&D. I mean, I'm sure there are like hundreds of them on the market.
Thousands.
But no, but like I have dice rolling tools. Sorry?
There's tons of those.
Oh, I know, but this one would be customized to my preferences.
In other words, cheating.
No. I like the idea, and sure it probably exists, of basically, like, you have the app and all the players connect to, like, the same session, and they actually get to, like, push the button to roll their dice, but the DM, like, sees everything, etc. So you'd all just be logged into the same session, for example?
I mean, I would probably be using the Rollbot for Discord or whatever VTT we end up using for the actual game, which may or may not be Roll20 because I don't really feel like paying the subscription fee for it.
Well, let's Roll20.
A virtual
It's
tabletop.
brilliant. Yeah, brilliant service.
Oh, so it's not something that I can just try to code for you?
I mean, the dice rolling thing you could probably get done, but the virtual tabletop, I would say, is number one, beyond your skills. Number two, beyond your ambition.
Okay, because I have no idea what it even is. But beyond my skills is definitely right. Especially if it's like
also I honestly don't think you would like to even take on the challenge of trying to make a virtual tabletop, because it's exactly what it sounds like. All of the maps, all of the character information, all of the everything that happens on a tabletop happens on a virtual tabletop.
Oh god, that sounds awful. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I
No.
meant by beyond your ambition.
I want to literally just build a dice rolling app.
But
Will
there's
you
no
charge?
need because that's already included in any VTT we're going to use. And even if we don't do a VTT, if we just play over Discord, there's already bots for that too.
Oh no, that's all good. I just want to design one though.
Oh, okay.
because-
Well, I'm not trying to talk you out of it.
No, I don't need anyone to ever use it or anything.
It's a good
I ju-
exercise to teach you about objects.
Exactly. That's the main reason why. And it also gives you the chance to play around with some visual stuff that I otherwise might not be touching.
Oh, we're about to
Right.
hit 11 billion total food generated.
God damn it, and I haven't even... I mean, I have built dark mode into the next version of the game, but something's broken in it right now. And it's almost like I just feel like reverting back to this version and then recoding it and maybe introducing pollution in the next build instead of the current one. Because it's when I added pollution that all my functions got fucked up. And I can't find the fucking line of code that's fucking shit up. And fucking debugger's not telling me anything. Well, debugger doesn't know what I'm trying to do.
Is there a program called Thonny for JavaScript?
I don't know.
Because there's a Python program called Thonny, and what
Okay.
it does is it steps through your code as the interpreter would interpret it, and
Mhm.
it breaks down the execution line by line. You can see everything that it's doing.
Oh.
Hang on, I will share my screen when I find my Discord window.
That's actually a pretty cool tool.
It's a fantastic learning tool. Share my screen. Sharing. Thonny. Okay, you should be able to see the Thonny window now. Let me open a script here. So here is, can you see the code now?
Mhm.
So this is a blackjack game that I coded.
Oh, cool.
And play another game. Yes. Welcome to blackjack. So blah, blah, blah. Your cards are 9-10. Current score is 19. Dealer cards hit yes to hit or no to stand. Yeah, I'll stand. I won. Play another game. And it basically loops.
Mm-hmm.
But if I do debug current script, I can do a resume. I'm going to resize this window. Hopefully that changed the size of the window there. Run current script. Oh, where is it? Stop. Turn off debug. Okay, so step into. So it goes one step by step.
Oh.
So there's function, there's the main loop. Then while input play another game equals y, play game. So now it's going, okay. That's the case. It's looking for play another game equals y. Then you can see in the console it's got play another game. I input yes, so y equals y. Then step into.
Oh.
Determines that that is true. It then invokes the play game. So it goes to the play game function. It steps into that. It sees that the arrays are empty. The game is not over. It deals a card for the player.
This is an
Then it goes
elegant
to the-
code.
Then it goes to the deal card algorithm. Select something from the array randomly. After it figures out what's in the array. Random choice. Goes and pulls the random library. Returns 8. So it adds 8 to that list. Then it goes grabs one for the dealer. Again, you can see the individual
This is cool.
steps. Then it goes 7. And then it does that process again, so it deals the cards in the correct order. And if I go step out, it'll just skip that step. So then it's gotten to the end of that. And it's, so if I say, yes, I want to hit, I busted, which you'd expect. But yeah, I wonder if there's a similar like debugging tool for Java, which will help you then figure out your logic and where it's falling over. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Was your code 68 lines long for that?
Yeah.
That's some pretty elegant code. What made you choose to do it in Python?
It was one of the projects that I did as I was learning Python. Like it was part of the coursework.
Oh, and did you learn it at school? I forget.
No, I did a online course. It was called like 100 Days of Code. I did like the first 20, which I felt gave me enough of a foundation to achieve the things that I wanted to do with code.
Was it a free online course?
No, I purchased it.
Oh. I was really depressed earlier today when I was on Amazon. I was looking for like a book of like kind of in the way you're talking about like structure and logic of like coding problems in either Java or React or even C++. And all of them are written for children.
I think you need to use the website Code Wars.
Code Wars?
Yeah.
C'est quoi ça?
Codewars.com.
I'm trying to find my phone. Do it. Where's my phone? Motherfucker. Forget Code Wars. Type it here. While I sit sweating like a bitch in heat. Code War. God damn. Oh, I just opened the console. I can't type. No, Code Wars. Achieve mastering through coding practice and peers on code kata that continuously challenge them. Is it free?
No idea.
Huh.
But this sounds like what you want.
It does. Oh, and there's a dojo and you can get ranks and honor. How did you know about this?
I know lots of things.
You do? Accidentally got addicted to Code Wars. Oops. Build self-confidence. Become a mentor. Problem is that self-confidence has never been my issue. If anything, self-confidence is a problem. Oh, I can't sign in with GitHub. Why? Join. Link your GitHub account. Enlist. Which specialized programming tracks are you most interested in? I'm interested in front-end web, back-end web, game, Web3, mobile, desktop, cybersecurity, and data science. I'm not really interested in academic or DevOps and cloud computing. My current programming level. Learning to program or advanced beginner. I'm definitely not an advanced beginner, but I guess I'm learning to program. So it's giving me the choices of languages, and one of the suggestions is indeed JavaScript. It's also recommending C, C#, Dart, C++, Go, Groovy, Kotlin, PHP, Okami, PowerShell, Python, R, which I kind of know how to code in, Ruby, Rust, Shell, Solidity, SQL, Swift, and TypeScript. I guess we're going to go with...
I'm really glad it didn't suggest to you regex.
Oh, you can select multiple. I'm going to select C++, JavaScript, C#, Python.
When y'all have a break in the coding talk, Kevin, I have a question for you.
Yes, one moment, sir. Lua, no. Are you interested in educational programs like in career development? Nah, whatever. Not interested. Do you want to receive a bi-weekly? Sure. Save my training preferences. Oh my god, there are clans. Like guilds. Okay. Well, this will be interesting. What is your question, Rick?
Pull up your fuck around and find out meme real quick.
I'm not on a computer that can do that. Oh, yeah. Are you talking about the conversation I've been having with anti-socialists?
Yes, I just read through it, and I liked all posts, yours and his. But I feel that a good percentage of it is honestly over my head, and I'd like a Barney-style walkthrough.
Well, it's a very annoying conversation, although I like anti-socialists. He seems like nice people. He's arguing on the basis of a completely different premise, which I don't entirely disagree with, but he's basically saying that no regulatory activity or lawmaking is reasonable or acceptable because it represents the government imposing upon the citizenry. Well, I'm arguing that that's a fair point, but that social contract doctrine basically suggests that when we're born into a society, and by being born, we don't really have a choice but to accept the norms and laws of that society, which is theorists like Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, etc. say all that, and then he says I should learn about the word reification, which is really interesting because I used to teach reification to university students, where reification means essentially taking a social construct and imposing it as reality, as like an objective reality. And yeah, I'm doing that, but like, as I'm telling him, unless you're actively trying to overthrow the government, the objective reality is
actually a really good conversation. I'm reading through it now.
Yeah, it is a really good conversation. Like I can follow most of it, and that's kind of what I was getting from it as well. Is like, yeah, he does seem to be arguing from a point of if I don't agree with the government, then it doesn't hold any sway over me, which does seem to be patently disingenuous and wrong.
Right.
Because
I was very much disliking the conversation, to be honest with you, because, I mean, you can't have that like, he's using a false premise.
As a third-party observer who enjoys watching Pain and Schadenfreude, I enjoy seeing you in pain.
yeah, that is kind of where like overall it's a good conversation in the fact that an onlooker can actually learn a lot from it.
Well, that's good. I mean, I honestly felt like I was being lobotomized in real time. Because, like, it's like, I mean, I'm going to sound arrogant here, but that's fine. It's very clear to me that I'm, like, he's not stupid, but that I'm much smarter than him.
And honestly, not to undercut your intelligence by any means, but I would not say that is necessarily accurate. Not knowing his intelligence either. You are more well versed in law and the theory behind law than he is. Sure. Definitively, he knows some. He knows more than I do. Obviously, I could not have pulled the word reification out of my ass. But, like, he obviously has a better than average knowledge, but you have a far better than average knowledge. Like,
well, see, the thing that's biasing my interpretation of this is, like, all the stuff the Riker and all the stuff he's bringing up. Like, when you're talking to these crypto bro libertarian folk, and I'm not saying he necessarily is one, but whatever, they always say this same exact drivel, and they drop the reification word thinking it makes them look like a fucking genius, and it's just like, it's like it's almost like red pill, blue pill shit. It's like,
fair.
They all just throw the same shit at you and say that government doesn't have a right to tell me what to do. And I'm like, okay, but that's a normative premise. Do you recognize the difference between a logical premise and a normative premise? Because if you want to have a normative argument, we can have a normative argument, but don't fucking respond to logos with ethos or with pathos, because it's not an actual conversation. It's basically, this conversation is him thinking he's gonna one-up me by pulling this word out and saying I'm doing this, when basically he's starting a conversation based on one premise, then altering the premise of the debate after my first response because he thinks he's setting a trap for me, and it's me playing along and being polite rather than telling him that he's being an absolute cunt, because only absolute cunts have these kinds of conversations.
So basically he is pulling up next to your Lambo in a Camaro, challenging you to a race, and then trying to complete the race in an F1 car, and when you call him on that, he's trying to hop into a fighter jet.
No, I think it's more like
just link this in the comments.
Wait, what?
I put it in the Twitch chat.
Oh yes. No, but no, it's more like
If you need a good nightcap, by the way, either of you, this book serves very well at being an excellent nightcap. It's also written by the guy who coded BitShares, Steam, and EOS, Dan Larimer.
Nice.
Ah, okay, yeah, no, I recognize that name.
Let's see. Which chat did you put it in, Steve?
The Twitch
in my
chat.
Okay, that's what okay. Sorry,
because he actually talks about this concept in his book, how you should have the opportunity to opt out of democracy or opt out of citizenship without needing to immediately be embraced by another.
Oh, the thing is, he's not the first person to do that.
He talks about statelessness as a state, as opposed to
right. But the issue is
the properties of matter, where you must transition.
Right, and I don't disagree with that premise, but again, that's a normative premise. at the baseline because it's aspirational.
Yeah, it's an interesting book. I've read most of it.
What I would say is that the issue is not the argument. The issue is using that argument as a foil against a real world argument rather than having a dialogue on what the ideal society is. So Rick's analogy was kind of good but didn't fully hold. I'd say it's more like two people agree to take the subway together and then one of them starts.
I'd like to read a passage here.
Please.
It's very much a good description of a DAO and a description in not only of DAOs but also democracies. And this is not me, this is the voice of Dan Larimer speaking. I have come to understand modern democracies as dinos, democracies in name only. A dino is an apt description for dinosaur governance systems that devour their populations like an uncontrollable monster. Dinos don't reveal public opinion. Instead, they give the people a false sense of consensus while they are manipulated by a hidden, and not so hidden, minority of tyrants. Jason Brennan, in his book Against Democracy, outlines of the way dinos fail. I would love to incorporate much of his work to demonstrate the problems with democracy as commonly implemented, but that would detract from the focus of this book. I will instead summarize with a key few points. Brennan addresses the shocking level of political ignorance of the typical citizen over the most basic things. He states, when it comes to politics, some people know a lot, most people know nothing, and many people know less than nothing. Political scientist Larry Bartels noted that the political ignorance of the American voter is one of the best documented features of contemporary politics.
And Larry Bartels is right. There's empirical data to back it up.
Yeah.
And I know Larry Bartels.
Brennan notes that on a test of political knowledge, 25% of the voters were well informed, 25% badly informed, 25% are know-nothings, and 25% is systematically misinformed. I'd say that 25% is now much higher.
Especially in America.
Yeah.
Because fuck Fox News!
I'm
also
skimming,
fuck CNN, but
I'm skimming through this book, and it's like it feels like an undergrad. Just
this guy is a computer scientist, not a political theorist. It's him having a go at political theory.
And honestly, like, all of this makes me glad that I asked the question, because I am one of those who, I mean, I consider myself better formed than the average person, but the average person is including those who know less than nothing, and like that is, I know barely more than nothing. Like, and sure. I recognize that I am out of my depth in a discussion like this, and that's why I was asking to have my hand held through it.
Yeah, this is also why I come to appreciate my visual art education a lot more than what I probably did at the time, because visual art has depicted all elements of life at one point or another, and then in order to understand that art, what it was influenced by, you then also need to understand the political and social context in which
the social construct of reality. Yeah
because
okay, this Dan Larimer guy is full of shit.
One of my favorite quotes is by Roland Barthes, who's a French cultural theorist.
Yeah.
And his book doesn't really translate all that well to English, but there's. Do I have my notebook here somewhere? Because I've written down like a thing. Otherwise, I'm going to get the book and like flick through it until I freaking find what I'm looking for. Something about how. Man, I love this shit.
The birth of the reader must be at the cost of the death of the author is one of the good quotes.
It's something about culture and art being like the intersection of
Did we lose you, Hollow?
no, I'm still flicking through the book.
Well, Hollow flips through the book. I would say that, I mean, Dan Larimer is basically taking a bunch of, he's talking about moral hazard, and he's basically just creating a bunch of straw man arguments, picking and choosing, cherry picking from a variety of social theorists and kind of assembling them into this manifesto. But like, it's not, I've just skimmed it, to be fair, but like, he seems to back up a lot of arguments through ad hominems rather than actual like logic. It's very pretentious, and I'm sure he's good at computer science, and EOS is a magnificent blockchain, but like, this is like reading like a poor man's Noam Chomsky, and I don't think much of Noam as it is.
You don't think much of Noam?
No, I don't.
He's pretty short in stature, right?
Yeah, he's a small guy.
No,
honestly, like the only book, and I'm not saying that I've tried anything more difficult, but the only book I have ever put down because I was just not smart enough to get through it was a Noam Chomsky book, because I'd done a report in high school on him, and so I was interested, and so I started trying to read some of his shit, and I was just like, I cannot fucking follow. So
because it doesn't make sense. He's trying to apply linguistic theory to power. It's just Noam Chomsky's full of shit. He's not even a leftist. I mean, in my opinion. But like, yeah, that like for an academic perspective, that conversation with whatever that anti-socialist like was so fucking irritating because he's just like keeps trying to be like lay a smart ass trap that you can see right through based on this premise that the government doesn't have the right to do X or Y, which is a fair normative point. But if you're asking someone a question that's based on fact rather than opinion, you can't keep responding with fucking opinion and then tell them they're wrong. Like, if you want to have a conversation about opinion, you have a conversation about opinion. If you want to have a conversation about fact, you have a conversation about fact. So you start off by asking someone what statute or what gives the SEC the power to, and then someone literally gives you the exact fucking structures and how they've been updated over time, and you respond with, well, I don't think that laws are legitimate. That's a straw man argument. You're not backing it up with anything except I think that. Well, yeah, I think the color brown is the best color in the universe. I think that you can have pineapple pizza on pizza if it's fresh pineapple, and if it's contrasted with something salty like bacon or high quality ham or prosciutto. I think that
prosciutto is fucking disgusting, and you're better off with ham or bacon.
Yeah,
Well,
I prefer low quality ham over any quality prosciutto.
Interesting. I actually had Hawaiian pizza tonight because the Papa John's near here was doing a BOGO on like a $10.95 like personal like basically small pizzas, like 10-inch or 12-inch. So we wanted to taste this like special pineapple pizza, which had both bacon and ham. So we ordered like the BOGO plus like our regular pepperoni large or extra large or whatever it is. And yeah, I ate the whole fucking pizza.
It was good. For Papa John's, especially. Did you find the quote, Hauser? Steve?
I'm still looking for it. Like, everything in this book is like incredibly quotable. It's like 120 pages of just profoundness.
Is this the book? I forget what it's called, where he talks about the like basically writing is the death of the author. The author has to die before he writes.
No, but this is the start of, like, it's not even a chapter, but it's like just numbered 6.
What's the book?
Camera Lucidia.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know that book.
I see photographs everywhere, like everyone else nowadays. They come from the world to me without my asking. They are only images. Their mode of appearance is heterogeneous. Yes. Yet among those which has been selected, evaluated, approved, collected in albums or magazines, and which had thereby passed through the filter of culture, I realized that some provoked tiny jubilations as if they referred to a stilled center, an erotic or lacerating value buried in myself, however harmless the subject may have appeared, and that others, on the contrary, were so indifferent to me that by dint of seeing them multiply like some weed, I felt some kind of aversion towards them, even of irritation. There are moments when I detest photographs. What do I have to do with these tree trunks, with Pierre Boucher's nudes, or with Germaine Krell's double exposures, to cite only the old names? Further, I realize that to have never liked all the pictures by any one photographer. The only thing by Stiltgitz that delights me, but to ecstasy, is his most favorite image, the horse car terminal. A certain picture by Mapplethorpe led me to think that I had found my photographer, but I hadn't. I don't like all of Mapplethorpe. Hence, I could not accede to the notion which is so convenient when we talk to history, culture, aesthetics, the notion that a known's artist style. I felt by the strength of my investments through their disorder, their caprice, their enigma, that photography is an uncertain art, as would be, were one to attempt to establish such a thing, a science of desirable or detestable bodies. Like, he goes on for 120 pages like this. And it's just...
I read excerpts of that on school. I just found a quote from Bacht that I like quite a bit from Camera Lucida. What the photograph reproduces to infinity has occurred only once. The photograph mechanically repeats what could never be repeated existentially. That's a good quote. Better in French, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, his writing is difficult to read translated.
Yeah,
difficult. Yeah,
him and Foucault and the Habitus guy.
There's a section in this book where he's talking about a photograph of Louis Payne, which you guys should know who Louis Payne is. He attempted to assassinate a president or something. Or perhaps even was successful in doing it. I'm not 100% sure.
Did he kill McKinley? I don't know. I'm not American.
In 1865, young Louis Payne tried to assassinate Secretary of State W.H. Selwood. Alexander Gardner photographed him in his cell where he was waiting to be hung. The photograph is handsome, as is the boy. That is the studium. But the punctum is this: he is going to die. I read that at the same time. This will be, and this has been. I observe with horror an anterior future of which death is at stake. By giving me the absolute past of the pose, the photograph tells me of death in the future. What pricks me is the discovery of this equivalence. In front of the photograph of my mother as a child, I tell myself she is going to die. I shudder like a psychotic patient over a catastrophe which has already occurred. Whether or not the subject is already dead, every photograph is a catastrophe. This punctum, more or less blurred beneath the abundance and disparity of contemporary photography, is vividly legible in historical photographs. There is always a defeat of time in them, that is dead and that is going to die. Two little girls looking at a primitive airplane above their village. They are dressed as my mother was when she was a child. They're even playing with hoops. How alive they are. They have their whole lives before them, but yet also they are dead. But then they have already died. At the limit, there is no need to represent a body for me to experience this vertigo of time defeated in photography. Like,
what's really funny,
he's so like philosophical.
Yeah, but what's funny is that, like, when I was an undergrad, like, I used to find the complexity of this style of writing, to be, like, sexy, for lack of a better word.
And it
like,
is to some extent, but it's sort of like you need to distill the point that he's trying to make from it.
Yeah, and over time, I'm just like, with philosophy, especially, like, having read a lot of contemporary political and legal philosophy, I'm kind of like, will you just fuck off and write this clearly?
Could you please be more like Hemingway and be simple?
Which is ironic considering how I write. But I mean, in a way, it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, you're not, 20 years old anymore. You don't need to be.
It's the academic pontification versus actually requiring to use such complex language to convey your point.
Pretty much. And like,
and for those in the audience who don't know what pontificating means, it means to masturbate.
Masturbate with the English language, yeah.
Yeah. It's also really funny that, the Pope is also known as the Pontiff. And to pontificate is to...
I would like to say hello to our massive audience.
In the Vatican City. Shout out Vatican City.
Shout out to our sponsors at the Vatican City.
There are very few sponsors that I would actually refuse. That's one.
I would accept the sponsorship and then steal from
them. I would accept the sponsorship only to spread the message, tax the fucking church.
No. You know how they get around it? This part of this video.
And ARAC.
I would accept the sponsorship only if I could non-consensually butt-fuck 14 priests.
No, you need tithe from them. It's not called a sponsorship. You need tithe from them. We don't accept sponsorships. We only accept tithe.
And I'll tithe at your.
Is that not what Patreon is? Is that a piece of philosophical culture we could delve into, where Patreon is just tithe for humans as opposed to a religious organization?
No, because Patreon is not related to 10% of your income. Patreon is related to you choose how much to pay.
That's
it's more like offering.
You could create a platform. It could be argued that the Splinterlands meme community requires a 2% tithe.
Except that tithe by definition is 10% of your income.
Yeah, it's literally in the word.
What if I change the meme community to 10%? I'll fucking do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Wait, I don't care anymore. I mean, I just like posting memes.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not even about the rewards. I appreciate the rewards, and I'm definitely after
changing it to 10%.
Actually, like, I'm like, fuck, you should reduce it to 0. Why should we be fucking contributing to?
Because it's my good buddy Crypto Eater who set up that EC burn thing, and nepotism teaches that I support him.
That's fine.
Because the great book of nepotism.
Like, if I had to do this just to spite Splinterlands, I would create like an SPS. I would just create more DC somehow.
Or you could burn cards
to my own detriment.
There we go, done. It's now 10% for any future posts.
Well, I'm going to be the first one to post at 10%. because I got one coming right now.
Switch back to my account and I will selectively upvote some of these memes because some of them are probably beyond the realm of what I could support.
Yeah, this one that I just posted, the meme itself probably would be fine, but the title of it would definitely be not good for you to upvote.
I can upvote the count. I think the count is the only one I can upvote. I can. I'm scrolling back further. I almost could upvote the Will Smith with the land nothing one.
I think that the brains one is fine.
I like the Jesus covered in blood one. The one with all the guns pointed at each other. I've made such remarks before, so yeah, I upvoted that one. Oh, Kevin, your one with the life support machine gets unplugged. That hits home, given my recent surgical. Yeah, I've gone through and voted the ones that I can vote. But I will not be bringing that community up on my stream.
Aw.
I'm going to actually switch back accounts and change the description of the community to be like, this has become a toxic wasteland.
I mean, your description is a home for Splinterlands shitposting on Hive, and I feel like that is accurate.
Home for Splinterlands memes and low effort posts. This may or may not be resembling a toxic wasteland. However, all content in this community is created by our members. The contents published in this community do not wholly reflect the views of any of the admins or titled members. There we go. How's that for my Weasley legalese there, Kevin? I think we lost him.
Oh shit, did I mute myself?
Probably.
I guess so.
I was just, the entire time you were writing that last sentence, I was like, why? No, don't, why? Why are you sanitizing it? No! These memes reflect the official position of the Splinterlands company?
They do not. That would be a misrepresentation.
I don't recall.
What about a Mr. representation?
There's another great book that I have.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to stand up to get it. Ugh. And it's a very gothy book. It's by Susan Sontag. Have you heard of her?
Poor.
Yes. Even I have heard of it.
It's called Regarding the Pain of Others.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, I read that.
I do not.
Undergraduate. Susan Sontag is a very well-known feminist literary critic and historian.
The blurb is from Goya's disasters of war to news footage and photographs of the conflicts of Vietnam, Rwanda, and Bosnia. Pictures have been blamed for inspiring dissent, fostering violence, or instilling apathy in us, the viewers. Regarding the pain of others will alter our thinking not only about the uses and meanings of images, but about the nature of war, the limits of sympathy, and the obligations of conscience. Allow me to now go from the Splinterlands memes community to Mavs chat and Splinterlands TV. Community content has been blamed for inspiring dissent, fostering violence, or instilling apathy in us. These images will alter our thinking not only about the uses and meanings of images, but about the nature of Splinterlands, the limits of sympathy, and the obligations of the SEC.
Did you actually write this?
I just made that up as I went along reading it.
Can you please write this and put it in Mav chat without context? Just like put that in Mav chat and be like, "Oh, sorry, I meant this is for
wrong window, wrong window,
yeah, wrong window."
Go to my cybersex lover.
Yeah. I would love to see the reactions to that being posted in Mav chat. You like I just picture, and again, I'm sorry to good Splinterlands people, but I just picture the Splinter Bros being like, what's this nerd talking about?
I mean, I can barely understand Sontag's ramblings.
Well, yeah, I mean, this stuff's like, I mean, if you take Bach and you apply what he's saying to Sontag, the irony of Bach being intentionally obtuse is that part of Bach's message is that he's critiquing people like Sontag in relation to the death of the author for purposefully being obtuse, all the while he's being obtuse. Because
the favorite part for me about this book is that she quotes Baudelaire, or however you say that in French.
Baudelaire?
Yeah, and Tennyson.
In the same train of thought?
Yes, on the same page, she's got what I presume to be French. Aux vanquis, the vein, as in vanity, vein.
Can you
to US.
Vanquis. What was the first word?
Aux, AUX, like the pass me the aux cable.
To the defeated.
To the defeated, and then the quote from Tennyson immediately below that is the dirty nurse experience.
Walk, are you as lost as I am in this conversation?
Au vanquis means either to the vanquished, or to the conquered, or to the defeated. And I don't understand how Tennyson fits into this at all.
I mean, this was published in 2000. This was published in 2004, so I don't think Barthes was personally attacking this because he was dead at the time.
No, I mean, Barthes is making like a point regarding
academia in general.
Well, yes, but it's like it's very masturbatory at the same time. Like, it's, don't get me wrong, like Barthes has legitimately great ideas, but like he clearly thinks highly of himself.
Don't we all?
Here we go. Here's something that we can use to represent the Splinterlands memes community. What does it mean to protest suffering as distinct from acknowledging it? The iconography of suffering has a long pedigree. The sufferings most often deemed worthy of representation are those understood to be the product of wrath, divine or human.
My
The
only
statute
response-
group of the, and then it goes on to give examples of people suffering.
My only response to socialists should have been like repeatedly just putting one sentence in quotations with the actual bibliographical reference, just putting sovereign is he who decides upon the exception. Then it would be Schmidt, comma C, open parentheses 1933 political theology, period.
This book has a a footnote that is a fucking page long.
Yeah, as a lot of good books do. Have you read Infinite Jest by David Foster? David, whatever his name is, the guy who killed himself.
No.
That book is like a work of art that I never managed to finish, but Meredith did. Like Meredith finished that book not because she wanted to, but to spite me because I could not bring myself to finish it.
Do you know what I'm pleased to say though? Is that the Bath's book is 1 millimeter taller than the Sontag book.
Ooh.
So he's therefore deemed to be more significant and important.
Well, he's a man, so yeah, obviously.
And
that's
also,
what Sontag would say.
Sontag is published by a Penguin, whereas Bath's is published by Random House.
Penguin is a better publishing house, though.
In terms of credibility? I mean, Random House puts out some pretty trashy shit.
I'm just now thinking, what is my Walter Benjamin book published by?
What is your what?
Because this comes back to another author, Walter Benjamin.
I don't know Walter Benjamin.
Which is also published by Random House.
I bet you I won't like him.
Judge as you may. But I think I chatted to you about this briefly. He talks about the nature of collection, and it can quite literally be
Oh yeah,
applied to NFTs.
Yes, we had a good conversation about this. It's like a brief but good conversation about it. Weren't we talking about like manliness in collecting briefly?
Manly men.
But no, because men tend to collect.
Thus, there is the life of the collector, a dialectical tension between the poles of disorder and order.
Was that dialectical or dialectical?
Dialectical.
Okay, thank you.
Naturally, his existence is tied to many other things as well, to a very mysterious relationship to ownership, something about which we shall have some more to say later. Also, to a relationship to objects, which does not emphasize their functional utilitarian value, that is, their usefulness, but studies and loves them as the scene, the stage of their fate. The most profound enchantment for the collector is the locking of individual items within a magic circle in which they are fixed as the final thrill, the thrill of acquisition, passing over them. Everything remembered and thought, everything conscious becomes the pedestal, the frame, the base, the lock of the property. The period, the region, the craftsmanship, the former ownership. For a true collector, the whole background of an item adds up to a magic encyclopedia whose quintessence is the fate of the object. In this circumscribed area, then, it may be surmised how the great physiognomists, I don't even know what that word means, and
it's people who evaluate on the basis of sight.
Like,
because a numismatist is a person who...
Yeah, like the person who does it to money. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Collectors are the physiognomists of the world of objects, turning into interpreters of fate. One only has to watch a collector handle the objects in their glass case. As they hold them in their hands, he seems to be seeing them through their distant past as though they are inspired. So much for the magical side of the collector, his old age image, I might call it. Then there's something in Latin. Habent sua fata libelli.
Can you repeat that, please?
Habent sua fata libelli.
That is
right?
something about your fate.
Your fate is an object or something like that, I guess.
Yeah.
So books like The Divine Comedy, Spinoza's Ethics, and The Origin of Species have their fates. A collector, however, interprets his Latin saying very differently. For him, not only are his books copies of books that each have their own individual fates. And in this case, the most important fate of a copy is its encounter with him and with his own collection. I am not exaggerating when I say that to a true collector, the acquisition of an old birth is its rebirth. This childlike element in which a collector mingles with the element of old age. For children can accomplish the renewal of existence in 100 unfailing ways. Among children, collecting is the only process of renewal. Other processes are the painting of objects, cutting out of figures, the application of decals, the whole range of childlike modes of acquisitions, from touching things to giving them names. To renew the old world, that is the collector's deepest desire when they are driven to acquire new things.
I'd be curious if you went to the index, how many times, like the index at the end of the book, how many times does he reference Marx and Lacan?
Index of names. Lacan, you said?
Yeah, Lacan. Lacan.
I love how you
yes.
started to spell it in French.
La Cunt. Yes, La Cunt.
The cunt. That's what that means, right?
Not once.
Yes. What about Marx?
Page 19, 32, 37, 159, 200, 261, 265.
You know what the giveaway was? just the word dialectic, because the entirety of Marx's work is predicated upon the notion of dialectical materialism, which is the idea that contradictions between different periods in history, you have a dialectic and a I forget what the other.
How many times do you want to guess at Kafka being mentioned?
14. Because Bach
close. It's mentioned 10 times, but
because Bach mentions Kafka all the fucking time too.
29 to 34, then 111 to 145.
Yeah, because Kafka said that thing about the thing that Bach brings up about the vanishing of the author, or is it of the subject?
Yeah, you will know Walter Benjamin, even if you don't know Walter Benjamin, because he wrote The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Then yes,
which opens with when Marx undertook his critique of the capitalistic mode of production. This mode was in its infancy. Marx directed his efforts in such a way to give them a prognostic value.
Wait, say that again?
Prognostic.
Marx gave them a prognostic? Marx? That's phrased awkwardly.
He went back to the basic conditions underlying capitalistic production, and through his presentation showed what could be expected of capitalism in the future. Yes, the result was that one could expect it to not only exploit the proletariat with increasing intensity, but to ultimately create conditions which would make it possible to abolish capitalism itself.
What?
Transformation of the superstructure, which takes place far more slowly than that of the substructure, has taken more than half a century to manifest in all areas of culture the change of conditions of production. So only today,
structure model. He's insinuating that the resistance to capitalism has taken a long time to emerge in the superstructure.
Yes, but bear in mind this was written in like the 1940s.
Right, but the only issue there, even if it was written in the 1940s, is even by that, like the 1940s was the behaviorism that
I feel as though this paper was relevant with photography, but it's also relevant in NFTs. Because in principle, a work of art has always been reproducible. Man-made artifacts could always be imitated by men. Replicas were made by pupils in practice of their craft, by masters for diffusing their works, and finally, by third parties in the pursuit of gain. I think he's talking about piracy.
Or about AI and NFTs.
Mechanical reproduction of a work of art, however, represents something new. Historically, it advanced intermittently and in leaps at long intervals, but with accelerated intensity. The Greeks knew only two procedures of reproducing works of art: bounding and stamping. Bronze, terracotta, and coins were the only artworks they could produce in quantity. Others were unique and could not be mechanically reproduced, with the woodcut graphic art becoming mechanically reproducible for the first time, long before script became reproducible by print. The enormous changes within printing, the mechanical reproduction of writing, has brought about in literature is also a familiar story. However, within the phenomenon which we are here examining from the perspective of world history, print is merely a special, though particularly important case. And then it goes on to talk about lithography.
Let me ask you
it's really quite beautiful and poetic because it talks about how a copy loses the corporeal essence, sort of the patina.
But one of the greatest critiques of him would have to be that he's, and I hate to do this to you,
that he's wrong.
That he's reifying colonial structures of power by failing to acknowledge how the greatest forms of reproduction have been through colonial appropriation.
Yes. And he also fails to mention the British Museum holding half the world's historical artifacts as well.
Yeah. Of course he does. Now, let me ask you, if you were to go on Splinterlands TV and just read passages from books for 2 hours, what would happen?
What if I brought them back to Splinterlands, though?
Regardless.
Academic paper.
Could you do that for 2 hours?
Could I do it for 2 hours? I could do it for 10.
Well, I know you could, but like, could you? Would you? Will you?
No.
Oh.
Could you in a boat? Could you with a goat?
It's like, I think that the only way to make Splinterlands live is to kill it. I
think it may be reborn again, like a phoenix.
Yeah, under a different name with different mechanics, without scattershot.
Without scattershot, fucking men. Also without Aggie.
That was the other part. Without the absolute fucking cunts who are on the team. Yeah, Aggie.
And I have been thinking about like I actually put a lot of thought into it today, like while I was at work and walking to work and everything, and I feel like there's a good possibility that the vitriol towards Matt is actually misplaced, because it seems like he is trying to distance himself from the clusterfuck, and that's why he's only on Town Hall like once a month. Like, I'm not saying he's perfect or he's completely blameless, because a lot of the shitty proposals do have his name on them. But it does seem like he realizes that he is on a sinking ship and might be trying to find an exit.
The first thing for me, and I don't know if I've said this publicly before, so Walk the Grid will know because he's here with us in the audience. Thank you, Walk the Grid. Shout out to you, my Vatican City friend. The thing that first made me want to sell my Splinterlands assets, like really think about selling my Splinterlands assets before I wrote that departure post, was a town hall where Matt said something along the lines of, we need to move the game from a asset printing model where, you know, we sell new stuff and we make our money by selling stuff to an asset appreciation model. And in my mind, that I interpreted that as rhetoric for, we need to make our existing assets more valuable. And my primitive lizard brain basically went, that sounds like a pyramid scheme.
But every crypto game is a pyramid scheme.
Not only is every crypto game, no, let me rephrase that. Every financial system that we utilize on Earth,
yes,
is a pyramid scheme.
It's either a pyramid scheme or a
taxes, taxes,
a pyramid or a Ponzi.
Pensions, human reproduction.
Yeah, for the most part. But I mean,
but to me, it just felt. I don't know. It red bells, such as those on countertops in small town America that you pick up and ring. So I was going to say young lady, so the old lady would come out and say, "What sandwich would you like, dearie?" They started to ring in my mind the moment I heard asset appreciation model.
It's interesting that you said that.
Since then, I felt uncomfortable.
I was about to agree with Rick though that like I cannot attribute any specific anything to Matt. I'm neutral on Matt. For me,
I think he's busy designing and busy world crafting in his own way.
Yes.
Whereas his world crafting may be mathematical, and Nate and his creative team make that mathematical world building have character.
It doesn't have character, though.
That's the intent, however, behind a creative team.
Yeah, sure.
But I feel like
Matt is in over his head with land.
He's an incredibly intelligent guy.
Yes, clearly.
The more intelligent that you are, the harder it is, I think, to convey your points to the other, as in the person who is not you.
And the harder it is to do something as reductionist as to put your ideas into fucking code.
Yeah, and to then abstract
also,
your brand vision.
Also, and I think more pertinent to the current situation, the harder it is to admit that you are wrong.
But Matt might not be wrong in the sense that Matt may have made a creative decision that Aggie, as the CEO, the business guy...
Wrong in your choice of business partner.
Yes, that's fair. But, I mean, I don't want to get into neurodivergence, but anyway, you know, I don't know if Matt would know how toxic Aggie is my point.
Fair.
But like, I'm not saying Matt's innocent.
I think the other thing is Aggie's got 4 young kids. When I say young, I don't know the exact age of those kids. I think a few years back when Beta Edition was coming out, he said, "Oh yeah, this summoner is like based off my 5-year-old or 7-year-old or whatever." So when you've got 4 kids and, you know, presumably they're under the age of 18, you baby talk kids, whether you want to or not. It's like a natural instinct. You don't start talking to them about Kafka and Marx and all this.
It depends about your parenting style, but okay.
But you know, generally speaking, you know, I feel as though beyond his business dealings, you know, that as would any parent, that would be your life. You know, looking out for your kids and trying to give them the best opportunities that they possibly can, and happiness and joy and all that sort of thing. And in a way, I feel like he may perceive the Splinterlands community to also be his children, and sometimes he treat them with the same depth of language and respect that the community may be due. As in, I feel as though we may be being talked down to as though we are children.
I will say this, and this is one of the founding principles of Web3Gamer.com, my new empire. Just because something's being developed in the world of Web3 does not mean we should cut developers any slack in or business or their in relation.
Sorry to laugh and interrupt, but Walk the Grid is just like, I'm a real boy.
Like, developers and projects should not be cut any fucking slack. They should not.
Web3. Just because I'm coding in Java, man, you shouldn't be so critical. But that's the point you're trying to get across, right? If you
no, it's because it frustrated me to no fucking end today when I saw that Aftermath Islands, a fucking project that sold some $1,000 NFTs, was basically, hey guys, look, we're not going to be able to deliver like the game because like we don't have the money, even though you already paid us. So like what we're going to do is like we're going to pause development and we're going to develop the Web 2 version, and then we're going to use that money to fund the Web 3 version. I'm like, how is this fucking acceptable?
There was a game that was released the other day, like on Steam. I can't remember what it was. Steam game release, get our shit together. A few years. I remember that as being the headline. Yeah, here we go. There was a game called Darkwood released by a Polish studio.
Okay.
No, Acid Wizard Studio released Darkwood in 2017 to critical and commercial success, despite intentionally releasing the title to the Pirate Bay alongside its paid launch. The development team continued to refine the game. The team has also recently released Soccer Kids, its next game, although it's in alpha state. Acid Wizard Studio then announced that they would be taking a hiatus from game design and may return in 5 to 10 years when we get our shit together. And they wrote this in an actual press release.
But they didn't take people's money, did they?
I just love the fact that they released their game on Steam, and then on the side it's like, someone's going to pirate it. Here's the official piracy torrent.
Yeah.
Go for it, boys.
I mean, there's this beautiful honesty there. I'm just so fucking sick of excuses in the crypto space. It's like, you do not deserve fucking extra slack because you're building crypto games.
I just love that honesty and that vulnerability of 5 to 10 years when we get our shit together.
You know, that's lovely because they didn't take people's money for a game that's not finished. And it's the same with Splinterlands. Like, land was sold, what, 2.5 years ago?
I don't even want to... I don't want to talk about it anymore.
How long ago were Boss Monsters sold?
When I had my shower this morning, I was sitting there in the shower and I was like, even if I took like a 4-month hiatus and didn't do anything Splinterlands and then came back, I would still feel, and like did not look at any news Splinterlands related, did not watch any live streams, no town halls, nothing. I think even with the space of 4 months, I'd still be in the position that I am today where I'm like, I kind of want to sell because 5 years of my life, I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I get that. And you are significantly invested, and you're literally invested. Like, when I got assets, I just wanted to play a fucking fun game. And to a certain degree, you know, it feels like by creating land, and you know how many fucking crypto projects have been killed by land, but by creating and selling land, something they could clearly never develop and deliver competently, they've ruined the game.
Yeah, honestly, like, I feel like if they had never fucking introduced the concept of land, then Splinterlands would honestly still be thriving. But
if they built it, first, then announced, and then immediately released, or maybe 6 weeks later released, I'd feel very different.
Yeah, absolutely.
But what if Lamb would have been a piece of shit? Shouldn't the focus always be on the game? Like creating new rule sets, creating new fuck, shouldn't they just have built tower defense first?
I would have preferred like a RPG, like a Diablo style RPG.
Oh yeah, I mean with Mylor as the main protagonist. Yeah,
Me too.
Because then you wouldn't need to code any projectiles. You just run into things and kill them.
Exactly. Like Kevin Fernhardt Anderson.
Fairheart, not Fernheart.
Fairheart, sorry.
But yeah, I don't know. That's where I'm at. That's how I feel right now, and how I've felt probably since late last year.
Is this something you can say on Splinterlands TV or not?
Well, I've said it in a public forum post.
Yeah, no, but they're different, aren't they?
Not necessarily, because it forms part of my dialogue.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I am in a position where I want to do certain things related to being savagely honest about everything in relation to how I feel about it in the crypto space, which is probably going to make me have to leave a position I currently occupy, and I'm fine with that because,
I'm at the point where I don't know how I feel anymore about any of it. It's just indifference at this point.
I guess, when did you go through the angry stage, or did you never?
Anger is not productive.
No, but it can be cathartic. I mean, I love calling Aggie a cunt. It feels good when it rolls off the tongue. I love the fact that I am literally filing an SEC complaint against Steam Monsters. These things bring me joy. Because I feel that I have been... that torts have been committed against me, legally speaking. And I want to redress this in a civilized manner.
I like the use of the word civil there as part of civilized.
Can you say that again?
I like the use of the word civil there in the context of civilized.
Well, I mean, there's no real civil dimension to it. I mean, also, you do realize that...
That went wide over your head.
No,
it would be civil litigation.
Yeah, I knew you were talking about civil law, but I was about to respond with the monetization element of the SEC complaint is not tied to civil litigation.
Yeah.
It's essentially tied to basically, even if you're not a member of the company and you file a successful complaint that's found to be validated, if the damages, if the penalties imposed upon the penalized entity are of value greater than $1 million, which is typically the case, the whistleblower receives between 10 and 30% of those funds just for having filed the initial complaint. That's how America has incentivized complaints against people who are engaged in securities fraud, allegedly engaged in securities fraud.
I think that should be extended to automotive transgressions. You send in your dash cam footage of someone cutting you off or failing to give way for a percentage of the fine.
That'd be pretty dope, actually. So we should basically build an entire society of rats.
Yeah.
Snitches.
I mean, they do call it the rat race.
Fair point. But, wouldn't it be dope as fuck if I got, $100 grand just for
Filling out a web form.
Yeah. I mean, doing it competently and citing the appropriate regulations, because they're not laws, they're regulations.
Yeah. I don't know.
Walk the Grid, technically, the TNC actually says that no player can talk negative about the game.
What if you're not playing the game? Are you a player if you are...
I don't know, but I really
playing
want them
the
to shut
game?
down my account.
Well, they can only restrict you from using the official game interface. They can't restrict you from using the backend API.
No, I know, exactly. That's why I want them to do it. Because the thing is that precedent in the US is that unless you're subjecting someone to harassment or a business to harassment, they can't remove your ability to use something you've paid for. So that part of the TNC is like a lawsuit that I would love to have the opportunity to initiate. Now, would I do it? I don't know, because it would be time consuming, and the venue would be fucking Delaware, probably.
Pennsylvania.
No, but they're also I don't know what their exact structure is, but they're LLC'd in Delaware, and I'm sure that they have some kind of governance structure whereby I feel like they're probably funneling the money that Steam Monsters makes to the Delaware company because of a lack of state taxation and because of the greater protections afforded to businesses there. So I think they're probably running some kind of, it's not like illegal or anything, but they're probably running some kind of money filtering scheme for tax avoidance purposes and the minimization of financial risk in the case of litigation. I would think that, like, basically Steam Monsters is probably a holdings corporation, and that the LLCs are probably paid by Steam Monsters, and that these LLCs in turn pay the founders, is how I would think they operate financially.
Okay.
I mean, that's how I would do it. Because, like, it makes no sense for them to be incorporated in Pennsylvania and then LLC'd in Delaware. The only reason you LLC in Delaware is to make it hard for people to sue you.
Is Delaware even a real place?
Unfortunately.
Is it just a land full of courtrooms?
Well, at least they have land. But I once stopped. I was taking a bus from Washington, D.C. to Delaware when I was in university.
In Delaware just to take a shit.
Well, I was actually excited that we stopped in Delaware, and we got off at the truck stop, and I asked someone where the Delaware River was because I knew that George Washington crossed it, and they were like, "Fucked if I know," and I was like, "Cool." And then I went up to this counter, and I have to admit, I look kind of homeless now, but I probably looked pretty homeless then too. And the guy refused to. Maybe I looked like a trucker, but anyway, he refused to let me pay for my coffee. Like, he was like insisting that it be free, but not doing this for anybody else. So I was like, thank you. And then he's like, next, $2, please. And I was like, does he want to fuck me, or does he think I'm homeless?
Or he just charged the next person for your coffee because the coffees were actually $1 each. Therefore, this person was committing securities fraud just via the distribution of coffee.
Now, how is coffee a security?
Ask Rick.
Coffee is my security blanket.
It keeps him from lashing out violently at everything.
I was going to make a new NFT collection. Now I'll be at like 20.
called like Cigs and Coffee or Coffee and Cigs, and I was gonna print like Rick and all the other coffee drinkers one of the Star Wars things from my prompt.
Coffee you shall not drink.
No, that would be yours.
Yes. So my collection of cards, I wish to sell them. I'm thinking that I would be willing to let them go at a 35% discount on their market prices.
Wouldn't that be around 50 grand?
So 53 multiplied by 0.65.
6.5. Wait,
would
so you're saying the
be-
current market value of your cards is only 53 grand?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that would be, I'd round it down to 34.
Fuck.
And then I'd sell my tract for 6 grand. So
Oh.
I'd take 40.
And what if someone wanted your SPS?
They'd have to pry it from my still warm hands.
Oh, actually, no, because you could try. What if they wanted your account?
No, would not happen.
No?
No.
Just because you don't want them to have the name?
Yep.
Okay.
Because much like your primary gink, the Holozor username is unified across all of the other things I do.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, so fuck Soul Down rewards cards.
Yep.
I'd just hold some vouchers, and when the time came to unlock them, I'd unlock them with vouchers and then move them onto.
You wouldn't even have to hold vouchers. You have SPS. You'll continue to earn vouchers even without trying.
If the SPS was staked.
Which some of it still is, and you're still earning on it, right?
Very slowly.
Well, yeah, that's
in
the thing.
diminishing manner.
I'm unstaking my SPS, all of it, but as I unstake my SPS, I'm getting more SPS because I have land and nightmare packs. So, like, I'm still getting, for me, what are significant amounts of SPS weekly. Like, maybe 200 or 250 or something like that. Like, much larger amounts than I ever thought. So it's like
Yeah,
kind of annoying because every time it stakes, you have
I'm going to
like
post another message in the...
in the what? What did Holzer say, Rick?
He's
I'm going to go
post
post another message in the buy sell channel.
Oh wow.
Reply to my earlier message. Replying to myself in Discord.
Are you basically saying that you're lowering your price or what?
No.
No.
All right, so we got less than an hour until Hollow goes live. So what am I renaming both of my accounts to?
Fuck. I gave you a good one before. What was it?
Hollow's was when new CEO. Yours was
Like failed to deliver or something, or?
promises were made.
Oh yeah, promises were made. Promises were made, Aggie. Yeah, if you had multiple accounts, I'd suggest you do like one, like just like be like a little creepy, just like you just create an account called Jesse Reich.
And
Yeah, but if I were to create a new account right now, I wouldn't have enough.
no, I know that. Like, yeah, exactly.
Oh man, what a poignant. I wish I could say that word properly. Poignant typo. Instead of Rooney, I typed my cards, my tract plus my ruin.
Now, do you think you posting this in the buy sell channel is gaining attention?
It's just an advertisement. I don't.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
It's just the mechanism of doing an off-market deal.
No, I meant
if I posted in MavChat, it would gain attention.
Oh, okay. So because what people? But why are you not? Wouldn't it be more likely to sell if you posted in MavChat?
Probably.
But do you not want to send that signal?
I don't care whether or not I'm sending that signal because I am. It's still publicly visible where I've put it.
Okay. But do people put buy sell in MavChat, or is that frowned upon?
It's generally not meant to be the location where such things are put.
Okay. And when you sell your assets, do you retain your spot in MavChat having spent that money at some point or not?
Yep.
Oh, you do? So someone like Jim is still in MavChat even if he sold all his cards?
If he's still on the Splinterlands server, yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Like, you can have no skin in the game and still be there.
And is MavChat at all moderated?
Yeah.
Oh.
Very lightly.
Like, moderated to the, like, so that there's no homophobia, hate, and that kind of stuff, or more than that?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Rick, how quickly did... So what?
Oh, he wasn't at his desk, but he just returned.
Oh, Rick?
Mm-hmm.
How quickly did they unmake you a moderator on SPL TV?
I'm still a mod on SPL TV.
What? How is that possible?
Oversight.
Okay. Like, you're a full mod. You could go in and ban the entire room.
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Checking. That's hilarious.
And it was funny because I was actually engaged in conversation with Hollow and Rondon, and I do display the mod badge. So...
Wait, you were talking to Rondon in SPL
Splinterlands TV.
What were you guys talking about?
Coffee.
What else?
No, like, were you talking about getting shit canned?
No, we were
coffee.
talking about coffee. Legitimately.
This was on Splinterlands TV's Twitch streams chat.
I don't follow.
So
Literally,
you know how every
in
Twitch
the
channel has a chat.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And you guys were just casually chatting about coffee the day after he shit canned you?
No, like literally while we were on this stream in the past 2 hours.
Oh, okay. I mean, I know that you don't blame Rondon, so I get that, but like the fact that he's talking to you,
because
Oh,
Steve R had an issue where he had a black screen because his computer reset or something while he was streaming, and I went to go fix it, but Rondon beat me to it. And he's like, that's what happens when you're not a coffee drinker. I'm like, it's not in my contract. He's like, give it time. And then I responded, oh, I might have to resign if that's the case. And then Rick inserted some witty thing about coffee. And then Rondon responded with mutual affection of coffee or something like that.
Ah.
But yeah, I mean, I do display the mod badge, and so he would have seen it. And as far as I know, at least I still have it, so...
Is every streamer a moderator?
Yes.
Yes.
Are only streamers moderators?
Yes.
Huh.
Beyond Ron himself, I think Weirdbeard has mod, and I imagine that Aggie and Matt probably do as well.
Can mods ban other mods?
No.
Oh. Well, Rick, just saying.
Yeah, no, I have no interest in actually fucking with the channel though. Like,
Oh.
I have my interests lie in fucking with the team. Like, I'm not gonna punish the people who are, in chat fucking.
Oh no, I don't mean ban everybody. I just mean maybe some selective banning of your least favorite.
Unfortunately, most of my least favorite are streamers, so I couldn't.
Well, I could always just do a only chat for the duration of my stream.
That would be interesting if you did. What would your rationale be?
He doesn't have to.
No, I know he doesn't have to. I'm just asking him here what his rationale would be.
Because I'm chaotic good.
I love the
I'm
question
chaotic
mark
evil.
there.
I'm not sure.
It's like I am chaotic. Period. Good? Question mark.
Yeah. I enjoy chaos because it is nonsense to try and control things because you are not in control.
True. Are we ever in control? Truly,
it's better to just embrace it. And I think I've discussed this with Rick before. You may or may not have been present. I don't really believe in free will.
You've mentioned this.
Yeah, the machinations of the universe, which are unclear to us, and the random nature at which subatomic particles move, of which we are comprised,
yes,
does not have compatibility with the whole. I'm going to go over there and choose the blueberry ice cream.
So, are you a proponent of like the many worlds hypothesis, or?
Yes, because I like to think with some sort of optimism that I've punched people in the face where I've shown restraint in the past.
Do you think that we're in base reality, or do you believe in simulation theory?
I think that it is impossible to determine that.
100% is, but what do you think is the case?
He can't think.
Yeah, exactly. I can't fathom those things. And like the whole thing, I'm vastly aware of the fact that if it is a deterministic universe, i.e. free will does not exist, why would the universe allow me to fathom the very concept of free will? I know that the universe has no personality, or
but if
the universe is deterministic, why would the world be flat?
Because birds are real.
Because birds are real. I mean, the other thing is, simulation and hallucination are probably pretty closely related.
Yeah. It'd be pretty fucked up if this was all a simulation for me, and I'd imagine you two as being my simulated people. I mean, no offense.
I mean, once when you fly to Australia, you're appointed a swarm of flies. So when you
why is my
Splinterlands, you're appointed two buddies, and Rick and I just happen to be it.
Yeah, but how come I wasn't appointed? Why was I admitted to every Ivy League doctoral program in my field except for Harvard?
To this moment to hang out with you fucks.
No. Let me make my point here. Why was I admitted to every Ivy League doctoral program except for Harvard, where I could have met Natalie Portman when she was attractive? Because I probably would have gone to Harvard over Ohio State.
Relevance, Your Honor.
Sorry?
Relevance, Your Honor.
No, if this is a simulation, I mean, why did the simulation fuck me over like that? Because if I'm the subject of a simulation, I've somehow been assigned Natalie Portman and Jennifer Lawrence and
Have you read the no, I was gonna say the teachings of Baudrillard, another French guy?
do you mean Baudrillard?
Yeah, Simulacra and Simulations.
Yeah.
What a great! I need a physical copy of that book. I don't have a physical copy of that book.
I don't know if has it been translated to English?
I've got a job for you if you're keen.
But how did you say the name again?
Baudrillard?
But the D is before the R.
Bourgeois?
Oh man, it's just so bizarre. Like I know it's like
I don't have any. My tongue does not curve in the way of the frog.
No, I get that. It's so weird for me, you know, in this simulation, that why would I be a fluent speaker of French, of all things?
So you could tell King Henry VIII to go fuck himself?
I could tell Aggie to go fuck himself, and I will. Go fuck yourself, Aggie. Oh, earlier, Rick. That's it. I was your thing should just be Aggie. Go fuck yourself. Because remember the movie Aggro, which was based on true story about Iran, and their motive was aggro. Go fuck yourself.
No, I do not remember that movie because I've never seen it.
Oh,
What about Douse appointment? So it's like disappointment, but with Dow as the first syllable.
That doesn't target the team enough.
Well, they created the Dow.
I wonder who's the person who that's presumably Rondon who filters the redemptions.
So long and thanks for all the fish.
I'm trying to figure out how to list my plots.
But you do realize at some point they're gonna release something that's gonna be like, oh god, the price could decrease though, because it's gonna be shit.
No, that's your NFT collection.
One of my NFT collections.
One of your NFT collections, literally.
Yeah, literally one of my NFT collections is shit. Literal shit. Oh shit! I should do a special edition and put a Splinter shard in the manure pile. And call it, I can't call it Splinterlands, I can call it shitty card game.
I feel like I should be wearing the t-shirt Jagged gave me tonight on my stream.
Because Jagged gave it?
As a cry for help. To make me one with Splinterlands again.
What would mend your relationship with Splinterlands?
I don't think I want to play with it anymore. Like,
yeah.
I'm spent.
What's the minimum price on land right now?
One moment. Loading. 44.
Loading.
That is
44?
for a bog.
Did you say 44 as in 4-4?
Yes.
Shit.
And what's the depth at 44?
2.
How many do we have under 50?
$10.
How many are under 60?
I got sick of counting but I was up to like 40.
Okay,
And I
yeah.
needed to scroll at least 4 more times, so I'd say 70.
The 50 to 60 place is probably the projected price range, I would think, for the highest potential gain.
I listed my swamp at 44 and my mountain at 49.
God damn. Okay. And that's all she wrote, folks. Wow. Fire sale. Oh, that was Yabamat's fucking thing, too. But to be fair, someone won a plot and, like, put it up that, like, immediately.
Yeah.
It was funny. Oh, by the way, you know the, what is it, Space Finder or whatever you had recommended to me?
Code Wars?
No, that Rick had, the RPG, the sci-fi RPG version of Pathfinder.
Starfinder, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was looking at it on Amazon earlier. The fucking, like, paperback small version is like $26 as opposed to $80 for the hardback. Is the, like, the tiny version shit, or?
I don't know. I have not touched Starfinder, but my understanding, if it's like Pathfinder, there is the full books and then there's like the pocket guides.
This is the full book in pocket format for whatever.
I don't think that the pocket guides are the full book. I don't think they're the same thing.
Every one of the reviews, like, basically says it is.
Oh, then maybe I'm wrong.
And it's advertised. I mean, for Starfinder, it's advertised as such.
Okay, I mean, if that's the case, then
No, I'm just wondering if it's, like, hard to read, or, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. The only book that I have is the Pathfinder 2nd Edition core rulebook. And the only other book that I've owned from Paizo was the Pathfinder 1st Edition core rulebook.
You should get the Braille edition.
So,
what were you saying, Steve?
You should get the Braille edition. That way you can get hands-on with it.
Oh man, like in fucking graduate school, like the blind people, they just wasted so much fucking paper. Like, because we were reading, like, 1,000 or 1,200 pages a week, but for them in Braille, it was like fucking reams and reams of paper. Like, it had to be brought to them on a trolley. It was fucking insane.
Imagine if they got it on an audiobook and vinyl. On a 44 RPM LP.
Man, that would be a lot of vinyl. And back then, vinyl presses were backed up a little bit because of the resurgence of vinyl associated with the modern hipster movement.
My sister-in-law has hundreds of vinyls.
I have hundreds of vinyls.
It both disgusts me and fascinates me.
I'm not
like,
that far, but I've got a bunch.
It takes up so much space, but yet there's something very visceral about flipping a record, about changing a record.
That's not at all my philosophy on them.
My philosophy has always been that if I want to,
it's about ownership.
No, genuinely, it's about if I want to support an artist, I want to buy their music, and my preferred format to buy it in is the vinyl record because the picture's bigger, like the album. Like the inserts are bigger.
I love how you go from bashing the blind for having reams of paper for academic paper, then you're like, I like the vinyl because it's bigger, the pictures are bigger, the words are bigger.
I wonder what produces more pollution, creating a CD or creating a vinyl record. Remembering the CD has that plastic case.
I know which one lasts longer.
The vinyl record?
No, the CD.
Really?
Oh yeah,
because every time you play a vinyl, you're actively degrading it.
Every time I touch a CD, I'm actively degrading it.
Only if you don't fucking wash your hands, you filthy bastard.
Only,
It's not like
yeah,
just
and
go
only if you touch it on the data side, which the same is also true of the vinyl. If you touch it where the data is, you are degrading it there as well.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But yeah, you don't. I mean, it'd be interesting to put a pizza on a vinyl record player because with a robust enough needle, it would make a sound, and I just want to hear the song of the pizza.
I mean, we could certainly try that. It would have to be a thin crust pizza, though, I guess, right?
No, you just change the height of the head. It'd have to be a light pizza, but otherwise that motor's not going to turn that vinyl pizza.
Well, we always modify the motor, to be fair.
Just slap a fucking W16 in it.
Yeah, we could change the motor and then
Look at old Wankel engine on it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to hear the record over the exhaust.
Who needs to hear?
I was talking about F16 engines a few days ago and how we should use them on cars.
You would rip the pizza apart. You'd rip the vinyl apart by spinning it that quickly.
What about a mini F16 engine?
I think you would rip the vinyl apart even if you used a lawnmower engine.
I have an extra lawnmower.
And I like how we're truthfully calling them engines because they run on fuel as opposed to motors which run on electricity.
That's a good point. We're being
there's a keen distinction there that you can make about how somebody did or did not pass basic science in school.
As to whether someone's a Philistine or not.
Yeah, you know.
Daddy Hollow, can you delegate some resource credits to Rick Wins again?
If they open their hood of their car and say there's something wrong with the motor, then they report to the engine. That's the part where you hit them on the back of the head and call them an idiot. Unless they're specifically pointing to the starter motor.
If you work for the Raw, is that the point at which you drive away?
It was funny. My friend once called the Ra because we'd gone to his house. I'd thrown my bag into the back of his car, but there's a light in the trunk. Me using these American words, otherwise known as a boot. There's
a light in the boot.
A boot goes on your foot.
We would have gotten that, to be fair.
It'll go up your ass if you don't let me tell the story. And we pull into his house. I get my bag out. We put the shit down. We do whatever. Then we jump back in the car to go out and get food. And he tries to put the car into reverse, and it won't go into reverse. It's just stuck in park. And we're like, what the hell? And I'm like, okay. So he calls the RAA. The guy rocks up, starts looking through the fuse box, and he's like, LCM. And there's this thing in Australia known as an LCM, which is like a Cocoa Pops bar with Smarties embedded in it for some reason.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And he's like, that doesn't look like a tasty chocolate treat, but it's just like the name of the fuses as he was going down. And my buddy Hayden asks him, so what's what are you looking at? What are you looking for? He's like, fuck if I know. he said that ironically. And I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure that's a fuse box. And he's like, yeah, but I don't know what it does. And then my buddy Hayden's like, well, that makes three of us. My buddy Hayden knew very little about cars at that point. Anyway, he found that there was a busted fuse, replaced the fuse, and off we went. But the moral of the story is the car was designed in such a way that when my bag hit that light in my buddy's boot, it short-circuited something, and the light that engages when you engage reverse gear, it turns on the reversing light.
Yeah.
The light in the boot and the reverse light is on the same circuit. So when the car recognized that it could not turn on that light for reverse gear, it would not allow reverse gear to be engaged. And it's kind of like, this is not the intended purpose.
Is that a defect or a safety mechanism?
A safety feature, allegedly.
An accidental safety feature.
I
By
don't
the
know.
way,
It was a GM car, so safety features.
do cars still have fuses?
Yes.
Yes. Lots
Where?
of them. Either under the passenger seat well, or potentially in the boot somewhere, or near the battery under the bonnet.
Many
could
of
be
them
fuse
actually
boxes
have
in many
2
different
or
spots.
3 fuse boxes.
Yes.
Oh.
In different locations with different functions.
And will most people never have to deal with a blown fuse on their car?
Most people wouldn't even know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Until now, I did not know we had fuses in our car. I mean, I thought we had like electrical control.
Just like the electrical box in your house, there is a similar but tinier version in your car.
No, but the electrical box in my house has fucking breakers.
So does your car.
But
Except
you just
the breakers are the fuse. The fuse is literally
fuses are not breakers.
The fuses break if too much current goes through them. Therefore, they are breakers.
I fucking
got you
grew
there.
up having go down in the basement, fucking changing fuses all the fucking time. It was so annoying.
Just use a nail. You'll be fine.
What do you mean use a nail for what?
As a standard for a fuse. It'll get really hot and might start glowing. But it'll work.
I actually remember though when we changed our panel is when I was sent down to change a fuse, and I'm like, Pompey, the wires are on fire and there's smoke. And then we were like without electricity for 4 days. It was wonderful.
But yeah, you with automotive fuses, they are much smaller than house fuses because they have less current flow through them and less voltage. But you also get these little cool tools which are called fuse pullers, which are like tweezers, but like perfectly designed for this one specific purpose, and the specific purpose is to pull out an automotive fuse. So it's like if you've ever used a tool that's engineered for a job and it's perfect for that job, I would make the argument that there's no more perfectly engineered combination of tool than the automotive fuse and the automotive fuse puller. The only problem is that often when you are doing this, you're upside down, contorted with your knees above your head, with your wrist in a position that a physician will diagnose as broken in order to make use of this tool. But when it connects and you get what you need out of it, it's like, oh my God, that was so satisfying.
Yeah.
Do you inspect and change your fuses, Hauser?
There's no need to.
Oh.
If something is malfunctioning, then that is one of the places you would go to start troubleshooting.
And will you do this yourself or bring it to the dealer?
I will consult the manual.
Ah.
The manual very much says, if anything goes wrong ever, go back to the dealer. And it's like, no, just tell me which fuse governs this system and then I'll check it. Oh, wonderful. Oh. I had issues with the stereo in my car for a very long time. I was able to remove that fuse without even looking at the fuse box because the only way to reset it was do a hard reset of the audio system's power source, which was fuse back in. I could do that for a time with my eyes shut until they released a firmware update and it fixed it. I still have a fuse puller in my center console in one of my drink holders in my car.
Do you allow people to drink in your car?
Define drink. Do you mean alcoholic beverage or
no,
regular beverage?
Like water, soda, coffee.
One of my good mates drank a mango lassi in my car and stained the passenger seat white.
That's why I ask you if you allow people to drink in your car.
So he has that distinct honor. I don't care. It's a fucking stain on a seat. Who gives a shit? But generally, no, people don't eat in my car. Like my car is a bastion of cleanliness.
It's funny because I don't eat in our car either. Every time we go to like a rest stop when we're driving, I eat outside of the car, and Meredith sits and eats in the car.
She's a savage. You should leave her immediately.
Well, I sit on the fucking curb of the parking lot, to be fair.
You're lucky she doesn't drive off without you.
I know.
I absolutely eat in the car. Like I fucking eat while driving. Like just the other day we were going to visit some her family members, and I was starving because like it was Thursday.
Sitting there.
And so she had, or no, it was Monday. And she had come home and woke me up. And then, like, we just got ready real quick and then left. And I was like, I'm fucking starving. Can we stop by Fat Burger on the way? And she was like, how about Dairy Queen instead, since it's less out of the way? And I was like, okay, whatever. I don't care. I just, want some food. And she wanted me to drive. So I'm like, yeah, no problem. But, like, we're stopping on the way anyway. I got a fucking triple cheeseburger and ate that shit while driving with my niece. But I don't give a fuck.
There's a YouTube channel that I enjoy called Donut Media, and they did a video on the weirdest shit to eat while driving. They did fondue while driving.
Okay, yeah, no, that's one that I have not done.
They also did ramen, ribs, lobster, and they thought that the ribs would be like really bad to eat, and they thought they would be the most difficult. So
That's so easy.
No, eating lobster while driving is the most psychopathic thing they felt like they'd ever done in their lives.
But lobster isn't necessarily that hard, because if you crack it properly, like, you should just be able to suck the flesh out of the lobster.
They did that while driving. It was hilarious.
But I mean, the rib should be the easiest, because you're just picking them. If they're well cooked, they'll be falling off the boat.
They did also wings, cereal.
Wings are easy if you know how to eat them properly.
Yeah. But they even had like a little, instead of a cup holder that hooks into the air vent, they had like a little sauce dispenser that they put on the air vent and everything as well. It was hilarious.
I mean, should there be rules against driving while eating?
It would be distracted driving.
Yeah. But like, what would be distracted driving versus what would not be? I'm pretty sure I can eat some sunflower seeds while I'm driving.
No, absolutely fucking not allowed. Fucking savage.
Hey Rick, what day did you end your fast? Is it the day you wanted to and we were chatting about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Well, I mean, check my Peak D blog.
I'm laying on the floor. I'm too fucking lazy right now. I should go vote on that though. Oh, gotta put the dog out and take a giant shite.
Yeah, and walk the grid. Like that for us. It doesn't fucking matter whether or not you eat in your car. I live in Florida, and both me and my girl work in restaurants, which means no matter what, when we get in the car, there is food on the bottom of our shoes that will come off just through being in the car. Roaches are never not gonna have food, regardless of whether or not I do. So, fuck that shit. I'm not gonna let that stop me from eating my food. Yeah, that's one of the perils of living in the swamp is you're not beating roaches.
Can you ever beat roaches?
To various degrees, but when you're in the in the swamp, it's just absolutely impossible.
Fair. Very fair.
It's like in a swamp you can't beat roaches. In a restaurant you can't beat roaches. In a swamp, or in a restaurant in a swamp.
Would you say that every restaurant in Florida has roaches?
100%.
Damn.
100%.
Do you see them or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was once at a truck stop somewhere in northern Quebec, and there was like a gross ass fried chicken joint in there for some reason, and there were giant fucking roaches with huge antennae, just fucking hanging out everywhere. It was so weird.
Yeah, and
like,
I mean, there's various degrees to that too. Like, we maintain a pretty clean restaurant, and we have traps out on poison and shit all over the fucking place. So we don't have a huge roach problem. But I would be lying through my teeth if I said we don't have any roaches. Like, we have roaches, but they're not everywhere, and they're not fucking huge, and what. But I mean, it happens.
But are roaches in and of themselves a health code violation?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. Because, like, rats are not, I don't think.
Yeah, I like, honestly, I don't know that a living thing could be, because you can do as much as you can do to prevent, but yeah. I mean, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. You can't really control it.
I would presume that it becomes a violation if they're in the food prep or food storage area, maybe.
Maybe. But yeah, I'm not super well versed on health code.
Do you have to redo your, like, food handling thing in Florida every once in a while, or?
I mean, have to is a strong word.
Oh, okay. Because, like, yeah, I think in Canada, the waiters have to redo it every year. Like, have to or can't work.
I'm back, and I have 15 minutes until my broadcast.
I was actually just about to warn you that you were 15 minutes out, just in case you weren't paying attention to that.
I have to go put Rogue out and take a massive dump. Rick, will you still be in voice, and will we be live chatting? Or?
Okay. Well, that's up to Hollow. Are you okay? Either it can be you and Kevin in voice, and I'll just chill, or it can be...
I'm not going on. I'm not going. I meant. Wait.
Yeah, you guys can hang out here. I can mute you guys on the stream, so I'll still be able to hear what you guys are saying, but I just won't be talking to you.
Oh, so we'd still be able to hear you. Oh, nice. Okay, that works perfectly.
Yeah, that works great.
Yeah, because otherwise we have the awkward thing we have to do where we, like, have our volume audible on.
Yeah, because I've just muted Discord on my output here.
Oh.
And if you could be really animated, Rick. Yeah, that's not coming through my headphones into my mic, so I'm good.
Fucking cocksucker.
Wait, go again.
Fucking cocksucker.
That didn't go through to my mic.
Yeah, okay, then we're fucking solid.
You might hear some things during the stream.
Actually, I've just completely muted the Discord source in terms of output on OBS, so it will not possible.
Oh, that's fair.
Theoretically, I don't know. I'll find out. I'm gonna fuck around and find out.
Lols. And on that note, let's go ahead and pull up the. Oh, I should just keep streaming, shouldn't I?
Do you still raid into Splinterlands TV?
Usually no. I was going to, but I guess I can just keep streaming.
Yeah, we could stream our live reactions to
we're gonna fucking simul stream with you. That's fucking dope.
Why don't you change the broadcast name to, like, Halzer Watch Party? And put it to the Splinterlands category.
You guys will end up with more viewers than me.
I doubt it. They'll think there's a chance of a giveaway. Alright, I'm gonna go put Rogue out. Come on, doggy. What a good old puppy.
Okay, I need to get the Splinterlands chat up.
You're an old shitty goose. Come on. You just need to get up. Go make business and you can come to the again.
Oh, it doesn't look like it's Show Me streaming. Oh, it's Kira streaming in Show Me slot.
I know that there was a way that I can change the shit within OBS. I just cannot fucking remember how for the life of me.
What are you trying to do?
Change my stream info, like the title and the category.
You don't do that in OBS, you do that via Twitch. It's on the streamer dashboard. Or you just go to your Twitch profile and then press the little edit button next to it.
But I mean, I know I've done it through OBS before. I'm fairly certain, at least.
I don't think I have. I guess you could set up a dock to do it.
That's what I was thinking, is that it was through docs, but I'm not seeing. I got scene sources, audio mixer, scene transitions, controls, stats. I thought it would be controls, but no, that's down below. Oh, is it settings? No.
Oh, goody. I can buy another Gladius case.
Creator dashboard. Stream settings. Channel settings. No, none of that is it. Content. No. Nope. Stream manager, that's the one. Oh, we were still in just chatting. Jesus. That's been a while since I changed it.
I hope I changed my Twitch profile and I didn't start streaming on my own channel. Because otherwise I've just been staring at the screen blankly. Oh, good. I remember to swap profiles.
I've definitely been there. There we go. Beautiful. And close that. Oh, and then pull up Splinterlands TV to be ready for the watch party.
Never been part of a pack before. It's like a talking dog movie. It's seeming.
And then ignore it until you're actually live. And I am going to go get some grub and be right back. Hunger.
I hope to be entertaining. Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the Holazor Show. How is everybody doing? Hey, Kira. Welcome. Thank you for covering there for our audience. Hope you guys are doing well. Hey, Walk the Grid. You heard that the kitty gives you the emergency department? JB Saints, hello. Gigi Shoyo, hello. Frozen Turondon. I had to try very hard not to read that as turd again. Mopatare, hello. Hey, Bootops. Oh, welcome. Although I really shouldn't be welcoming you, Bootops, because you're always here. You should be welcoming me. Hope you're doing well. Who else have we got here this evening? The kitty kill the party? Nah, the kitty just goes and eats all my fish straight off my plate. That's what kitties do best. Locals are here. Yep. The roll call is Bootops here? Yep. Is Walk the Grid here? Yep. All right. Splinterlands TV is healthy and good. So you can see that I have a PowerPoint presentation that I was working on open because I've gone back to school to learn some things. And hey, Mango Mayhem, good to have you with us. And what I plan to construct or propose to you guys by showing you irrelevant slides on the screen while I talk about things is a topic that I've thought about for a very long period of time, which is if Holazor was running Splinterlands, what would I do? What would I prioritize? And what order would I do it in? And yeah, I'm constructing slides as I go, Short NFT. So this is no making a proposal pack, but we're going to use the powers of PowerPoint to you got it in one, yes. So we're going to talk about the future, and I've broken down the future into arbitrary, meaningless words, which is immediate, near, soon, ambiguous, and the future. So, introduction. With PowerPoint, you can create presentations and share your work with others. Yes, I'm aware. Holazor like Splinterlands. Holazor want Splinterlands to success. Splinterlands can be a fun game. Holazor want good gameplay and fun things to do. Holazor also play Splinterland. I'm leaving the S off the end there. For many years, he get many grey hair while playing. So there's our introduction. So topic 1. What we need right now. The immediate issues and work that needs to be done to Splinterlands. Now, we don't need that chart, so we're going to delete that slide. We don't need that graph, so we're going to delete that slide. This quote, this pre-made quote in this PowerPoint is trying to sabotage me. The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. So I guess I should do this. And I've got to make a quote from me. When land, a question by Holazor. And we're going to delete that picture because that's not relevant. We're going to delete that picture and that picture. So we don't want any people to feature in our presentation. We could make it Splinterlands themed by putting things in. But yeah, when land, we're going to delete the team slide. Oh, a timeline. I'm going to use a timeline, actually. So, Splinterlands, Holazor's version. That's a reference to Taylor Swift. So, land 1.5. answer when land. So this is my greatest priority if I was running Splinterlands for a day or producing the roadmap for the next age. And that would be getting land 1.5 out the door, which the team is working on at the moment. Then defend the base. So that would be tower defense. Then give us something to buy. So that would be, please, can I have a salt shaker? So the third thing in my Splinterlands roadmap would be a salt shaker, as was teased on one of the town halls. We need salt shakers. It comes free with every spellbook if I'm running Splinterlands. But only if you buy a mega premium spellbook. At $50, you get a salt shaker with genuine salt. Then, after we've got salt shakers in all of our player base's hands, step 4 is to continue to iterate upon land. So this would be trading, items and spells, new mechanics, the secret of Praetoria, all the other things. So when more land, and then over here, completely and blissfully unaware of the Splinterlands company cash reserves, I would release a new set of cards for use in combat and other game modes. Get more money. And then we'll duplicate this slide so we can continue the timeline. So, timeline part 2. Isn't this the future of Splinterlands? This is the order in which I would do Splinterlands things if I had the opportunity to make a roadmap. So this is my wish list. And the order in which I'd want things to be done. Mew. I'm not a cat. New modes would be the next thing. So let me just delete all of this text here so that I can build on things. I'm putting this together on the fly. Himalayan salt, walk the grid? Yeah, I think so. We need that nice organic stuff that's been in the world for centuries and thousands and millions of years. So, the first part is land 1.5, tower defense. Give us something to buy. So we want that just for walk the grid. Himalayan. I can't spell. I can't type. I can't do anything. Himalayan salt shaker. Then win more land. Then get more money. Then new modes. So here, when I'm talking about new modes, I want new tournament gameplay. So a draft mode. Maybe even unique cards that can only be used in tournaments. So if we've got the gladiator cards, which once upon a time could only be used in brawls, I'd love to see cards that could only be used in tournaments as a way of getting more people to be engaged in tournaments. And the only way to get those cards would be to play in tournaments. Look at this. I've screwed up the timeline, but that's okay. Then the next thing I'd want to build in is achievements. So this would be stuff along the lines of kill 13 furious chickens with blast damage. Kill 7 Quoras before they last stand. Cripple a creature 4 times in a single battle. All sorts of things that would be fun achievements for players.
Fun? I'm not so sure they'd be fun. Sounds tedious, grindy.
Could even be things like defeat Conqueror Yasik using Conqueror Yasik. So it would be like a proper RNG fest. I don't know. People smarter than me could think of a various number of achievements for this. And then once you've got that achievement foundation built in, then you need to give players something to aspire to. Because then you can have PvE. You can have boss monster battles at last. I know that Splinter Forge does this. Trample 5 monsters consecutively. I've got that achievement. I got that achievement back in beta. And Trample would just trample the entire enemy team all at once. It was wonderful. I missed that mechanic. The endless trample mechanic. It is that rule set though. PvE, boss monsters. So I know Splinter Forge does this, but back in the alpha, maybe even the beta pre-sale, I can't remember what, on Kickstarter, you could buy the rights to be a boss monster. We need to reward those people because for every person that says when land, there's, I believe, 5 people out there that are like, when am I a boss monster now? When? So we need to get that into the game. So once you've got achievements and boss monster battles in the game, you can then have something that Weirdbeard's talked about a while is a battle pass. Because you need to be able to track player activity in order to do a battle pass mechanism. So this is linked to this. You cannot have one without the other. And you need to build that one before you can have this one. Then, tech modernization is something that is ongoing internally within the team, which once that is then implemented, you can finally, and I know this has been talked about for a long period of time, we're moving on to timeline part 3 now, a new player experience that doesn't suck. New player prep. So by a new player experience, it doesn't suck. What I mean is you log in, you have a awesome story, like a
welcome back.
Has returned.
Cutscene explaining.
I'm having trouble hearing him.
And a mechanic that is popular in many games where you start with a full deck of ghost cards in diamond, so you can go pow pow pew.
Pew 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 pew. Merc.
Experience the end game immediately. Then you lose your channeling powers, and
I mean, these are all good ideas, but I don't think these would save the game.
The beginnings of the league.
Do you think we can get him
exactly
to break
what we
character?
agreed. Pew pew.
You think what?
Do you think we can get him to break character?
I don't know. Can he hear us or did he mute us?
No, I think he said he's listening to us.
New player prep.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought he had muted us. I was hoping he would be listening. I mean, I don't know if I'd want to get him to break character.
I don't mean like totally, just like to laugh at something like that he is not saying or that Chad is not saying.
Oh yeah, no, that would be enjoyable. I must.
Let's make this red.
Just to hear him laugh. Combining, the ASMR with the laugh would be quite therapeutic, I think.
So once you have the new player experience, it doesn't suck.
Oh, PrEP. Isn't that the name of the drug they give to people who don't want to get HIV?
What?
PrEP.
Yeah, I think so, actually.
Yeah, he has it on the screen.
The next step.
So, Splinterlands is
I'm
gonna be
gonna skip it anyway.
anti-HIV medication to people.
Coco Melon. Well, they can skip the cutscene, but it could be like a 30-second thing. You can fit a lot of information in 30
I'm having the
seconds if
most
you do it
disjointed
precisely.
meal.
What are you eating?
4
but
eggs, 6
Starting with
pierogies,
that deck of promo cards, or ghost
broccoli,
cards, would be
pickled onions, and arugula.
incredible fun.
That actually sounds pretty good. Like egg pierogi
so
sounds like
after
an
you've
underrated
got-
combo.
This new player experience sorted out. You can then
How are the eggs cooked?
a modern.
Over easy.
Fried?
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds delicious.
Now, with that modern mobile app, this
I
is going
eat
to be
the fuck out of that.
incredibly
Right.
controversial. I'm going to say.
Yeah, no, for real.
They increase the prices of everything in the game
And
45%.
what was I gonna
Why?
say? Yeah, I found out that a place near here does
Take
pierogi
that.
pizza, which I didn't know was a thing.
Ooh.
Google
Haven't tried it yet though.
Yeah, you'll have to give me a review of that when you do,
app stores.
because that does sound wonderful.
I have a feeling it'll be hit or miss.
Mm-hmm.
I'm leaning towards hit, but like if they
Going
execute it
drops
poorly,
/ seasons.
Exactly.
yeah.
Keep players
But
engaged.
yeah,
and
like
once
the only reason we had Papa John's tonight was because Meredith wanted the sauce.
more and more cards.
I'm not a big fan personally.
Then here,
I dig Papa
We-
John's, but yeah, they're not my
once
favorite.
this is
The
all
thing I like
tested,
about them is
once it's
exactly
all
the sauce and the
working,
pepperoncini that comes with it.
this is where you go
Yep,
nuts
exactly.
with
Like I wonder what percentage of those pepperoncinis get thrown away.
0.
so lots.
No, dude.
and
People
lots
don't eat.
of
A lot of people don't eat them.
advertising.
Like
So this is my
some people think that's as hot as Meredith. Like could barely take a bite out of a
personal-
pepperoncini.
Yeah, but see,
Right.
those people
That's-
don't order
that's-
Papa John's unless there's someone that will.
So
But those
Land
people,
1.5.
she's the one who wanted it because she wants the fucking sauce.
answering the question of when land.
But she had
then
you to eat the pack.
tower defense. So we can.
Well, I only ate one of the three. To
then
be
three.
fair, like just such
Give
a
us
hot
something to
day,
buy.
I didn't feel like having fucking.
Give us Himalayan.
Well, it's not even
sausage.
spicy. That's the thing. Spicy
Then
things might actually
land
be like
on
stimulating, but the pepperoncini is just like a
iterate
little
upon
hot.
land.
Yeah.
We get
It doesn't do the
trading,
trick.
new mechanics, spells, items, all that sort of stuff.
Ugh, why is this thing giving me so much trouble? Just fucking
Then
picking a crop top for fuck's
we
sake.
get more money
Halsor can fucking make porn. Why can't I?
selling the new editions of cards,
Because he's better than you.
mini sets.
Yes, in many ways, but I mean,
Then timeline part 2.
I'm just literally trying to make
Okay.
a slutty version of
New
every
modes
fucking
the
World
tournament.
Cup team.
Draft modes, unique cards that can only be used tournament.
And like a tank top is decent,
PB,
but like
Lost Monster
horse
Battles,
bra or corset, you know?
Battle Pass that links into
Come on.
achievements. Tech modernization completes. Then once tech
Bitches be
modernization
crazy.
is complete, we can have a new player experience. It doesn't
Bitches
suck.
do be crazy.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest,
Bitches do
the
crazy shit.
it does suck.
I put crop
It's something that's
top
been worked
in
on
the
for quite some
prompt instead of as a blend.
But I feel like you need to lay the groundwork for it
Fuck.
before you can master that.
This is the best one. Why is it
Then you
not
have a modern
doing shit?
mobile app, which tech modernization is developing. Then this one
I
is
love
the
the
most
fact that the
controversial.
first thing it says is a new player experience that doesn't suck.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
where
like,
you
for Holozor, like, given how professional he is as a streamer, no offense, I mean,
prices-
I wouldn't exactly call us the most professional streamers. Like, this is extreme for him in a way.
and you have some ongoing
Yeah.
lore drops, seasons, and you
Who
have
is my
constant
8th month?
advertising.
Is it 6 or 8 month sub
So
anniversary?
what happens after
I
you
don't
do
know,
it?
it should tell you.
I
You
can't
need
tell the
to
difference.
first jump over to my friend Peak Monsters.
Woo!
And what I want to look at in terms of Peak
The
Monsters
glorious noises.
is the
Yeah, so I got like a $300 payout for the NFT bot.
got to look at the dashboard.
Nice.
Yeah,
The
but I
dashboard
don't know if it's worth it.
And
I mean, it covered its own costs. Don't get me wrong. It's just
metric that I'm
like it's still a
looking
bit of a pain in the ass to keep up 24/7, and then
at is
when it crashes, I'll literally have
The last
people
6
sending me
months,
messages.
210 daily signups, but there's been 2,192
That's why you
stock.
just ignore the messages.
2192 divided.
I do for the most part, but sometimes it's like actual people who aren't utter pieces of shit.
You've got 12 sign-ups per
Doesn't
day,
matter.
roughly, on 210. So I'm going to call that
do what you do
Fucking-
when you do it. not on
That
someone else's schedule.
SMR project you helped me on.
conversion
That
is
guy's sending me some
5.7.
annoying ass messages, and I'm just ignoring the shit out of him right now.
Is
I'm
Like
like,
what?
I'm dealing with
the text box.
oh, just like you need to redo this. I'm like, no, suck a dick.
Third
I'm not
control
redoing anything else for you, motherfucker.
I'll look at that. Monitor for
Redone enough for you already.
3 months. To
Eat
see
my ass.
Version.
Is it stuff that I did that he wants redone?
No. Well, I mean, probably some of it. It's like just like he had his fucking wife read it, and his
Then-
wife is like crazy.
Where that takes
So
me.
it's everything.
No, I mean yes, it's little parts of everything. It's just like
Happy to take questions and feedback. The chat
to the
you guys
point where
very active.
it just seems like
My personal Splinterlands.
wanting stuff done for the sake of getting it done. Because I like at times I've told him like this is not how you should do it. Like even though your wife is telling you this,
Take a drink.
I don't mind doing it. That was like the
I
first
understand
time or
that
two.
to take a lot longer.
But like you're literally harming yourself
All
by
the
doing.
thoughts out of my head.
If you want it done this way, do it your fucking
When
self.
tower defense, techie.
Well, I mean that's the point we're getting at. Yeah,
There's 3
We're getting-
slides. Here, that would be
because like yeah, this
After.
goes beyond the job description.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, it wasn't your stuff in particular. It's just like bits of everything. Probably one of the worst clients I've had.
But yeah, this would be the one that I'd be most excited about. Is
I don't understand why he doesn't just fucking write it himself and submit it in Norwegian.
that would be really good. It
I'm
would have
sure
been
he has
really
some
cool when I
fucking
had
reason
my
of his
rectal
own, but-
surgeries, and I could have used a Splinterlands branded salt shaker to do my salt mouth rinses every day, which I'm still doing for another 4 days before that's over. Then you have the when more land. So continue to iterate upon land, trading items and
I
spots.
wonder if he's going to play any battles.
And then this bit here, in the position that I am in, completely and blissfully unaware of the Splinterlands company cash reserves, release a new set of cards for use in combat and other game modes to get more money to fund the
Ugh,
next
she doesn't look
development,
slutty enough.
which would be
Look a little
by this
sluttier.
point you need to reinvigorate tournament modes because there's only so much you can do with tournaments. You build an achievement system, you build your boss monsters, you convert your achievements into stuff that flows into battle passes.
Oh, hello.
Passes. Tech modernization does its thing. Tech modernization leads to a new player experience.
How do
like I
I
said
change my
earlier.
name though?
Fuck.
I have no idea.
Then you
Probably
do
in profile or something.
mobile app.
But won't that also change the name of your channel?
Yeah.
Then you
Yeah.
increase the prices by 45%.
That's the
The
problem.
reason
Started.
you cover the fees that Google
Yeah.
and Apple
Increase
take
prices
from their
by
app stores.
45%.
That's the problem.
Reason then
started.
you have
cover the
some
fee.
ongoing.
Am I rehearing myself on your speakers or
engaged,
Yeah. Because I just pulled
Okay.
up my stream.
and
excellent?
then you
Okay.
need to boost this. This is my timeline, Daru, that I've just put together. I've graduated from Microsoft Excel to using Microsoft PowerPoint on my streams to offer the cutting analysis of Splinterlands that I've always offered. So yeah, I don't know what this timeline is. I don't know if you believe in
Cutting
the multiverse.
analysis. Lol.
I'm asking you to believe in a multiverse where I am the chairman or leader of Splinterlands. So this
No,
is
don't
me-
do that, or you'd be an utter fucking cunt.
This is just me cosplaying. But I'm still wearing my robe, so you know it's still me. It's
Being,
the robe
being
of-
the chairman of Splinterlands corrupts you absolutely.
So, yeah, it's a what would Holozor do? I've done many of those, but this time I feel like instead of just talking about it, I
New
felt like
promises were
I
made.
accoutrement. Because accoutrement is a fun word to say.
The promises were not made.
So yeah, The most controversial part of this, Daru, I think, would be increasing the price of everything in the game by 45%.
What's the value proposition again for increasing things by 45%?
Google or Apple would
losing the Filipino player base.
The idea being that this modern mobile app, combined with advertising, would have to do a thing where I need parallel streams. Is there also new game modes? Yeah. There's the player versus environment stuff in the second part of the timeline.
Play PvE. Okay.
So basically, part of
I'm really thinking about going at Eli Das.
And you could have new tournaments.
Maybe you just should and see if he reads it.
You buy boosters, you open those boosters, you have to play in those.
What do you have to lose?
They just have to find a loophole that allows the game not to be charged in mobile. Yeah, I think that is, but that adds friction to the purchase. And if you want to get people to spend their money as quickly as they possibly can inside an app, you generally want them to be able to use this. Can we not just suggest this in a proposal? Yeah, we could, Techie, but this is business stuff, which the DAO has no, pardon the pun, business in dictating, because Splinterlands...
The DAO should have no business in dictating anything. The DAO is a fucking punt by the team.
The company's direction and all that sort of stuff. In Apple TNC, they only charge if you're buying a system. I think that's a European thing. I don't think that's true in every jurisdiction. But being able to take advantage of their payment systems would enable many more people to be embedded into the Splinterlands ecosystem. The idea here is not to basically say to them, hey, here is blockchain, look at what we can do with blockchain, but to make the blockchain part of it invisible. You need to focus on the game being fun. Notice how nothing I've said in any
you need to focus on the game being fun. Is the inference to be made that the game is not fun? Because that's kind of true.
There's gift cards. And the other thing about gift cards is that they're often discounted. So people are like, yeah, let's buy stuff because it's discounted. You want to focus on...
I think he's telling on himself there.
Yeah, I know.
Making the...
How much money did he say he had made through that? It was like quite a significant amount.
Significant, yeah.
Train of thought. Making the underlying technology invisible. So as far as you know, you're just playing a game. You don't need to know that it runs on Hive, and Hive is this...
But the problem with doing that is, as with every other game, is you're fucking over the users who bought into the blockchain side of things by devaluing their assets.
Yeah, that's my Splinterlands timeline, and I don't know what I'd set this conversion rate to be an achievable target. 5.7% what it is currently if we do the basic maths. Yeah, there's a lot of loopholes with in-app purchases and risk management, Daru. One of them is, we'll say the ML word, and by that I don't mean machine learning, but I mean money laundering, because a lot of people have been known to launder money through mobile applications and stolen gift cards and all sorts of that stuff. There's also the risk that the company could be subject to credit card chargebacks. And
I hope they get subject to credit card chargebacks.
There's so many risks to that. Just literally being a...
Town Hall shout out redeemed.
Nice. As what you just...
Town Hall shout out redeemed.
I'm trying to think of what I was going to say.
Let's see.
Town Hall shout out redeemed.
Are they showing up in the chat?
Yep.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. The thought disappeared, but yeah.
Wait,
I've done it
where's
with the risk management. my place of employment as well, Dubber. So
Fuck.
there's so many different things. There's also the whole putting in
Disappear?
responsible spend limits, and
Or do I have the same thing? Oh, because it's opening on this over here.
you don't want the person to go and blow 10 grand all at once on your app, because A, that's a great way to get flagged by an app store, and then B, it's also a way to introduce irresponsible spending in there. So many stories of like kids getting their parents' credit cards and spending thousands on Roblox or Minecraft. I don't even know if you can spend that much money in Minecraft, but you get my point. I hope there's.
I mean, like, I would think that credit card wise, Splinterlands should have the same level of worry at porn site. It's like,
and there's another element there.
Probably the same demographic
with
incels.
Because TOS, right? You need to be of a certain age to be able to play. But yeah,
I wonder how many people in the Holozor audience right now are incels.
Sign-ups to spellbooks.
I'm gonna guess at least one.
Is not fantastic.
Incels and crazy libertarians are not an insignificant portion of the
it's about 30%
Web3 demographic, unfortunately. Or fortunately, because that way they don't get to reproduce.
But you'd hope that all of these things could see a long-term trend where that conversion rate, the gap between these two lines starts to converge.
God, can't these bitches just learn how to play with balls?
That would be ideal. User experience issue. The sign-ups and the spellbook sales. I don't know if it's user experience issue.
I mean, that like conversion rate that he found out earlier is fucking abysmally low.
Right.
Oh my god. I didn't know it was that fucking bad.
Prove that, where you dump the brand new player into Diamond with cards that have awesome abilities, and they think, oh, that's great. But they play like 2 games in Diamond, then even if they win them, it's like you are slowly starting to lose your grip on these powers. Then you drop back to gold. The cards have got more abilities. You play a few games in gold to see what it's like in gold. Then you start to lose more of your powers. You add sort of narrative around the battle mage or the summoner or whatever it is we're called as players. That's changed several times. So you can experience the game at each level as part of that new player induction.
I generally don't see how this would help.
You're like, no, I want to get back up to there. I need to buy all the things to get back up to there. So you create that incentive to be like, I really enjoyed.
Because part of me feels like the gameplay is only engaging because there's a lower standard for play to earn.
And these things together, it could be a way. At least it adds some attachment to it. It'd be a fun experiment. Maybe it's how you drive most away. Maybe when they see the cost, it would drive them away, Daru. Because it is a pretty inaccessible thing. And I don't think that the rewards are sort of commensurate to the investment required. And I struggle to use the word investment there. Like even asset. I struggle to use all of these words because, hey, rivals. There's no bathtub behind me, but I've got the bathrobe. And I did wash my hair this morning as well. So, I'm feeling clean.
Email addresses is under.
It's too overwhelming to be a start. I mean, have you ever played a game and then you've just started on hard mode? And then you're like, okay, well, this is the baseline difficulty of this game. If that's the baseline difficulty of the game, you either get used to it or you don't like it. But then if you started on easy and then
try to see your redemption.
Don't worry, there'll be 3 more coming up soon.
I mean, this is me living in my fantasy world, in my
email address, and I can't remember which.
I agree, Doctor. I definitely agree with you. I've seen a few Brave ads in the past for Splinterlands, but
because I have to.
I don't feel like the game is well positioned to market in its current state. It's way too complicated to get across its entire depth in a quick little pitch. And you know, my view is that you need to make the blockchain element invisible. But yeah, that's my TED talk. Thanks for coming to my TED talk. I'm now going to close this PowerPoint window without saving. No, I'll save. No, I'm not going to save. Daru's saying, "Did you say that Chatter's not doing his job?" I don't know that may be the case, Rivals, but I haven't seen any marketing. But I guess I'm not the subject audience to that marketing because I'm already in the system. But I know that there's this really weird Venn diagram somewhere of people that are fans of Imagine Dragons, Waka, and other partnerships that Splinterlands has done in the past.
Wait,
and in the middle, there's
with Imagine Dragons.
Really love
That's
Imagine
news to
Dragons.
me. I love Imagine Dragons.
There was a trailer at an Imagine Dragons concert advertising Splinterlands, where Splinterlands like sponsored the start of a concert. You know, those pre-concert ads that you see on screens and stuff.
Oh my god, that's what Splinterlands did? That would make me fucking hate them more.
There's a very large Venn diagram somewhere where someone went to that Imagine Dragons concert.
I mean, I'm salty as fuck.
A fan of Waka, and then they were also a fan of soccer. And they found out about GLX, and they're like, "What's this Splinterlands thing I keep hearing about?" I'm sure there's like one person inside the center of that Venn diagram. And if you're out there in the chat, please speak up. We'd like to say hello to you. Yeah, I don't know. I've put like 36 minutes of. Oh yeah, there's Ali Straza as well, Rivals as well. You can add that to the Venn diagram and see if that overlaps with Imagine Dragons, Waka, Ali Straza, Major League Soccer in the US. Speaking of Major League Soccer in the US, as an Australian citizen, I am frankly appalled and disappointed and command that any Australians living in the UK rise up and destroy every soccer field that they can find in the UK, because we can't allow this to happen again. That's my impassioned plea as someone who's watched one soccer game in the last 15 years.
I watched it live with him yesterday, and he did not give a shit.
But it should be interesting on the weekend. It's been.
I'm not seeing the redemption coming through.
Yeah, I'm not saving that. But yeah, so there's which marketing plan did you see yourself as? Yeah, that makes the fruits. Well, I'm not very good at marketing.
I'm still not seeing shit.
I'm horrifically bad at marketing.
Oh, there we go.
My professional career as a photographer. I've probably successfully advertised once to get stuff, to get clients, and then it didn't feel worth it. It didn't feel worth it at all, because the clients that I got were really annoying. But yeah, I don't know. At the same time,
Aggie lied to us. Almost looks like Aggie-licious.
As marketing to bring Splinterlands to the mainstream, right? Yeah. Which one do you think was the better? Well, for me, like when I saw the Brave ads, I got pretty excited because, you know, that's something that's in my face every day. And normally I just completely dismiss those. I've sort of got blinkers on that don't really see those ads.
But the only reason you noticed them was confirmation bias because you liked the game at the time.
I think genuinely, probably the only reason I saw that was because, Splinterlands, I know that thing. Because the same thing happened when I saw an Amazon ad pop up in my Brave thing. I'm like, Amazon's advertising on Brave now, I guess. So I guess that one's probably not effective. there was another ad that I saw when I was flicking through YouTube Shorts or something once, where there was like a individual that was talking about
Hire Gold
Splinterlands.
Matters as head of marketing because he's the fucking like #1 fanboy, and yet like doesn't seem to be a fucking idiot like a lot of the other
You see,
fanboys. Like, he's
the
just...
bit that's missing from that one, Dark,
He just likes gold.
on the Go gaming. We need the tech modernization to land to have that same web client that is used in the modernization format of the game.
There's no
Work
Wii in
across
land.
the whole thing on mobile, because it's not going to be fast on paced on the Go gaming until that's implemented.
Also need new fucking mobile.
Two friends that have tried to do stuff with the mobile app of Splinterlands, and one of them was like, "What do you mean I can't even open my packs here?" When they bought some wristwatches, I'm like, "Yeah, you got to do that on the desktop, buddy." And that was probably 18 months ago now, or whenever wristwatches was released. I can't remember. He bought wristwatches packs because he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to open some packs and get some stuff." And he tried to do it on his mobile, and he's like, "What do you mean I can't do that?" That was only just fixed in the most recent update. So imagine being a mobile player who found this app, somehow got into the game, has persisted and played the game for months and months and months, and only now be able to open your packs. That's a horrible, horrific player experience. That's the sort of stuff that would make me want to throw my phone at a brick wall. Because I don't know what contacting support would be like through the Splinterlands mobile app. I don't have the mobile app on my phone. But yeah. Would I agree on the thing that those awards which Splinterlands got in the past didn't get any traction on new players or visibility? Well, the recent press release on that was in the news channel.
Are you watching? Yeah, you are.
Yahoo.
Do you see the name?
Was
which one?
Confusing to me.
Under Splinterlands TV next to the logo. SPL TV presents Holozor and his outrageous beard.
That I've seen.
I fucking love it.
I love it too.
Like, here's a business reward, and as a business owner, through my photography business, I've gotten countless emails from marketing agencies that are like, "Hey, do you want to
make him break character?
Be in the draw for, emerging business in this particular area, blah, 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 blah." And, typically I'll be like, "Oh, sure. Thanks for considering me. How did you hear about my business?" And in reality, the business stuff is along the lines of, yeah, great. We've scraped a whole bunch of websites and found your email address and sent you a message.
My dad died when we couldn't remember his blood type. As he died, he kept insisting for us to be positive, but it's hard without him.
I'm having real difficulty articulating this. Tech building should somehow be the goal for players having own cards. You should earn more.
Why can't orphans play baseball?
I think
they don't know where home is.
Ooh.
Should earn more rewards than renters. I actually had someone approach me about a proposal to that effect, Coco Melon. I don't know if it was you or one of somebody else.
After I finish eating my vegetables, what should I do with their wheelchairs?
I remember.
This one's especially apropos for Hollow because him and the missus love the planetarium. My girlfriend, who's into astronomy, asked me how stars die. Usually an overdose, I told her.
You get this.
Usually.
The other thing that I think as well, Coco Melon, is that the longer you've owned that card, the greater the reward should be in battle.
Speaking of Coco Melon, baby shark doo-doo-doo-doo.
Super handed.
I was at the park the other day, and a mother sat down beside me. After a while, she leaned over and asked, "Which one is yours?" I looked at her and said, "I haven't decided yet."
Art collection. It's displayed pretty well. You can see here where you've got card was owned by Sharis 2 years ago.
Anyway, there I was, balls deep in this dude's ass. I go to give him a raise around, and he's got a fucking heart on. So I'm thinking to myself, what
so you can see
bag?
that historical timeline.
Why do orphans like playing tennis? Because it's the only love they get.
The ancient redwood. it's just me. I minted it. It's mine. Whereas this one, minted 5 years ago, that sort of thing.
What's the worst combination of illnesses?
Yeah,
Alzheimer's and diarrhea. You're running, but you can't remember where.
Are rewarded, but they're rewarded in a kind of roundabout way via the whole. And I don't even feel like it's a reward, to be very frank.
Can orphans eat at a family
I've
restaurant?
said this many times on my streams in the past where I get
Once.
super disappointed about the fact that I purchased enough Rift Watchers packs to mathematically be guaranteed that I would have. Why did I just go like that? To mathematically guarantee that I have the max.
A guy's on his date, and the girl asks him, "What do you do for a living?" And he goes, "I work with animals." And she goes, "That's so sweet. I love a man who cares about animals. Are you a veterinarian?" He goes, "Nah, I'm a butcher."
I've just had it sitting on.
Yeah.
I suppose.
I used to work on a butcher shop.
Do you get cut a lot?
The liquid SPS there is along the lines of also being.
I wasn't on the kill floor. I was the one that
counted the
basically
fact
brought
that
out the half animal and then
I
cut
don't
it
know if
down
it's gonna
and
be any, like,
disseminated
twisted
it among the other cutters.
more DC and Ari.
Building baby coffins, cutting animals in quarters.
Unstaken the SPS to look absolutely sure of that.
You know, it's really sad how my buddy was struck from the medical register for sleeping with a patient. He was a great veterinarian.
If I end up doing that, it's going to be no cards available for me to battle. So, you heard about deals? Tell me about deals, because there is certain deals that I would like to make. And eagle-eyed people, if they look at every channel on the Splinterlands Discord, will see that I've been thinking about selling my stuff again. I've put some figures up in the buy-sell channel, talking about, you know, what I would accept as a reasonable offer. And
what's yellow and can't swim?
Post that I wrote.
A bus full of children.
When did I write it? I've got it up here in a thing. Oh, the under the table deals? No, this deal would definitely not be under any table. I would want it to be above and in plain view of as many people as wish to bear witness to it. But yeah, I believe it's actually 2 months to the day today. Is it the 17th today?
Yes,
yeah, it is.
It is.
So 2 months ago, I wrote this post, and many of you may have read it, but I'm going to read it because
oh my god,
I still feel this way.
What's the difference between a hockey player and a hippie chick?
So I've been playing Splinterlands since
the hockey player changes his pads after 3 periods.
Streams for the game since the second. Single videos prove this. So yeah, I did a review of what was new in Splinterlands Season 2 all this time ago. Look at how young I was. Look at how short my hair was. Thing. Look at that game interface. You know, that's what was Steam Monsters
the
back in
delay
the
is so bad. He's talking about look it, and shit that I can't even see yet.
So look at how
That's
young I am.
funny.
The hairline. It was uploaded in 2018. It was streamed on Vim, not even Twitch. There was probably a whole bunch of streams that I did on DLive too. Does anyone remember DLive from the Hive days? I can't remember as many of those. I did not record and upload for later. I was also probably pretty drunk for a lot of those DLive streams because I used to have my buddy Stefan come around and we'd have pasta and wine and then we'd stream Splinterlands.
I mean, better than beer and wings.
Monsters at the time.
Is it really though?
So the point I'm making is I've been here.
If the pasta's good, yeah.
I'm a fossil. I'm ancient. I'm tired. Here's a bunch of my personal
I would
uploads.
put them on the same.
And a number of videos
tier.
there. 334.
Also, if the wings are good.
Oh, the beer is a good beer.
Over this bit. 25 days, 9 hours, 18 minutes, and 46 seconds. 609 hours. Do I have any idea what I could achieve with my life if I spent 609 hours over the last 5 years doing literally anything else? Nope. I've probably written at least 500 Hive posts about Splinterlands, Steam monsters, and contributed heavily to the game and the community via Splinterlands TV. I've made some excellent friends in the community and through the game that I would have never made before. Many of you are here in the Twitch chat. And then there's a personal shout out here in my post around that adds even more time sunk into Splinterlands. I haven't recorded every gameplay session I've had. I haven't recorded the time I've spent talking about this game in super excited tones with people like Matt Clark and others. I mean, Matt Clark became one of my closest real world friends thanks to Splinterlands, I'd say, and Hive. I'm grateful for all those smiles and laughs and theory crafting. It's opened doors for me. It's closed doors for me. From staying up 4 a.m. to buy tracks, to waking up to the thought that tower defense packs would be sold out and then just buying them anyway.
Like, the way he's going right now, it sounds like he's going to quit on stream. I mean, I know he's not, but
I don't know where I'm going with this rambling. And this was a pretty old thing. At ZeroCon, this was 2 months ago, of course, suggested that I should type out my feelings so I can be exposed to the therapeutic wonders of dumping my consciousness out onto a page. That is something that I often do and will always continue to do for as long as I have a functioning brain and fingers that are dexterous enough to
Who's rivals?
Go clickety clack. I can't talk as fast as I type, so voice to text is no good. Can't keep up. And this was, again,
we
2
don't
months
know
ago.
any
Earlier
marketing
today, I
plan,
typed
how
some
we
words
spread
in
the
my
word
special
out.
channel of Splinterlands Discord. It took me a good 20 minutes to round up the courage to write that simple statement. Looking to accept DOI on my collection. Complete Untamed, Rift Watches, and Chaos Legion, assorted other cards from Beta, and nearly complete Horde collection from Untamed onwards. It's also a tract with a keep, building in a box for every plot, unstable totem for every plot. Take a look at the collection and make me an offer I can't refuse. Prefer for it to go in one chunk. I got 2 DMs. One was, please don't leave, or something to that regard. The other was, how much are you after? My response to please don't leave was that of justifying things. Now, this is weird writing this in, reading it in present tense, but in future tense here. Anyway, you guys knew I had dental surgery a few weeks back. I'm the sort of man that feels incredibly guilty for taking 6 days from work and feels incredibly guilty when I can't make people happy or fulfill their expectations. My contributions to Splinterlands narrative and community and my role as an official streamer on Splinterlands TV have given me the opportunity to spread my voice to a larger audience.
Like, this literally sounds like a resignation.
Constructive and analytical in my criticism of the game's direction, but these last few months,
already out there.
this was written 2 months ago. And I still feel this way about the decisions of the DAO. Let me start reading actually here instead of commentating on, live reacting to my own past. I've been open, honest, constructive, and analytical in my criticism of the game's direction, but these last few months have seen me witness a DAO that has failed on multiple occasions to vote in its own interests when viewed from my purely analytical, perhaps overcautious personal perspective. Now, that thought was reinforced with the, I don't even want to say rejection of my DAO proposal, but the dismissal of my DAO proposal. But anyway, in my professional life, I'm a data analyst and have worked in business process improvement as well as customer retention teams and a variety of other roles within a large company. I like to think that I have some experience in governance and helping businesses succeed based on empirical numbers and facts. The numbers and facts that I view are that Splinterlands will succeed in the long term. In the present term and in the current climate of a deep bear market in a deep, dark, scary forest, we keep stepping on our own traps. I just want to pause for effect on that. I don't know if any of you have ever stepped in a bear trap. I certainly haven't, but I've seen horror films where people have. And it's not pretty.
Which one's the fucking horror film?
Perhaps I'm stepping in a bear trap right now. Because even reading this back, I don't know that I'm in physical pain, but I feel as though I'm starting to get a headache. It's probably just the lighting in this room right now. I've
Either
been
that or
here
it's
since
me.
and perhaps my patience for when land has finally met the end of the road. That road has been a beautiful journey, but now there's a fence, a field, and a pile of tarmac waiting for more road to be built. A pasture to be more accessible at the expense of 6 or 7 meters and another vanishing point on the horizon. I've been incredibly impressed with the development cadence of Splinterlands team since the restructure that occurred somewhat recently. Again, this was written 2 months ago. Views can change over a period.
I've been significantly less impressed with the last 2 months.
I'm familiar with the agile working methodologies, sprints, and Jira. The team talk about that stuff. I use them at my own workplace. I hate Jira. If any of you use Jira for work and are in the Twitch chat right now and want to express your vitriol and hatred for the software that is Jira and how it kills productivity, please do, because it kills my productivity. Oh, damn it. I just remembered that I have to go make a ticket for a piece of work that I already completed. The work took me 2.5 days. The ticket's probably going to take me an hour to create, to put all the details in of what it is that I did and what was changed and why it was changed, when I could spend that other hour just doing work. But now I just remembered that I have to do that Jira ticket, as in create the thing and put it in the sprint and then close it. I hate it. You have TPS reports, Daru? Are you from Office Space? Are you going to smash a printer in a field? Please tell me you're going to smash a printer in a field. I've always wanted to reenact that scene.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sorry for that tangent there.
Damn it,
I get the
feels good
feeling
to
that
be
I
a gangster.
don't want to travel on this journey with cards on a tract.
God damn, he's not even an hour in yet.
I get the feeling that I want to step back, hodl my SPS, and try to push with my limited vote toward a better direction for the community. I'm one voice among a chorus of thousands of others. My voice is not all that significant, and I'm a normal human. I'm not the main character here. I've just been around for a long time. I've met some beautiful people, and I know that those people will be going nowhere. I can always say hi or taunt them with love. There are other passions that I want to pursue, and I have no idea if they'll make me happy. Splinterlands made me happy for a long time, but now it doesn't fill me with joy every time I click that battle button. Again, I wrote this 2 months ago. I feel as though clicking that battle button now still doesn't fill me with joy. Like, nothing has changed. I've had 2 months since I published this.
Yeah. Especially when it doesn't even lead to a battle.
And
even when it does.
Tough. I'm being honest here. I'm being me. I'm being sincere, guys. Because I think integrity and honesty is the most important thing that anyone can have. But anyway, I'll continue reading here. The only endorphins I really get are from brawl battles, and they're fun because Bloodlust on its own is a fun mechanic. Perhaps now that I've maxed out a reward summoner, I haven't maxed out any other reward summoners in 2 months since then. The reality is, for several months, the majority of my games have been played via Archmage, so everyone knows this. And manual play is just my window on Splinterlands TV. On to rambling about other ventures. As I age, I consider my upcoming surgery, which, spoiler alert, I'm alive. It was a success. What do I want to achieve in my life? Like, I don't know. What do I want to be when I grow up? And I feel like vulnerable being this. I'm in my mid-30s and I still don't want to know. I still don't know what I want to do when I grow up. And if I was writing this right now, I'd probably say that I don't want to play Splinterlands when I grow up. I want to be dead when I grow up. that's very gothy. Bought myself $200 worth of cards to upgrade Chaos Legion cards yesterday, and that's at least a year ago. You bought something yesterday, a year ago? I don't. My head hurts. I don't understand.
What?
Please clarify, Rivals.
He's probably reading a post that he made or something like that.
Oh no, the last time you purchased something, gotcha.
Wait, did he read your "I want to be dead when I grow up"?
Yes.
Yep.
That's funny.
But anyway, let me continue. I think the last time I purchased stuff in Splinterlands was when I went crazy and bought all those Uraeus. I won't be living a hedonistic lifestyle if I choose to sell my cards, tracked, and other miscellaneous Splinterlands things.
They're hardly worth anything, so no, you won't.
I'll still be me. I'll have a lot more of my limited time here on this earth to devote to other ventures. One of those ventures is photography, but 2 months on from writing this, I've also considered selling all of my cameras because the spark for photography has sort of diminished in my brain. Some of you may know that once upon a time I had 2 sets of alpha cards. I sold them and departed Splinterlands entirely for a time. I purchased cameras and revisited my university art education and produced a prolific quantity of photography. I've rambled and raved about my creative imposter syndrome and both the desire to obtain money from this venture and also just to do it for the love of the process. I was probably unsuccessful by all measures in that realm, and that saddens me, even in the face of being awarded a highly commended award and a national photographic prize. I'm feeling that creative itch scratch at me once more. Maybe I'm having a midlife crisis. Maybe I always was. But if someone puts the right offer on the table for my collection right now, in this moment, I'll accept it, even knowing that there's going to be great and fun new mechanics on the way with land, tower defense, and other stuff that's
that didn't age well.
I'm aware of where that road leads and where the plains of potential prosperity it may give unto others. At the same time, I look to the fork in the road, gazing at a blazing sunset that beckons my heart, not my mind, and it tugs me away from Splinterlands. So, I still feel the same way, and it's been 2 months. What do I do? What would you guys do if you're in my shoes? I really want to know. If you could give me one piece of advice, what would it be?
Who's Mr. Asian Heart?
I've gone and responded to almost all the comments on these.
I honestly don't know. He's been around for a while, but...
But, yeah, that's how I feel. Get some nice food. No, I'm already too fat. Sean NFT. Eat and eat. Eat myself to death. Give myself heart disease. Is that what you mean? Buy more cards, says Walk the Grid. I could buy more Uraeus.
You could definitely buy more Uraeus.
I wonder if
try and corner that market.
I wonder if Uraeus are cheaper now than what it was when I bought them, when I thought they were already good deals.
Probably.
Yeah, I suspect that they're going to be. Reward cards, epic, 10 cents a pop. What about max level 1? Yeah, they're cheaper now. I thought they were a great deal back then, and now they're cheaper until they get to the 10 cents, which is about the price that I paid for them. But don't know how deep that is, but no, I'm not buying more cards. Like I said on the Discord server today, I've put a price up for my cards and my tracked, and if someone comes to me willing to pay that price, I'll accept their offer, and then I'll have no Splinterlands stuff. But yeah, that's me. I don't know what else to say beyond that.
That's all, folks.
Boom shakalaka.
I do wish that this was something other than water, though, right now.
Say Aggie lied to us.
Aggie lied to us.
Not a big deal. The more upset I see is currently the 24 market value of Genesis League cards. I wouldn't know, Rivals. I haven't... The only thing I know of Genesis League is claiming the GLGT and then selling the GLGT and adding that to the Voucher Hive SPS pool. Voucher Hive. Yeah, Voucher Hive SPS pool. That's what it is. That's where I've got it, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Yeah, Voucher Swap Hive pool. Because the pool here like in one hand, I'm talking about selling everything and quitting Splinterlands while actively streaming on Splinterlands TV, which feels bizarre to me. And on the other hand, I'm like, I need to be in the voucher swap hive pool because as the proposals that have already passed are implemented, it should technically mean that vouchers appreciate in value due to their increased utility in terms of unlocking the soulbound cards and being a substitute for the DEC, which is apparently overprinted that we need to get rid of. But we can use vouchers instead of DEC, which makes no sense to me.
It makes all of the sense. All of the sense of no money.
Yeah. That's why I'm throwing things in that pool. The other thing is, you know, I may not be very good at math, but that's the biggest number, so it feels like that's the one you should be in. Because unless it's a golf game and the smallest number is the best one, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that we don't have Splinterlands Golf Edition. Liquidate the Dead cards. I mean, I think
fucking chat is even dumber than it used to be.
I think I've already done that over the past
Either that or he's just playing.
Couple of months.
Because someone did
gotten rid of
use the name command, and it pulled up Rick Wins again.
Due to the fact that I did, it's spreadsheet TV time. I did do this massive spreadsheet of this is my occupied land, this is my magical land, this is my natural land.
Spreadsheet TV, I like that.
Epic occupied. These are the biggest productions I can put on there. So, you know, I've got all of this planning and stuff done, and
these are all for sale.
Fun doing this, but at the same time, I'm like, if I'm going to sell stuff, I'm going to turn this over to the person that I sell the stuff to if I do sell it, because it's a plan. But
I was just going to ask him that literally, like in chat.
I was
Does
pretty.
The spreadsheet go with the cards? I
was pretty. I am pretty disappointed that we still don't have land. I've just been waiting so long. I'm tired of waiting, guys. I'm sick of it. Even my wife is like, so when is that land in the Splinterlands that you stayed up to 4 a.m. once upon a time for? When do you actually get to play with that? And I can't answer that question. Hopefully by the end of the month. But who knows? I may not still be in the Splinterlands mechanisms by the end of the month if someone does put the money down on the table and say, hello, I'd like to take your beard hair cards. Yeah, if we do go back and look at that video of mine, I think my beard was shorter over here. I definitely had less gray hairs. And I also had much shorter hair. I still have the same headphones, though. I'm wearing the same... No, wait, no, I'm not. That's a lie. Those headphones in that video are these headphones right here.
Yeah, he got a new pair of headphones of the same type, didn't he?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know what I want to do. Maybe I'm just mentally ill and haven't been formally diagnosed, or whatever. I don't know. I just want to fly. No, I hate planes. I hate them. I hate flying in planes.
I hate flying in planes. I love flapping my wings like a bird.
JP, don't sleep on me in battle. But Butops, isn't it your job to fall asleep?
Oh, burned.
And how do you know that if you're playing JB Saints, aren't the battles random, or are you in a tournament or a brawl or something? Or are you just sending each other challenges on the down low?
No, his job is to fucking stream shirtless.
Wonder what's in a Bootops burger.
You don't want to know.
I probably don't.
It's what gets rejected from the hot dog factory.
In the fucking Philippines.
In the fucking Philippines, yeah.
In the realm of things, I have a Gladius pack. Yeah, I've still got my Soul Keep packs as well, Rivals, and
Oh yeah, did I sell my Soul Keep packs? I think I pulled them out to the Hive engine.
The lead time.
How much are they worth right now?
I don't know. Let's go look.
I feel almost. This is going to sound weird. I paid more for my Soul Keep stuff than I paid for my land. Yet I'm more bitter about land because I've waited longer for land.
They're currently worth 5.55.
Feels weird.
Last sold price $1.71.
Jeez, Christ.
I don't know if other people are planning on going all in on Soul Keep. I mean, from a reward perspective, I think it makes sense.
How can people not see that this game is fucking tanking?
It's a great pack. There's two.
These things are sold for what, $6, $8?
It's gonna be
God damn.
No, it's Marisol. The other thing about Soul Keep is the fact that I don't know how mobile first it is, but it feels like the sort of thing that you'd want to play on a phone or an iPad and kill some minutes while waiting for a bus or
it's
waiting for
supposed to be mobile first. That was what was promised to us, but then again, so was land.
With it being built as part of the site, I mean, anything's bottable if you want to do robotic process automation hard enough, Sean and FT. Instead of just importing Selenium in your Python script or your JavaScript or your process automation, you just need to import it.
You know if anyone's going to be taking over your slot for your next stream?
I know that it's been put up. I don't know who is or is not. I'm sure
We'll just have
someone
big
will be.
SPS people farm out the rules.
What?
I'm sure someone will be.
Bootops?
I have no idea. Like who?
No, I mean, it would be funny if it was Bootops.
But
yeah, honestly, I kind of hope it is because I feel like, especially now that there's no giveaways, I will have a bigger audience on my personal channel than the Splinterlands TV.
Yeah. Hell, we can give away fucking cards, all cool cephalopods and hardy stonefish.
Now that I've got liquid SPS, I could actually enter tournaments.
All 1 cent cards. See how badly people are willing to whore themselves.
And even if I came last, I'd still get 30 SPS. But that starts at mid half. I'll be asleep, and then I'll have to do work the following day, so I won't have time to enter battles. A silver tournament costs way too much to enter. I'm not paying 400 SPS for a silver tournament.
Yeah, that's because you're in fucking Diamond or Champion. That's why it costs so much to enter.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, a Alpha Silver tournament only costs 5 SPS to enter.
Yes, because it's prorated based on your level.
But the prize is 5? That makes no sense. Sure, it's limited only to Alpha cards, but still makes no sense.
The tournament that cost 5 DC to enter when I was in Bronze cost 5,000 DC to enter when I was in fucking Gold.
Yeah, which I can understand kind of why they did that, to stop like the Diamond decks from being able to enter Bronze and just fucking swamp everybody. But
yeah,
I think that the way they did it could have been better, as you know, usual with everything that they do.
Yeah, pretty much.
So 5:30 p.m. my local time. It's 10 FPS to enter.
Imagine having sold out of Splinterlands when your shit was still worth stuff. Money.
My gaming
money.
happy that I'm re-robed? Yeah. I was gonna wear the T-shirt that you gave me. I couldn't. It's in my wardrobe, but I couldn't be bothered changing after I finished work today. But it wouldn't really matter because I'd be wearing the robe anyway. And the other size of it requires a quarterly wash. We actually did do a load of laundry today. It was a nice
What a
day.
load.
How did the missus react to the Splinterlands thing?
Fine. She kind of knew it was coming too, just like I did.
Yeah, you had mentioned that, but you never know how people react with money stuff.
I mean, it takes even longer.
Oh,
They'll be like, submit these teams. On the off chance that you succeed, submit these other teams as well.
You need to come work over at Web3 Gamer.
Let's go play some
for ad money.
Don't wash clothes on Thursdays? You're in front of me in terms of nightmare packs? Well, I certainly won't be buying any more at this point.
Sure you don't want to buy my land, Daddy Hollow?
No, I get what you mean, Walk the Grid. Because there used to be like incinerator days where you'd fire up literally your incinerator and burn all your trash. And I think for most people in Australia that was on a Thursday. Unless
man, every day is an incinerator day over at Splinterlands.
Yep.
I didn't even get any chests yesterday. So let's start a new focus. Wednesdays. What if you had Wednesday off and you wanted to have a nice little barbecue in your backyard, and then all of a sudden the stench of burning trash everywhere?
Didn't think you would.
I mean, depending on what part of Australia you live in, that may be the status quo. But the stench of burning trash. But yeah, on Wednesdays it was particularly bad in those locations.
I guess if your day off is Wednesday, you want to have a barbecue. It just sucks to be you.
So remember how I read that post earlier, and I said that Splinterlands, this start battle button stuff, doesn't really fill me with joy anymore. I look at a rule set like this, and I'm like, great. I can't use any of my cards that have magic. All of my healers are useless. And I feel as though every time a rule set like this comes up, the value of my cards is lessened.
You just get
I get to have less fun with them. Thank you, Matt, for the Untamed pack. Knowing the cosmic hilarity of the universe, I'll open it up and probably get something really good out of it. In which case, I'll buy you lunch, if that's the case.
How much is an Untamed pack worth nowadays?
Going
to... They're pretty pricey though, aren't they? Like 20.
Play. I'm just gonna go Jotun. I'm gonna try and force the power. Say that I want to play Cornelius, but don't have healing. All right. Come on, Tinderlock. Step right up. I'm going to go Sandworm. I'm going to go Sneaky Team.
I mean, you can still run Cornelius even without heal. He's still fucking badass with the massive range damage and return all damage I take. Just not as good without the heal.
Really should use something with Churn Fire or Magic Reflect or whatever, because Amplify is in the rule set. That would be the smart thing to do, but as we've established, I don't do very smart things very often. So we'll play Almo. That way, at least we can maybe dodge attacks in the front. And we'll submit that team before we run out of time. Oh, cool. It's Almo v. Almo. And they have the Blast Shield, Ash Mirage. Well, hopefully Almo will be able to dodge the living lava. Same time, I'm glad I went with Sneak, because we should be able to jump in from the back line and do some nice damage.
Why
See you
in
later.
the ever-living fuck would you play Fire Elemental with Jotun?
Keep dodging, Almo. Good boy. All right, look at that. Kapow pew. Well, that redemption was pretty upsetting, though. Sandworm MVP. Thing that sucks about that, though, is they're gonna need to dodge. No. Okay, can Tinderlock do this? Yes, because my 12 damage. See, that was fun. I don't know if Almo won me that game, but that was enjoyable. Let's see.
Certainly didn't lose you that game.
Let's see what comes out of this Untamed pack. I'm used to getting packs from over here, not
Gold
from
foil
over
kitty.
So thank you, Matt Clark, for
Would a gold foil kitty make you stay?
sin. We will see what it
Conversely,
is.
would a gold foil kitty be included in the collection at the same price?
Okay, what do we got? We got Bog Standard Pack, Tortizian Fighter, Failed Summoner, Slime Ball. I've always loved that at first glance it just looks like a slime ball, but then you look closer and you can see the eyes. You can see the maws. A Feasting Seaweed. What's this? Spark Pixies. That's a very
Feasting Seaweed should have been called Beastly Seaweed because that motherfucker is insane.
very average. Let's go play another battle. Wow, that one battle almost got me an entire chest. Let's do another.
I got one chest for yesterday's daily. I don't expect that I'm going to be getting any more. Because with no cards, I'm just fucking losing my ass
Just
off
like
in gold.
Vanilla ice cream that I had earlier. I love me some vanilla ice cream.
Do you still have any of Hollow's cards?
Nope.
Oh, okay. He took them all.
Yeah.
So, like, do you have summoners for each Splinter?
I mean, yeah, I have at least, like, shitty levels of all of our, all the soul bounds.
Oh, okay.
So, like, once I lose my way back down into bronze, I'll be set. I do have max level Dallin and Gold.
Where's last?
Oh.
It took way too long for a Wild League battle to match.
You're also unstaking all your SPS, right?
Yes.
Or in Ray. I'm just doing
So at some point, you're going to start earning, like, 0 even in bronze, basically?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And the laziest thing in the world is 7+5 mana.
I wonder if the value of the Xbot token has gone up or down.
No, I shouldn't do
That's
that.
easy enough to check, although I'm sure it's down.
Yeah, me too.
Xbot Lite, $20.54.
Damn.
Yeah,
no, I
way
haven't
down.
Walk the grid.
That's insane.
Dang it, Dragon's not available here.
Like, I don't remember how much I paid for my regular one. Like, my full one?
I think it was 70 something, 80 something.
I thought it was like 100.
Might have been, because I remember it was 62 for your
I've
light.
had the, but you know,
God damn.
I need to.
How much is your light?
I think 35, maybe 50, somewhere in there. But actually, no, mine was free.
Oh right.
But
Is that a-
that's what it was worth at that time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Send me a DM with the details, because I'd be interested in checking it out. I'm gonna go Fernheart because it's Return Fire, and that's a stupid thing to do. So we're not gonna go Fernheart. Let's go with.
When do you anticipate the campaign starting?
Probably like a month.
Okay.
And this, and that way we've got all of.
And what day are we going to be playing again? And what
Thursdays.
time? Thursdays
Evening.
at.
And I walk
Sorry?
through
Evening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is all about the lighting.
Probably
Oh,
7 or 8 my
morning for
time.
Hollow.
And a weirding warrior, and then
Ben did not want to play the that character, right?
Drusilla, it's not that he didn't want to play her as so much as he already had an idea in mind.
Oh, okay.
I hate Dr. Black.
I thought the character like just didn't fit his playstyle or something.
No, he actually is playing a healer. He just already had an idea for a healer.
Wow, I got.
But you do need Drusilla played, right?
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
She's like, if nobody was willing to play Fairheart, then I would need Drusilla, because one of them has to be played. But Fairheart is the more important one.
Battle.
Why does one of them have to be played and not both?
Because I only need one of them to tie things together. But I do need one of them.
Okay. I got it. Yeah.
And it's better if both are played.
Yeah.
Just like there's a couple other characters that have interactions with other characters, and so like any of them being played solo is fine, but if they get played as pairs, it's better.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is a lesbian pair that is actually in the middle of breaking up when the shit happens at the wedding. And they're like our thief is going to be pickpocketing during while the ceremony is going on. But there's another character that if that character is played and the thief is also being played, then the person that the thief is pickpocketing is that player. And what the thief gets will be an item that character never has if the thief is not playing. So like there are things like that where there are interactions that will not come up unless both of those characters are being played.
I gotcha.
Do I play the cube?
Is that a guaranteed success on the pickpocket for the thief?
Yes.
Oh.
Spirit Minor.
I mean, I'd still have him roll it, but yeah, I mean, it's storyline. It's gonna happen unless you roll a 1, in which case you're still gonna get it. You're just gonna have something else happen. But also, it's one of those things where the mark is particularly distracted by all of the other things that are going on. So there's really no reason why you would fail if you have a basic skill in pickpocketing, which naturally Thief would.
Yeah,
I should have brought more.
As you roll a 1,
people. Oh no. One of my gladiators is gone. Thanks, Chaos Dragon. I'm glad that my opponent didn't bring a cleanse, but don't know how I'm gonna win here. I am not winning at all. What a terrible.
When did you get your last SPL TV check?
Let's try.
I don't know.
And how do they figure out like your share of the subs and whatnot?
It's just divided among the streamers.
Oh, even if you don't work the full month?
I have no idea how that part's gonna.
Oh, okay. Well, that's generally pretty insignificant anyway, right?
Yeah. Like less than $10 a month.
Oh, geez, yeah.
I make more off of Atlas Earth than I ever did off of the subs and bits from Splinterlands TV.
In fact, I think
No one seems to give that many bits on SPL TV though.
Just aggressively.
No, they really don't.
Healed out.
I don't believe in bits in general.
Common.
I know.
Because you're paying fucking twice, but yeah, when Atlas Earth Canada? Fuck.
Can't do Quora because it's Little League
Just download a VPN on your phone.
setting.
I've had one, just not worth it. Just for one game, unfortunately. Maybe pretty dope to have Atlas Earth, but how do you cash out again?
To PayPal.
Oh wow.
Yeah, let's throw it.
Yeah, it just really isn't available.
Now we need something in the back line. Checked everybody else. Just drop that enchanted pixie. Throw in this guy. Yeah, we'll throw in this silver shield archers. I'm in wild. I may as well use wild.
All right, less than half an hour to go now.
Paid for the whole cards. I'm going to use the whole cards.
I'm so tired, but I can't wait till he rejoins us.
Yeah, I want to go to sleep too, but I want to hear his post show. I want to get on the post show interview.
Exactly. Like, that's... it's going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
I think my opponent has fallen asleep during their team selection phase, or they are a bot. One of these two things. Or there's not enough players left to actually fulfill the battle. I hope it's a free win.
Go wrong with free wins.
Generally speaking, that's the only.
I wonder if like they rig the game so you win more and get better chucks when you're about to leave.
Maybe. Minor knows.
Who the fuck knows?
Excellent. Poisoned that chaos agent. The first step to success. Poison the well. Although I think the well of my chance to win is already poisoned here.
Your toad was just not horny enough.
When people were talking about no one has a Tower Griffin, and I said, I have a Tower Griffin. Yeah, but this guy's got a gold foil Tower Griffin. And therefore he won. So I've won one battle so far today. It's a mighty achievement that I should be incredibly proud of.
Compared to your normal record, yeah.
Yeah.
One in 4. That's just 25% win rate.
That's at least 10 times your normal one.
Society's 25% win rate's pretty good.
Ow. God damn it.
Let's one's out. Everything hits. Everything snipes. Okay, so we need to put some snipey people in that second position, but then it's already one's out. I guess it's Immortalis. Who else would you play? You know what? We can be like, sorry, actually, no, you're not going to snipe, and then just spam tank heals. By spam tank heals, I mean, look at that. My select spawn's going to have 4 healers. Just healing him up. Healing him up.
Jesus
Then we'll
Christ,
throw
that's crazy.
the,
Too bad you don't have one more for Runemancer.
Yeah, we don't have a cleanse either.
What the fuck?
Unless we play Kitty and we kick one of the healers out.
Oh, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Yeah,
Oh, kitty, kitty, kitty.
I meant llama. But then, you know, who's going to last stand a goblin psychic? I then don't have the so
Damn it.
let's go with Immortalis all along. And then the princess. What is that? She can go there. Princess could be the most disposable. All right, let's see how this goes. Oh, what a surprise! It's Immortalis v Immortalis. What a surprise! I'm going to get afflicted first time, first thing.
Sounds about right.
Heal.
Fuck Dr. Blight, cheating ass bitch.
Oh, actually, no. I can get through their front line via Oaken Behemoth, and then Oaken Behemoth has trample, so he's just going to wreck Dr. Blight. If we can actually kill that enemy front line. But the problem is,
what is that?
so
40
silent.
parsecs or some shit like that. Nifty.
So, GG did not get a single kill. And I think that's the second time I've played that person today. Oh no, I played SP7 Astimba, and then I played SP8 Astimba.
Is he in Wild or Modern right now?
Different.
Wild.
So, queue up again.
So the bots are allowed to live.
I actually had to think about it for a second, which was stupid because he played Oaken Behemoth. No, Oaken Behemoth is untamed.
Yeah.
No, he played
Yeah.
Almo though.
I'm so tired.
Oh, right.
No, Almo is also untamed.
He
Although,
is?
why are you playing modern lineups in Wild? You have all your shit back.
Wow. Not used to it?
Okay. Fire and regret. Explosive weaponry. Ferocity.
These motherfuckers have a roadmap.
I'm gonna bring.
Do some
I think
market.
we should have called it a load map.
Yeah.
Lord of Darkness. Where's my cute little pony?
Ah, cooldowns. Got it.
My pony. There's my
His
corrupted
answer
Oh.
in Whisker
What a
Whispers.
pony.
Yeah. Oh, wait, he just typed in Whisker Whispers?
Yep.
Oh.
I need also.
He also answered our earlier questions. Is based on hours streamed. He told his wife to order pizza. He's actually so miserable right now.
He looks pretty fucking miserable, to be honest. Like,
Yeah.
Chill.
I have a feeling that this made him sadder.
See, I want Corrupted Pegasus to be behind Lord of Darkness, but I don't want Corrupted Pegasus.
Oh, the audience is pretty fucking dead.
Yeah, it is.
That's the sad part.
I mean, it's kind of depressing. Well, I mean, no, we already knew all this shit, so never mind. Beating dead horses.
It's in the second position and just play it super risky. No, I'm an idiot. Dark Hawan. Triage. Because double triage.
A few
And
parsec
we need a
away.
blast to
Market.
protect everyone else. That's where the Rooney comes in. The
Filter.
only thing that can defeat my hubris here is again Dr. Blight or Scattershot. And I also somehow left 14 mana on the table. I don't know, we'll see.
When you play a 1 mana card in a 50 mana match, you can't be surprised to leave some on the table.
I hate the fact that Lux has armor here.
Yeah, not really.
Ruler of the Sea should perish pretty quickly, but I forgot to bring Amplify.
Should.
Amplify would have made this.
Being the operative word.
You know what I said? I said don't bring taunt. What did I do? I brought taunt. See you later, Dark Horn.
Ouch, yeah, that hurt.
What's sad about that is that the taunt magic reflect didn't instantly kill them as well, because it was like
Nobody
60
fucking asked you, Bootops.
they took. Welcome back, Rooney. Come on, Rooney, take it down. Dang it.
Dang it.
All right, another battle.
He commented to say, I have no time to comment. That makes sense.
Heavy hitters, Rise of the Commons, a Little League. I'd like to play Fire here, but instead, let's engage in some self-sabotage by playing Aquatis. Speed? Yes, I wanted to sort by speed, but I want the speediest people in the front.
Said separating spring roll wrappers. I said odd job for a burger flipping hill giant.
Oh, I don't like Aquatis. I don't like any of these teams. This is the problem that I have that I said earlier. This does not fill me with the joy it once did.
Oh, and I think I am no longer mod.
Oh, that's funny.
See how this one goes. Here's a pellicle counter on both life and death. No, they just went with a very interesting mix of cards.
100% wrong. I would love to see it.
The big threat is those electric eels. As long as I can keep hitting the oh, I don't like the look of those luxury. Why do I keep missing that dang backline? Ow. Better than this. Wow. It was a speedy battle, but apparently my speed was not as speedy as the enemy speed.
Yeah, that scavenge fucked you up. Because feasting seaweed is a beast.
Alright.
That card is insane.
Let's try and increase
I don't think I've ever even rented it.
Conversion rate. As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing better than Splinterlands.
What did you say?
Affliction has a 50% chance of landing. Use it to counter healing abilities. I think it has a way higher chance of 50% in my experience.
Oh god, that was fucking beautiful. Oh fuck.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 divided by 7. My win-loss ratio is 14%, so at 5.7 maybe closer than I... Yeah. Conversion rate. As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing better than Splinterlands. Taking sides. Again, let's try and increase. I kind of feel like I want to play a gladiator here. Conversion rate. As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing a conversion rate. As long as my win rate is better, right? As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing better than Splinterlands. As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing better than Splinterlands. As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing better than Splinterlands. As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing... As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing better than Splinterlands. As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing better than Splinterlands. As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing better than Splinterlands. As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing better than Splinterlands. As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing poor exploding dwarf. He's gonna get wrecked. As long as my win rate is better than 5.7%, I'm doing better than Splinterlands. Oh no. The redemption. Real.
I'm back. I had to exit for a moment to focus on clipping.
Oh.
Okay, so
I fucking hate clipping.
1 divided by 8. That's 12.5%. Now
I'm also not very good at it.
let's go. We gotta get it better. Ooh, thorns, earthquake, and opportunity, and green splinters available. I am the happiest man on earth. Llama mage, flying. One of you. One of you. One of you. And we want Nectar Queen to be at the very back. Actually, why am I doing this when it's flying rule set? A thorns rule set. Right?
Why? Is the question.
People that can do damage without
It's
melee.
also
I got
opportunity.
excited because I could play Nectar Queen. Yeah, I just wanted Nectar Queen to go absolutely ham, crazy. But instead we're going to go death because where's my corrupted Pegasus? There you are.
And Dark Hawan flies, right?
Phantom Soldier.
I honestly don't know.
Oh, no, he doesn't. I'm looking at him right now.
Good. Bloodlust. And
I'm not a very knowledgeable
Oh yeah, Usud's a good choice.
Possible. That's clearly why I'm using Corrupted Pegasus in the second position. And you know what? I'm going to throw in Chaos Dragon.
Why are you playing Corrupted Pegasus second?
because he fucking wants to.
Yeah, but I missed the... He gave a justification for it, and I missed it. But the
No.
reach doesn't matter because it's opportunity.
Hmm.
So
I would play him further back so that he heals more, longer-ish.
Because that's what I'm doing. I'm doing my West. I'm living my West life right now. And again, I really hope they don't bring a whole bunch of affliction to ruin Kitty's day. On the bright side, I'll be making violent contact with the enemy's bodies along the way. Magical contact. Ah, it's Kitty v Kitty.
Kitty's a mole.
So there goes my backfire on the Riftwing. And this Longtail is going to get hopefully wrecked, but there's too much repair in concert with that Void Armor. I think Chaos Dragon's legitimately my only hope. Just like Obi-Wan, and I'm Princess Leia. But I'd like for the Chaos Dragon to smack Queen Mycelia. Yeah, I don't think it's going to. Ouch.
Yeah.
I got wrecked. So wrecked.
You
What
got
did you get? You wrecked?
That's now a 10% winning ratio.
Get wrecked.
The good news is that you don't have enough time to lose enough games to drop below 5.7%. So no matter what, you are better than Splinterlands. As if that was ever a question.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I don't think I've seen this tooltip before. Guilds are a team effort. Everyone needs to contribute to guild power on a regular basis. I don't. I already leveled up all my guild buildings long ago. Ooh, battle. Silent Summoners. And everyone gets to go flying again.
Go fly yourself.
Go fly yourself, you mother fluffer.
Gonna pick 3 mana summoner. Then I'm gonna pick my favorite card in the world, Pelacor Deceiver, because they're gonna do so well. They're gonna dodge everything. Then we're gonna use Grenadier to snare the enemy's flying machines. Then I always thought Shadowy Presence had flying. Apparently,
a bunch of people are reading it as Aggylicious.
What is...
For some reason, it really looks like that. Not a whole hell of a lot you can do, eh?
No, I'm stuck with it for 60 days.
When land? Who gives a fuck?
I'll have my name back.
Probably.
Flyball time.
Oh, fuck.
And welcome, Ank. I didn't see you pop in there. Oh, wait. Missed a message from Jagged. Something about me once upon a time having 30 million DEC. I remember that time. That was after I purchased land. I think that was in the lead up to Untamed. I don't really remember all that well.
Yeah, it's not like they're late on land or anything.
My cognitive abilities can be easily interrupted by such things as pizza. I don't think this backfire technique is going to work
Your
out.
producers chatting in your ear.
Hooray, return fire. I really miss... Wait, I thought that snare no longer applied fire blast damage, and yet it just did. Did that change back? In any case, this is a loss, but...
I missed it. You should replay it.
Hmm?
Okay, so let's watch this Grenadier. Grenadier has blast and snare, so yeah, his blast applied snare to the Tower Griffin. But I seem to very solidly recall, if I go to the release notes for Splinterlands and I search Control F, snare. Okay, I need to scroll further back. Ugh. Snare. Apparently, snare's only once in the release notes.
The fuck is fucking?
Dispel and life leech will no longer trigger
Your
on blast
stupid ass
damage.
Discord.
Trample and blast deaths are impacted such that one unit dies. Okay. I don't know. I could have sworn that was a thing, and I almost just unplugged my headphones. But anyway, yeah, I lost that one, even though it appeared that the thing, and I'm almost back into Diamond 1. Let's go. Oh, scattershot and back to basics.
Only 5 minutes left, hello.
What a terrifyingly terrible rule set.
5 minutes, you can do it.
I'm gonna go use Bloodlust. I can't because it's back to basics. Yay, all my cards are useless.
Yoden. You can still blast the fuck out of him. That'll actually work well with the scattershot too. Just don't use fucking magic. Or go with Lear Deep Swimmer.
Let's see, Warchang, because then I get some double ranged damage in. Who's a mighty violent melee boy? I'd say Grum is, but
There's no close range here, though.
Yeah.
Warchang will be shooting from the front row.
I don't know what I want to play. There's enough mana for me to throw Magnor in just for the lol. Look at me, I got so much health. Then Warchang can be like a secondary tanky do. Then let's just sort by range damage and hope they didn't bring Deep Swimmer. And put the biggest range damage people at the back. Okay, I've got 2 mana left. Alright then. We'll put this person here. And we'll see whether or not this works. Hopefully it'll work. And I believe this will be the last battle for the stream. Guess who they played? It's a Deep Swimmer.
Damn it.
Who's gonna die? Me.
Meat
I mean,
Swimmer.
Let me inform you of some dark news. We're all gonna die. But context of this battle. I mean, if I can get some of these things killed, it may actually turn around. But I've done better than I expected here.
Your message wasn't posted due to conflicts with the channel's moderation settings.
Mine or yours?
Mine.
What was your message?
Before land hits.
Maybe just because of the word hits?
That, all of the things. And I am now in Diamond 1. I did it. I got to Diamond 1. I'm the best
Well
player.
done.
So,
Yeah,
thank
probably.
you, everybody, for
Sean
coming here.
NNT said, "Oh, you town hall shout out with this name." I said
3.
only 6 times.
Very glad it's Thursday today, because it's been the week started off really well, then it got better, then it got worse, and I appreciate all of you being here. I'll be back again on Monday, and I'll see you then if I still have eyesight. I will. But thanks for sticking around. Enjoy Commander Garlic coming up next. Please remind him of the fact that he is delusional and that he is not my son and I am not his father, as is the tradition. The scriptures teach us that we should be truthful and honest and not deceptive. So let us all be that way. Truthful, honest, and undeceptive. Thank you for watching. I'll see you all next time. Cheers. Okay, that's done.
That sounded pretty awful.
What I am most upset about is that no one like reacted at all in chat to me reading my post from 2 months ago.
Right?
Yeah, no, I noticed that and I thought it was bizarre.
Talk about talking to a brick wall.
Say that again?
Yeah, like
Talking to a brick wall.
I even fucking called him out. Like, is this an audience or an oil painting? Like, what the fuck, people?
Yeah. Like, even at the start when I was like, look at my 14-step plan to cure Splinterlands of all of its diseases.
No one seems to really give a fuck except Daru.
I didn't even record that one.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna drag Sean into here because Pizza's here.
Yeah, hello, Sean. Ow. Ah.
Get my headphone. 1 sec. I'm gonna in speakerify you all.
Hello, Sean.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
How are you today?
Maybe a slight echo as a result. Okay.
Hello, Sean.
Oh,
Howdy,
wow,
howdy.
that's really quick. Hang on.
And
You're
for
coming
anyone
through.
who might still be hanging on in my chat, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and call it here. As always, I've been Rick. You've been on the mountain. It has been a wonderful time. And keep being awesome.